I sat up suddenly from the bed, and instantly entered a state of high alert, carefully looking around. Where is this? Shouldn't I be stuck in the corridor with the crashers and on the verge of death? How did I end up in this strange yet familiar place? Looking at the yellowed walls, the lights on, and the laptop with the screensaver turned on, I was full of suspicion. I slowly got up, walked to the window, and peeked at the scene outside. The breakfast shop downstairs was crowded with people, eating breakfast leisurely, pedestrians were in a hurry on the road, and vehicles were flowing continuously. A woman was holding the hand of a child, who was wearing a school uniform, and should be going to school. All this was so real, but so unbelievable. I was shaking, my mind was in a mess. What on earth was going on? Was I dreaming? But I was clearly awake, and the injuries on my body disappeared without a trace. I suddenly remembered something, rushed to the computer, and checked the date. April 10, 2020. I rushed to the bathroom again, looked at my younger self in the mirror, and finally confirmed, I was reborn, and returned to half a year before the outbreak of the apocalypse. The joy of rebirth instantly surged in my heart, but I quickly calmed down. I knew that these 6 months were crucial and I must make full use of them to prepare for the coming apocalypse. I immediately sorted out the key elements of survival in my mind: food, weapons, safe shelters, and reliable people. I hurriedly searched for my phone and called my dad. My eyes moistened when I heard my parents' familiar voices. After chatting with them, I hung up the phone, feeling warm and powerful. I quickly ordered 2 servings of pork trotter rice on my phone and began to make a detailed plan. I knew the importance of food in the end times, so I decided to stockpile a lot of supplies. But I had limited funds on hand, so I had to get more money as soon as possible. Lottery tickets were unreliable, and the stock cycle was too long, so I turned my attention to the futures market. I clearly remember that a war would break out in the Middle East at the end of April this year, and crude oil contracts would soar. I downloaded nearly 30 loan apps, applied for various loans, explained my business plan to my parents, got a property certificate for a house, and mortgaged it to the bank for $5.6 million. After the funds were in place, I opened an account in the futures market, deposited $9.5 million, and used leverage to wait for the opportunity. On April 26, news of the war broke out and crude oil prices soared. I operated cautiously and finally successfully shipped on April 29, with the account funds reaching $89.23 million. With the startup capital, I began to build the shelter with all my strength. I selected a piece of land in Mentong Town, Gwangyuan City, established Green Source Company, and planned to build a fully functional and indestructible base. I hired a professional design company and construction team, and put forward strict requirements for every detail of the base. The base covers an area of 30,000 square meters and has office areas, experimental areas, planting test areas, warehouses, factories, dormitories, activity areas, etc. I specially designed 2 underground areas. The first underground floor is used for planting and storing materials, and the second underground floor is used to store secret materials and weapons. The wall is 5 meters high and 1 meter thick. The 3 layers of steel bars inside are poured with high-strength cement, which is as solid as a rock. In mid-May, construction officially began. I went to the site every day to supervise and ensure the quality and progress of the project. In order to speed up the construction, I invested at a premium. At the same time, I hired a professional manager, Wang Yang, to be responsible for the recruitment of security, planting, water and electricity personnel. In late June, the basement was initially completed, and I asked a professional testing company to conduct an inspection, and the results were satisfactory. The ground construction was also nearly completed, and I began to order various equipment, including indoor environmental systems, power systems, monitoring equipment, etc., striving to create a self-sufficient, safe and comfortable living space. In July, the main foundation framework was completed, and I began to prepare for other important matters. I first thought of weapons, and contacted some sellers through the internet to order a batch of crossbows, compound bows, arrows, and knives. I also purchased processing machine tools so that I could modify the weapons after the end of the world. I am well aware of the complexity of human nature and the cruelty of the end times. During the construction of the base, I always put safety and control first. I invited my childhood friend Zhong Yu and 3 comrades to join us and arranged suitable positions for them. I kept a certain distance from them, established my prestige, and ensured my absolute leadership over the base. I also collected a large amount of information through various channels, including mineral resource points, maps, military base information, etc., to prepare for the future development of the base. I even paid attention to potential resources such as helicopters, hoping to obtain unexpected gains in the end of the world. In early August, base construction was basically completed. I stood on the top of the office building, overlooking the base where I had put countless efforts, and my heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. But I understand that this is just the beginning, and the next stage of stocking up on supplies is crucial. I contacted a number of grain and oil merchants and purchased a large amount of grain, including 5,000 tons of rice, 200 tons of rice, 200 tons of wheat, 80 tons of soybeans, etc. I also purchased a variety of shelf-stable foods, condiments, beverages, live poultry, and plant seeds in an effort to become self-sufficient in the apocalypse. In the past 6 months, I have tried my best to turn from an ordinary office worker into a planner for doomsday survival. I know that the road ahead is full of challenges, but I am not afraid. I will lead my family and partners to survive tenaciously in this doomsday world and write our own legend. The food aspect has been taken care of. Next are the other supplies needed for survival. Drug. This kind of thing occupies a vital position at all times. Qin Jin purchased large quantities of medical supplies online and offline. Small portion of fresh date medicine purchased. Most others choose lower-priced expiring drugs. Medicines are usually vacuum-packed. The difference of a year or a few months is basically the same compared to the future that seems to have no end in sight. This way he can save a lot of costs and purchase more varieties and quantities. He contacted the drug wholesaler with whom he had communicated in advance. Directly purchase large quantities of commonly used medicines on the market, including cold medicines, antipyretics, anti-inflammatory drugs, antibiotics, penicillin, antiparasitic drugs, antirheumatic drugs, nervous system drugs, hemostatic drugs, painkillers, pregnancy-maintaining drugs, abortion drugs, burn medicines, frostbite medicines, asthma medicines, and countless other types. Other prescription drugs, targeted drugs, chemotherapy drugs, etc. that are not available to ordinary people. Also, because the drugs were nearing or expired, they were leaked out by drug sellers and pocketed by him. Of course, there are also a series of corresponding medical supplies such as various syringes, 4 bottles, scalpels, bandages, etc. He would not miss anything and would purchase some together. The original price of a box of expiring drugs is 20 yuan, but when they are processed near expiration, it only costs 2 to 5 yuan, which is a huge price difference. Xiao is like this. In total, Qin Jin spent nearly 2 million on this. In fact, you don't need to purchase too much before the end of the world. Because after the order collapsed in the early days of the end of the world, it can be searched everywhere outside. These purchases now are just to be prepared and increase his sense of security. The effective period of Western medicine is actually very short, and many of them will be deemed inappropriate for use once they expire. This is to reduce the risk of medication use. In peacetime, medicines within their expiration date can be easily found, so there is no need to use expired medicines, so as to avoid having the responsibility for problems being attributed to the pharmaceutical factory or the hospital where the medicine is used. But it's different after the end of the world. Most of the efficacy of expired drugs can still be fully retained, or more than 80% of the efficacy can be retained. Many medicines are still effective 3 to 5 years after their expiration date, but their effectiveness is reduced. Don't say the effect is reduced in the last days. As long as it has a little bit of medicinal effect, it won't kill people. There are people in need who are willing to break their heads to grab it. In the absence of a space plug-in to stop the flow of time, we can only stockpile some. Most of the medicines that I searched for later, except for some with a very long shelf life, were bound to be expired. Unless the base develops to the point where it can produce its own medicines in the future. Deal with Western medicine matters. Qin Jin once again plunged into the field of purchasing traditional Chinese medicine. Compared with the short shelf life of Western medicine, Chinese medicine is not so precious. Normally air-dried Chinese medicinal materials, except for some herbal medicinal materials, have a shelf life of 4 to 5 years. As long as it is not moldy, damp, or infested with insects, you can basically continue to boil it and take it. Other woody and mineral medicinal materials have a longer shelf life. If the storage environment is good, it is not a problem to store it for more than 10 years. Qin Jin directly purchases in large quantities hundreds of common and uncommon Chinese medicinal materials such as ephedra, cinnamon twig, perilla, schizonepida, siler, angelica, ginger, magnolia, xanthium, mint, cicada shell, burdock, chrysanthemum, mulberry leaf, chrysanthemum, kudzu root, bupleurum, simicifuga, vitex, gypsum, anamarina, etc. Covers most of the diseases. All require vacuum-sealed delivery. Of course, various Chinese medicine directories and compendiums are also indispensable. You can find a lot of information online or in physical stores. Although it may not be effective, it is better than nothing. In the future, the base will inevitably need to absorb both Western and traditional Chinese medicine talents. As for how to do it, he already had a plan in mind. Prepare the medicine. Next are various other supplies that increase the safety of the base. Qin Jin had previously asked someone to customize crossbows and compound bow accessories, as well as various unsharpened swords and daggers. Now we need to continue purchasing other items such as explosion-proof shields, steel forks, special light steel plates, steel wire gloves, etc. There will definitely be a time in the future when we need to leave the base and go out in search of supplies. In the face of zombies that are everywhere, you must have reliable protection. The main means by which zombies attack humans is through biting with their mouths, which results in the spread of body fluids. As long as there are no open wounds on the body, it is relatively safe as long as you wear protective gear and protect yourself from the zombies' mouths. But what if you are unlucky and have exposed wounds? Even if you have not come into contact with the zombie's body fluids, just being touched by the zombie's skin or nails will still put you at risk of infection and mutation. The virus concentration on the skin of zombies is not low. Most of them experience a struggle before death, and have blood residues from their own or other sources on their bodies. All zombie individuals are viral aggregates, and the concentration of viruses contained in their bodies is astonishing. Unlike zombies, although the survivors survived the invasion of the mutant night fog, all of them had very small amounts of the virus in their bodies. But the concentrations are totally incomparable. Once exposed to the terrifying concentration of virus in a zombie's body, it is easy to be infected. So it is best to avoid direct contact with zombies. Qin Jin remembered the iron rule deeply. In the end times, remember to stay away from the dead, because everyone will mutate into zombies sooner or later after death. All people carry trace amounts of the virus in their bodies. When a person dies and their immune system fails, the virus will multiply wildly and eventually mutate. So remember to dispose of the dead immediately. The simplest is to destroy its brain or spine. Make it lose the ability to move. I can't do it. Just waiting to be taken away. Before the apocalypse, zombies had not yet evolved into mutant types. Using blast shield/steel fork plus machete/bayonet tactics can effectively deal with small groups of zombies. Steel wire gloves can provide a certain degree of protection without affecting the use of weapons. Even if you get bitten, if your hands are well protected, there is a good chance that nothing will happen as long as they don't come into contact with body fluids. What if you encounter a large group of zombies? There is no other way. Run for your life. If you have hot weapons and hide in a safe place, you can continue to resist the battle. If you don't have hot weapons, just continue to escape. Due to the mutations caused by the virus, some organs of the zombies themselves will become stronger and purer, and their hearing and sense of smell will be more sensitive. Zombies have an endless desire for flesh and blood. Even if the survivors hide in high places, zombies will continue to gather in numbers to chase them, until all human flesh and blood is eaten up. Qin Jin heard some speculations from a powerful base he had joined in his previous life. Zombies can be considered as aggregates of single-celled organisms. They have only one unified thought. It's just hunger. Every cell controlled by the virus craves the nourishment of flesh and blood. After viruses in different parts occupy different cells of the original host, they each play different functions. Brain cells continue to issue instructions to control the body to search for flesh and blood. The nose searches for the smell of flesh. The ears hear the direction of sound. Hands, feet, and mouth tear prey apart. Only the eyes seem to have degenerated into severe cataracts, and could only see very close objects and be sensitive to light. Someone once conducted a test using a zombie with a piece of flesh missing from its face. Cut the flesh from another zombie's hand and stick the rotten flesh on this zombie's face. A magical situation occurred. After a period of time, this piece of meat slowly grew on the zombie's face. The flesh and blood of different individual zombies can be reassembled. Although not every head can do this, and it seems to require certain conditions. But it's amazing enough. This experiment may foreshadow some terrifying answers. When Qin Jin wanted to find out more secrets to pass the time, others said they didn't know what to do next. I don't know whether I really don't know or I don't want to say it. Before Rebirth, he had no place to live and no food to eat. There is no time to delve into these issues. If conditions permit in the future, he thinks he can try to find the answer. Or maybe this is a way to solve the zombie problem. In addition to simple armor, he also had custom-made steel guns made from lightweight steel. It can be disassembled into 3 sections and can be as long as 20 meters when assembled. It is a good weapon for killing zombies while standing on the wall. The wall will inevitably continue to rise in the future. When the distance exceeds 20 meters in the future, this weapon may need to be upgraded. It's mainly a matter of weight and strength. A 10-meter-long bayonet made of light steel weighs 5 kilograms. Adults can only use it for an hour at most, and their hands will get tired and broken after a while. Not to mention the weight and gun strength issues beyond 20 meters. Therefore, in order to deal with the large number of zombies that may siege the base in the future, we need stronger weapons, explosives. This method is the most direct and efficient. There are many recipes for chemical explosions directly on the internet. The power varies. Water plus liquid nitrogen, metallic cesium plus water, potassium chlorate plus sugar, potassium permanganate plus brake fluid, metallic sodium plus water. There are many ways to make simple chemical bombs. Qin Jin's goals are not limited to these. When he was in the team, he knew a lot about how to make bombs using daily necessities. He also purchased more raw materials through special channels. These raw materials did not appear to be dangerous when used alone, but when mixed together, they became extremely dangerous. This kind of material can only be hidden from the public. Only purchase carefully through gray channels. Once again, it helps the reputation of the agricultural product factory. Is it reasonable to purchase some chemicals to configure the pesticides? I won't configure it right after I buy it. I have to wait until the end of the world. Now I'm just making preparations. Of course, we will not forget the various raw material factories that can be used to make bombs around Mentong town. Qin Jin will also be given special care after the end of the world. Qin Jin did not let go of the poison either. Rat poison, arsenic and the like are also extremely useful. Especially against enemies. Cyanide is too toxic to be easily obtained, so only a few locations where these extremely toxic chemicals are found have been marked in advance. Wait for the opportunity to visit again after the end of the world. Thinking of this, sometimes he couldn't help but laugh at himself. I'm becoming more and more like a horror FC. But if I touch certain places on my back and arms, I realize they were covered with wounds from my previous life. The wounds left by others. Thinking of the various people and things he had encountered before, he strengthened his will again. Some things must be done, whether for yourself or for your family and friends. It is best not to use it, but if someone attacks, we will counterattack with thunder. The most terrifying thing in the end times is always human beings. End of this chapter. Prepare the pharmaceutical chemicals. Next comes the various modes of transportation. Ground transportation, car. Needless to say, you can pick it up everywhere in the future. So now we only have 2 ordinary off-road vehicles, 2 large trucks, and 2 medium-sized trucks, all bought second-hand. Then he found an electric vehicle merchant and ordered 20 special electric bicycles. The speed can reach 60 kilometers per hour after release. Get special modification methods and accessories, batteries, motors, tires, etc., and you can modify it yourself at any time. The speed can reach hundreds of kilometers per hour. Some takeaway delivery guys do this. The advantages of electric bicycles are their lightness and quietness, and they will be used in many occasions in the future. By sacrificing some space and carrying more batteries, the range can easily reach 150 kilometers. A normal battery car is fully charged with about 1 kilowatt-hour. Snowmobile order 50 units. This kind of transportation basically does not exist in the South, but Qin Jin clearly remembers how useful it was in the end of the world when it was covered with ice and snow. The market price of this kind of tool is only 4000 to 7000, which is not expensive. It only costs a few $100,000 to package. After some modification, it will be a great thing for snowy weather. 1000 drones of various models. The price range of this product is very wide, with the cheapest being a few hundred yuan per unit and the most expensive being several thousand or tens of thousands of yuan per unit. Qin Jin planned to use the cheap ones to perform some one-time tasks in the future. Expensive ones with good performance can be used repeatedly. Whether it is using drones to attract zombies or using drones to perform high-altitude tasks, it is indispensable. Even if you can pick it up after the end of the world, you won't feel as secure as if you prepared it in advance. And some plans will be implemented immediately after the end of the world. More than 1 million was spent on drones. Qin Jin also found certain companies and specially customized various equipment. For example, some sound emitters. It can remotely control the sound from 300 to 500 meters away. The shell is sturdy with holes. The built-in battery can continuously sound for 3 to 5 hours. The sound volume is adjustable. 500 can be customized directly. There are also many other special equipment, which cost millions of dollars. These will be the trump cards that save your life in the future. Communications. Commercial walkie-talkies, 1 to 8 kilometers, professional walkie-talkies, generally 3 to 10 kilometers, military walkie-talkies 50 kilometers, carrying a relay radio can reach more than 100 kilometers, signal enhancement equipment, etc. I had to spend a lot of money to buy the military version from a merchant. It may be an old or castrated model that was eliminated by the team, but it is also very good. Directly purchase 300 ordinary models, 200 professional models, and 30 military models. Special supplies. Protective clothing, raincoats, snowmobiles, anti-skid chains, assault boats, special corrosion-resistant umbrellas, special ropes, rope shooting guns, lubricating oil, oil pumping equipment, sunglasses, diving equipment, gas masks, night vision goggles, tweeters/woofers, searchlights, infrared equipment, thermal imaging equipment, metal detectors, small life detectors, various types of sensors, etc. Purchase a certain quantity each. Then there is the life category. Various mobile phones, tablets, laptops, desktop computers, projectors, headphones, speakers, and game consoles. Download and purchase numerous free/paid movies, music, and game titles in advance. These are all great things to relax with in your spare time. Just make some preparations for entertainment electronic products, as they can be easily found outside in the early stages of the apocalypse. Network resources need to be prepared now. After all, nothing will be lost when the internet is disconnected. Flashlights, small fans, hand-cranked generators, hand-cranked fans, several rice hulling machines, batteries of various models, water heaters, etc. We also purchased some office printers, paper, dehumidifiers, dryers, water filters, sterilizers, and exhaust fans. Books cover almost all fields including electronics, medicine, survival, management, technology, life, cooking, etc. We bought a few and put them in the library at the base. Daily necessities include paper towels, tableware, diapers, milk powder, sanitary napkins, towels, 5-piece sets of bed sheets and quilt covers, shoes, toothbrushes, toothpaste, quilts, kettles, flashlights, etc. I bought some of everything available in the supermarket. For clothing, we customized a lot of special cold-resistant clothes, with one-size-fits-all styles for both men and women, rain boots, snow boots, and hats. The fuels used for cooking, including gas, kerosene, solid alcohol, coal, honeycomb coal, anthracite, as well as raw materials and firewood for making fire, are stored in the base warehouse. Civilian heating coal costs 1,000 yuan per ton, and simply stockpiling 100 tons would only cost tens of thousands of yuan. Then there is the very important fuel supply. Many devices require fuel. Therefore, an oil depot was specially built when the base was first constructed. Ordinary people cannot buy various types of gasoline and diesel in large quantities directly from gas stations, except for some special operations or corporate production needs. You can only ask a gas station to bring oil over if you have certain permits. Qin Jin approached the issue from two aspects. On the one hand, they cooperated with some bold merchants, using oil barrels purchased in advance to purchase fuel at high prices. But I didn't dare to do too much, and the progress was average. Another method is to simply refuel your car and then pump it out and fill it. He ordered Li Bowen and his colleagues to drive the heavy truck out every day to fill up the tank, and then return to the base to use the oil pumping equipment to pump the oil into the oil depot. A car's fuel tank is 65 liters, a truck's fuel tank is 140 liters, and a heavy truck's fuel tank is 400 liters. 1 liter of fuel weighs about 1.4 gene or 0.73 kilograms, so 1,400 liters of fuel weighs about 1 ton. Li Bowen and Qin Junqi were required to drive heavy trucks back and forth between the bases every day. We can get about 10 tons of fuel a day, plus the direct purchases, so of course the more we stockpile in the last 2 months the better. This type of energy is indispensable for both transportation and power generation. In the late apocalypse, the oil and gas stations will basically be consumed by the survivors. These 2 months have been busy. The main focus is on buying, and buying. It can be said that Qin Jin worked hard and was happy in the 2 months before the end of the world. Various types of food and supplies are transported to the base and then unloaded into various warehouses for classification and storage. Freight vehicles can be seen entering and exiting the base gate most of the day. He has not yet told his parents and relatives about these supplies. Only he, Zhong Yu, and Li Bowen were dealing with it. On the surface, Li Bowen and his friends could only see some relatively ordinary supplies. It doesn't matter much if these other people know. Although it may seem a bit strange to stockpile so many different kinds of supplies, after a few months of adjustment, everyone has accepted some of Mr. Qin's strange behaviors. Who says entrepreneurs who suddenly become popular can't have some quirks? Important food and weapons, as well as certain chemical compounds, are things that only he knows about. He drove a forklift to transport the goods to the underground warehouse on the second floor for storage. Each key warehouse is equipped with a temperature and humidity control system to ensure that the materials can withstand the erosion of time as much as possible. At his residence, the basement of an independent 3-story building on the site, there is even a secret room installed, in which various important information is blocked. These are the foundations that may be useful in the future. The last 2 months. He didn't have time to enjoy the last bit of his good life. There may be countless beauties and delicacies waiting for him in the world. But they are all short-lived. What he needs is long-lasting beauty. And survive. It would be great for him to stockpile food and supplies in this way. Every day as I watch the warehouse getting fuller and fuller, I feel a sense of security and happiness. Someone once said that happiness comes from contrast. Yes, indeed. When others are starving at the end of the world, but he and his relatives and friends can have full stomachs, that is happiness. He didn't think it was selfish. This apocalypse may be a new round of mass extinction. Or it was caused spontaneously by the blue star. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why the fog that causes mutations rises from the surface of the earth all over the world, and the various natural disasters that follow. There is no way it could be man-made. Even if he was reborn with amazing superpowers or tricky cheats, he was not going to be a savior hero. Besides, not yet. Should we use the base we built with great difficulty and the limited food to help strangers outside? And then get bitten back? Even if others call him cold-blooded and inhumane, it doesn't matter. Because others were not wrong. He wants to be such a person after the end of the world. He agreed very much. And send a bullet to this outspoken person. Send him away from hell and may he be happy in heaven. If any. All in all, live your life first. Consider other things. Continue to stockpile supplies step by step. Before we knew it, it's already the end of September. He will never forget that date. October 10, 2020. The dividing line between prosperity and doomsday. There are still 10 days left. All purchased materials have arrived at the base and have been classified and stored. Qin Jin's money was basically spent. With only the last $500,000 left, he had other plans. The base has been under development for several months, but has not yet started any business. Wang Yang still completed the recruitment of various employees according to his requirements and has paid their salaries for several months. Many employees received salaries for free without having done anything, and some people felt embarrassed about it. There are now more than 30 employees. Zhong Yu is his assistant and Wang Yang is his recruitment manager. Li Bowen, Zhang Tiankai, and Chen Junqi are all security personnel under him. Each of them leads 4 team members and is responsible for handling various matters he instructs. There are also 4 other agricultural talents, 1 middle-aged expert and 3 assistants. There are also several other chefs, electricians, accountants, front desk staff, etc. For a company covering tens of thousands of square meters, there are very few people. But he paid attention to every recruitment before and after, and asked those who he thought were not suitable to leave, and he was more satisfied with the rest. At least in some ways. There was also a comrade in arms I had contacted last month who had said he was still considering the matter. One of them was named Lu Wenhao. More than a month later, he suddenly called me and asked for another chance. Qin Jin chatted with him for a while and learned that he had not agreed before because he had to take care of a seriously ill relative. Now that his condition has improved, he asked shamelessly. After Qin Jin confirmed that he was not lying, he gave him a chance. Let him work under Li Bowen and others first, and then consider promoting him depending on the situation. End of this chapter. September 29th. Qin Jin released the news that day. Ask Zhong Yu to pass the message on and ask everyone to gather in the large conference room in the office building. He has something to announce. Not long after. Except for the gate guard, all the factory employees arrived one after another. Qin Jin finally walked into the conference room and went straight to the main seat. Scan all the people present and imprint their faces in your mind. These people may become his comrades, partners, and subordinates in the future. Everyone started looking at him. Some people have come into contact with him during this period and even helped him carry various supplies. Some people are meeting their boss for the first time because of clerical or unrelated reasons. Everyone was curious about what this strange boss wanted to do when he called everyone together. Qin Jin did not let the employees wait any longer, and sat directly in the main seat and said, "Thank you very much for choosing Lu Yuan. We are fortunate to work together in the future. The reason we gathered everyone here today is not only to let everyone get to know each other, but also to announce that our company will start the Golden Week holiday in advance tomorrow afternoon. And announce that after China's Golden Week holiday, our company will hold a large opening ceremony. The time is set for the evening of October 10th. I hope everyone can bring their relatives to congratulate in advance. The company covers the round-trip travel expenses, food and lodging for all employees' family members and friends." Wow! The employees were all shocked, their eyes widened, and they looked at each other, suspecting that they had heard it wrong. What kind of boss and company is this? Is it so cool? Qin Jin had expected this. He stretched out his hands and pressed. After seeing the scene quickly quiet down, he continued. "I haven't finished yet. In addition to covering the family's food, lodging, and travel expenses, there will be various lucky draws at our opening ceremony that night. There are many prizes worth tens of thousands of yuan. Ordinary employees can bring 1 family member, and managers and other management personnel can bring 2 family members. They can also participate in the lucky draw. Everyone is welcome to come and support us. Thank you all, and I hope that you can create greater value for the company in the future." After saying this, he left the meeting room without caring about the people who were still excited. The employees were left to continue talking happily. Employee A said, "What kind of magical company is this? I thought I came to the wrong place when I first came here, but now I feel like I have won the lottery. I'm going to post this on WeChat Moments right away." Employee B said, "I don't have a girlfriend or brothers or sisters, so I had to ask my parents who are farming in my hometown to come." Employee C said, "I declare now that the boss is definitely a good person and a future great entrepreneur." The employees were chatting happily. They expressed their yearning for a better life in the future. And the joy of going home for vacation soon. Qin Jin returned to his office, called Zhong Yu and said to him, "Ayu, go back and spend some time with your family during this holiday. When you are done with the holiday, come back to work and bring your entire family with you to celebrate the opening. I allow you to bring your entire family with you. Zhang Bowen and the others can bring 3 people, including Lu Wenhao. Go down and inform them later to bring as many families as possible to celebrate. Just tell them that it was my order. I haven't had dinner with your parents for a long time. The last time I went to your house to have dinner with your parents was when I was in high school. Remember to bring your parents and brother this time. You must remember." Although Zhong Yu was a little surprised by Qin Jin's arrangement and this move. But after several months of getting used to the job, he already knew that he shouldn't disobey or guess his boss's thoughts at this time. Even if this person used to be your good friend. He quickly got into the role and replied obediently, "Got it, Mr. Qin." Looking at Yu who left the office to do some work, Qin Jin closed his eyes silently. He thought a lot in his mind. My childhood friends are no longer people with whom I can simply chat and brag. Although I gained a lot, I also lost something. But he won't regret it. It's all just for the sake of survival. His arrangement was to bind as many of these people as possible to his chariot. When the end of the world comes, it will be difficult for a lone wolf with no worries to feel a sense of belonging to the base. He used to be like this. Only by firmly grasping a person's concerns can one develop a sense of identity and belonging to this place. In the future, I will maintain this place unconsciously. Nor do we allow others to destroy it. He calculated the number of family members and estimated that there would be at most 40 people present. Some of them may not be there for various reasons, so he doesn't bother to care, as long as the general direction is fine. As for his own relatives and friends, since there were not many brothers and sisters in his parents' generation, there were only about 10 relatives. So the people expected to attend are my uncle's family, my aunt's family, and my eldest uncle's family. These relatives must be brought along. As for their other relatives, Qin Jin couldn't care less. After 3 generations, they would become strangers, not to mention in today's society. This is the calculation. The final population of the base is expected to reach 80 to 90 people. I was silently thinking about what was missing from the plan. Qin Jin suddenly thought of something. He took out his cell phone and made a call with anticipation. After the call was connected, he asked, "Mr. Zhang, is there any news about Li Kai, the person I asked you to find?" The person on the other side seemed to be somewhat familiar with Qin Jin. In response to his question, he directly replied, "Boss Qin, I've been looking for this person for more than 2 months, even using all my connections, but it's really hard to find him. The information you gave me is too little. You have to know that Shenzhen is a big city with tens of millions of people. It's like looking for a needle in a haystack to find someone in such a large area. It takes time." Qin Jin couldn't help but feel disappointed again after hearing this. It's been several months and still no results. Please help me keep looking, and speed up. I will transfer another 100,000 to your account right away. If you find it within a week, I will give you another 500,000. After saying that, he was too lazy to wait for the person on the other end to speak, so he sighed and hung up the phone. Sitting in a chair, thinking about a lot of things. The person I just found is a famous private detective in Shenzhen. A few months ago, I personally went to their company to explain this business and asked them to help find a girl. A girl who had struggled for survival together in the previous life. Unexpectedly, several months passed and there was still no news. He also felt helpless. I had a very good relationship with the girl in my previous life. Although I knew some information about her, I never specifically asked her where she lived or worked. It's the end of the world now, who still cares about these things in the past? Not to mention who knows if he will be reborn. Maybe this is fate. At least the mutated knight should still survive, and we may have a chance to meet again in the place where we originally met. Calm down your mood. He is going home too. Return to the home where I grew up. Reminisce the peaceful times one last time. Golden Week. This is an important holiday in China. Almost all migrant workers choose to return to their homes to reunite with their families. Second only to Chinese New Year. Qin Jin returned to his home in Shenzhen again and stayed with his parents for 3 days. He didn't go out to travel or eat delicious food. Just simply staying at home. Eating meals cooked by my mother. Occasionally he would cook a meal himself and enjoy the tranquility. 3 days later, I told my parents to come to the factory on the 8th to help prepare for the company's opening ceremony. As the boss's parents, it was their duty to attend. After telling them to make sure to lock the doors and windows of their house, Qin Jin drove back to the base. In this last period of tranquility, he envied the protagonists in novels who could still eat and drink to their heart's content. He is not in the mood to try all kinds of delicacies now. There is only a sense of depression and heaviness. There is also a feeling of powerlessness in the face of huge waves. He was in the factory, silently checking the supplies in every warehouse in the base. Whether each material is stored in place. Is there anything missing? Whether the supporting system is working properly. Are spare parts prepared? His footsteps were slowly left in every room. After walking through the room, he came to the warehouse and greenhouse planting area. Carefully check whether each space meets his requirements. And quietly write it down in the notebook and ask someone to complete it in the last few days. Even the soil for planting is not spared, and fertile black soil must be used. At last. Quietly check the surrounding walls. This wall will be their lifeline in the future and must not be lost. Look and feel inch by inch until you complete the journey. Came to the guard post at the gate. When I walked into the entrance booth, I saw a middle-aged man working inside. When he saw the boss coming, he quickly put down his phone, stood up, saluted and greeted, "Hello, boss." Qin Jin waved his hand, didn't say anything, went in and found a chair to sit down. He casually chatted with the guard and said, "I remember you. Your name is Zhang Dong, right? Do a good job." The security guard named Zhang Dong was flattered. He didn't expect that the boss could remember the name of a small person like him. He was a little touched in his heart. The two of them chatted about family matters. It was soon evening. Qin Jin turned and left, returning to his home in the factory. Before he knew it, he had become the boss of a medium-sized enterprise. This was something he had never imagined before. If it could always be like this. This might be the beginning of another story. It's a pity that he can't stop doing what he should do. Confirm that the base has done its best according to your requirements. All that's left is waiting. October 8th. The workers have all ended their respective holidays. Dragging his tired body back to his post. Holidays are just embellishments, work is the main theme. The people of Green Source Company have also returned to their posts. Some people whose hometowns are far away have come directly with their relatives who want to attend the opening ceremony at the end of their holidays. It's only 2 or 3 days, so some people might as well come early. Almost all employees bring their families with them, except for a few who find it really inconvenient. Qin Jin looked through the personnel statistics and kept it in mind. Pretty much as expected. Next comes preparations for the celebration. There are a lot of things to do, such as ordering food, setting up the venue, giving speeches, etc., and there are also many final things to prepare before the end of the world. End of this chapter. October 10th. The opening ceremony of the Green Source base has finally arrived. Of course, the location is set inside the factory. It's called a celebration. In fact, it was just a dinner party organized by my own company. We used a banquet hall converted from a large room. It was not big and could only accommodate about 10 tables. In addition, there were not many people coming, not even enough for 100 people, and in fact 10 tables were not enough. The office works normally in the morning, and the employees leave work early at 4 p.m. Let the employees go back and prepare, and bring their relatives to prepare to enter in the evening. Qin Jin stood by the window of his office, looking at the sun that was about to set. The afterglow fell on the factory, giving the buildings a layer of yellow glow. There were a variety of complex emotions in his eyes, including fear, panic, uneasiness, and excitement. His relatives had already arrived at the base. We are now staying in the arranged meeting room to rest and chat. He called Wang Yang, Zhong Yu, and Zhao Ling, the director in charge of personnel, to confirm the presence of the leader's relatives and subordinates. He also issued an order that all security and door guards must enter the banquet after 6 o'clock, without leaving any behind. The dishes are prepared in advance and kept warm, and everyone can take their seats directly. Even the chefs and kitchen helpers don't have to prepare in the background. The factory gate was closed and no one was allowed to enter. Everyone is used to Mr. Chen's unique style. No objections were raised, just do as asked. The time came to 6 o'clock. Chen Jin, who was still in the office, walked to the window again, opened it and looked outside. The sun has completely set. Only some residual light is still showing its last bit of stubbornness. It seemed as if the curtain was slowly falling on the coming of night. What many people haven't noticed is that a light mist is rising from the ground. Very light. If you don't look carefully, you won't notice it at all, but if you look closely, you will find that this mist seems to reflect a certain purple color. Hidden at the junction of the setting sun and darkness. Chen Jin stood by the window. Stare at this scene intently. Give up the last chance. His originally tense body slowly relaxed and he turned around and walked towards the banquet venue. Chen Jin made 2 final calls before entering the venue. One is to confirm Li Kai's situation with the detective agency again. Unfortunately, it was not found during this period of time. Then we can only wish her to survive the mutation night and the early stage of the apocalypse smoothly like in her previous life. The second call was made to a special number, and after the call was connected, the question was asked directly. If you have decided to buy what I want, give me a card number and I will transfer the money right away and send the information to the email address I specify. The other party also replied, the boss is generous. The things can be sent at any time. As long as the money arrives, it will be processed immediately. After this deal, I will also keep a low profile for a while. I will not use this number again. Both sides have a good understanding. Chen Jin received a text message without a number and it contained a string of numbers. He didn't think too much about it and transferred the last 500,000 yuan. Less than 5 minutes. The mobile phone prompts that there is a received email in the mailbox. He walked straight into the venue without even looking at it. I saw a lot of people inside. Find Zhong Yu and Wang Yang and confirm that everyone is present. Silently pressed the remote control in his pocket. Without anyone noticing, the room was completely locked, with all the doors and windows closed. Only the filtering exhaust system specially built and prepared in advance when the base was built continues to work. At least the temperature and humidity will not make people feel uncomfortable. Chen Jin came to the main seat of the venue. He took the microphone and gave a brief speech, encouraged everyone, and then let everyone eat. The rest was left to the company staff who served as the MC to liven up the scene and control the atmosphere. There aren't too many nonsensical parts. The main point is to let others eat first. Everyone should eat and drink. The delicacies on the table are all custom-made from big restaurants in advance during the day and then shipped to the factory for final processing. They all taste very good. During the day, Chen Jin went to the kitchen personally and replaced the wine and drinks used in the banquet with those he had specially prepared in advance, to which he added some ingredients. Antibiotic. Oral type. If mixed into tea, juice, alcohol, and other beverages, the efficacy of the medicine may be destroyed, but it will not be completely ineffective. These operations are the experience summarized by survivors over the years in previous lives. Among the humans who survived, there were more or less some talkative people. After all, we are far away from the world and there are no electronic products or other entertainment. We should try to reduce energy consumption caused by activities every night. Chen Jin had heard people talk about this more than once, and many of the people who survived the mutation night had something in common. Either he had a strong immune system and rarely got sick since childhood, or he was sick and took medicine at the time but still survived. Some patients even survived after receiving long-term intravenous drips. So what he did was to create a slightly clean space here. Because according to later developments, as long as we survive the first 4 to 6 hours of the mutation night, the concentration of the ubiquitous virus mist will drop to a level that will not cause human mutations. Although humans will continue to be poisoned after contact, the concentration will be extremely low. Only after death does the immune system collapse. Only when a trace amount of virus replicates and multiplies will they turn into zombies. Now all Qin Jin has to do is wait quietly for the virus concentration outside to drop before letting these people out. Let them accept the fact that it is the end of the world outside. At this time, Qin's father, who was sitting at the same table, seemed to notice that he was a little uneasy and asked his son, "Ajin, what's wrong?" Qin Jin regained his senses, put aside his wild thoughts for the time being, and said to his father, "It's okay. I suddenly remembered something. I'm fine now. Come, let me toast to everyone. Thank you all for coming to the factory today." After saying that, he stood up. He walked to the center of the venue, raised his glass, and said to everyone present, "I'm glad that you all are here to support us. I toast to you all." No one would refuse face when faced with a toast from the boss. The employees raised their glasses in response. Even the family members responded tactfully. Qin Jin glanced around and saw that everyone in the factory had drunk it. Then he went back to his seat and continued the banquet, also waiting for the time to come. Seeing him like this, Qin's father, who was sitting at the wine table, had no choice but to say, "We also know that you must be under a lot of pressure. To be honest, we were also surprised for a long time that you suddenly founded such a company. But it doesn't matter. If you have any problems in the future, you can come to me or talk to your uncle. We will help you check. Although we are old, we still have some connections." Qin Jin smiled and agreed, expressing his gratitude to his father for his encouragement. After a while, he stood up again. He found Zhong Yu at the next table, toasted their table again, chatted with Zhong's father whom he hadn't seen for a long time, and then went to other tables to toast one by one. During this process, he was also observing everyone's eating and drinking to see if they were drinking enough. Also pay attention to everyone's physical reactions. The result is that there is nothing abnormal for everyone for the time being. The meal passed quickly. The time came to 8 o'clock. Qin Jin arranged for the employees to start playing games, the kind with prizes, and the winning team or individual could get a certain bonus. This way everyone is happy to participate. After all, no one doesn't like money. Anyway, he won't let anyone out before 12 o'clock tonight. Various activities were arranged later, with dozens or even hundreds of raffles alone, which could last at least 1 or 2 hours. Finally, you can also use your boss's identity to order them not to leave. And it doesn't necessarily take that long. The employees participated in the event happily and the venue was filled with laughter. They don't know that the world outside is undergoing tremendous changes. The fog began to rise at around 6 o'clock, and slowly the entire surface of the blue planet was covered with light purple fog. No one knows why this is so, and no one knows the danger involved. Just a few dozen minutes. When discussions about fog were just beginning to appear on the internet media. The mutation has begun. A little after 7 o'clock. It was completely dark. Shenzhen Stock Exchange. A residential building in a village in the city. It's already time to get off work. Workers who got off work early have already started to go home, dragging their tired bodies after a day's work. Enjoy your own independent time. Huang Ting. An ordinary office worker in Shenzhen Stock Exchange. A customer who had been visiting all day today came to Party A's company in person to have his product repaired because of quality issues with his own company's products. After being scolded by Party A several times, he finally managed to calm him down, but he was already exhausted. He knows that the product quality of his own company is indeed average. The nature of his job is to deal with this kind of situation, putting out fires everywhere. Although it was uncomfortable, he kept enduring it for the sake of the relatively good salary. Which worker is not like this? Today is my son's birthday, so I took the time to deal with the client as quickly as possible so that I could leave work early. He even bought a cake on the way to celebrate for his son. The sense of ceremony still needs to be paid attention to. Even though my wife often complains about wasting money. But thinking of his son's happy smile, he couldn't help but curl up the corners of his mouth slightly. It is one of the few happiness in life. He lives on the 5th floor of a building in an urban village. The landlord was reluctant to install an elevator, so I had to climb 5 floors of stairs every time. Whenever he was out of breath, he would complain about the landlord's stinginess. However, if an elevator is installed, the rent will go up, and he will probably move to a cheaper house without an elevator and live again. The body and the mouth are sometimes in opposition. Today he felt particularly easy going up to the 5th floor, taking 2 steps at a time. Soon I arrived at my doorstep. Although the corridor is a bit shabby, it can be seen that it is kept quite clean. Everyone is working hard in big cities. Except for some people with low quality, most people just want to improve their own small home. He took out his key as usual and opened the door of his house. After entering the door, he found that there was no one in the small living room. This is a bit strange. Normally, my wife and son should be home at this time, right? Besides, today is my son's birthday. He had talked to his wife about it during the day. I left work early today and brought a cake home to celebrate with my children. My wife will also cook a meal that the children like at home. On the small dining table in the middle, there was already a plate of fried salt and pepper shrimp and 2 vegetarian dishes. This is a dish that children like to eat. He changed his shoes, put down his backpack, and his vision was slightly distracted. Since the entire house is not very big, with just 2 bedrooms and a living room, a standard rental layout, it is easy to hear some noises coming from the kitchen with the door ajar. Well, is this person still making food in the kitchen? Is the son also in there watching his mother make delicious food? He walked over slowly. I didn't want to shout out and disturb them, but I also wanted to see my wife's back as she was busy working for our small family. My wife works very hard and gives a lot for our family. Huang Ting could fully understand the hardships his wife faced as a full-time housewife. Different functions have their own hardships, and everyone is doing their best for the good of their family. Next time when I get a bonus, I will secretly buy her the bag that my wife accidentally told me she likes very much as a surprise. Well, it was happily decided. He gently pushed open the half-open kitchen door. Then I realized that even the lights were not turned on. This isn't the way to save electricity, right? He felt even more sorry for his wife. What a good family woman. Pop. Turn on the light. What he saw was not the image of his wife busy preparing food as he had imagined. Instead, I saw a figure kneeling at the corner of the kitchen and the toilet. There was a crackling sound coming from there. I don't know what I'm doing. What is that red liquid on the floor? Are you processing any ingredients? It's too dirty, isn't it? Huang Ting thought about it in his mind and continued to move forward, wanting to tell his wife to be careful as the ground was slippery. He walked over and took a look. A sense of fear, as if looking directly into a black hole billions of feet deep, attacked his brain like a tidal wave. The billions of nerve cells in his body are transmitting information frantically. As a result, the hairs all over my body stood up and I felt a gust of cold air coming towards me. It'll freeze his soul. His eyes suddenly became bloodshot and widened to the limit, and a desperate roar came from his open mouth. What kind of scene is in front of him? A headless body covered in blood, lying in a pool of blood. From the height and clothes, one can vaguely judge that it was once a child. At this moment, it is being eaten by a woman who is also covered in blood. That's his wife. At this time, she was still biting something in her mouth. Further away there was a little head with its back to her, seemingly telling something silently. Perhaps it was his high-pitched male voice that did the trick. The wife who was eating responded. He turned around, revealing a face covered in blood. His pair of white and red eyes looked at the new food, and he pounced on it without hesitation, with a desire for food. A moment. The woman bit the defenseless Huang Ting. Then continued to bite his body madly. At this moment, the world in front of Huang Ting was already blood-red. He had forgotten whether he saw the blood on the ground or whether there was something wrong with his eyesight. His consciousness was a little fuzzy and he just felt very cold and painful. It was a coldness and pain that penetrated deep into the soul. Did he feel like he was dreaming? But why can't I wake up even though I'm in so much pain? No one could tell him the answer. Then his consciousness fell into endless darkness. After his roar, various noisy sounds were heard around. It's a mess. The whole world is in chaos. What Wang Ting didn't know was. His voice ushered in a new era. End of this chapter. Night. A little after 8 o'clock. In the banquet hall of Green Source Food Factory. Everyone was still laughing and talking. Little did we know that things outside had already begun to change. Countless humans began to mutate one after another. First, the mutated people immediately rushed towards the people around them and bit them madly. He was also frightened by the sound of the person nearby and pounced on another victim. Countless people were immersed in the fog, and more people began to mutate into zombies even if they were not bitten by zombies. Even if they can withstand the fog virus, they still have to face the crazy pursuit of zombies. There are only a few lucky ones. Most of them are in separate spaces, have not mutated, and are not facing the threat of zombies. Many people have begun to notice something unusual about their surroundings. Those who saw the excitement and opened the door without thinking fell directly in this wave of biological extinction. Those who stay home cautiously and wait and see what happens still have the right to survive. This is a great screening of life initiated by the Blue Planet. Life or death. Almost no one can choose. Except for Qin Jin, the reborn person. A little bit of choice. Because the mutation occurred extremely quickly, most media and portals did not have time to react. Employees of various media have basically mutated into zombies, leaving behind the blood-stained servers still running. The authorities had no time to react and the system was paralyzed in an instant, with relevant departments in various countries directly destroyed. The submarines in the deep sea did not escape either. Throughout the ocean, not only did fog emerge from the ground, but the sea water also inexplicably contained this virus. It silently penetrates into the submarine through the submarine's water source, gas exchange, and some dead corners. Without taking special medicines, there are dozens or even hundreds of people on a submarine. Even if the probability of mutation is smaller due to the concentration, many people still mutate, and the result can be imagined in such a confined space. They remained forever in the deep sea. This change is comprehensive. Few people can hide from the past. The time came to 9 o'clock. The banquet at the base has already entered the lucky draw phase. After the host gives his account, he will grab a number from the box. When the number is revealed, some of the winners in the audience will cheer loudly. One by one, they took turns to go on stage to receive their awards with great joy. Basically everyone has it, and no one will miss it. Even the prize balls are put back into the box after they are drawn, so there is a chance to revive them. Some people have even won 3 times. I was so happy that my eyes narrowed and I couldn't see anything. Qin Jin watched all this silently. Occasionally he opens his mobile phone to check the surveillance. His phone is installed with software that can connect to all the cameras in the factory. He can log into the app at any time to directly view the images of all or a certain lens. Just an hour ago, he saw a bloody, crazy figure flash past the factory wall. He knew it had begun outside. In his previous life, he had just returned home from get-off work and hid in the peasant house he rented to avoid the initial impact. In the video, you can still vaguely see lavender mist floating. We can't risk going out now, so let's just keep the situation stable for as long as we can. Another 10 minutes passed. Many people have already won the lottery. But under the onslaught of money, I can still keep my attention here. Some people occasionally check their phones and find that something is wrong with the media. Occasionally, a few people pop up and talk like crazy, saying some incomprehensible things. At this moment, the host grabbed another prize ball and shouted, "Number 76, congratulations to number 76 for winning the prize. This is a big prize of 2,000 yuan. Congratulations to the winner for coming up on stage to receive the prize." Everyone looked around to see who was the lucky one. This is a prize of thousands of dollars, which is equivalent to the salary of many people for several days or even half a month. Only Boss Qin would be so willing to do so. After a while, no one came up to the stage to receive the award. Everyone was still curious about who won the prize and started a little discussion. Qin Jin also came back to his senses. Look at the employees around you. At this time, an employee shouted, "I remember Xiao Zhou is number 76. He showed me where he is. Why hasn't he come to receive the award yet? Oh. It's Xiaozhou. He said he was feeling dizzy and uncomfortable just now. He is sitting on the table near the pillar to rest. I'll go and call him. Another employee, who seemed to know Xiaozhou, stood up and tried to walk towards a service table blocked by pillars in the corner of the venue. Stop. A loud shout came from the table in front. Everyone looked over there, and the person who was walking towards the corner stopped. Is their boss? Qin Jin quickly stood up and walked towards the corner with a serious expression. There seemed to be something hidden under the coat he had been wearing, which was now being pressed down by his left hand. In addition, his former comrades and childhood friends, Zhong Yu and Li Bowen, also reacted quickly and followed Qin Jin. They are the factory security guards and the boss's assistants, and they have been following President Qin for several months, so they do have some quality. Qin Jin had already come to the corner, where a man was lying on the service table. Although I can't see his face, I can tell from his clothes that he is not very old. If he remembered correctly, this little Zhou was called Zhou Bin, and he worked under the company's agricultural expert. Shortly after graduation, I followed my teacher and joined his company. The family members that Xiaozhou brought with him also realized that this was his girlfriend. The family members announced by the company also included good friends, so Xiaozhou did not look for his parents, but chose to ask his girlfriend to come along. By the way, you can also show off a little. The girlfriend was just busy drawing the lottery, and she ignored her boyfriend when he said he was not feeling well and wanted to rest nearby. She didn't expect that he seemed to be really unwell now, which had attracted the attention of their boss. I don't think I will have to be sent to the hospital later. That's really embarrassing. Or maybe I should change my boyfriend in the future. The physically strong kind. Maybe Xiaozhou was too busy studying and doing scientific research before, and her weak health could not satisfy her at all. This causes her to occasionally go out and look for other male besties, which is so annoying. It's all Xiaozhou's fault. At this time, Xiaozhou put his hands under his head and lay on the table motionless. It seems to be completely unaffected by the sounds from the outside world. Qin Jin's face darkened. Something is wrong. Sure enough, following the calls from others, Xiaozhou seemed to have some reaction. His body began to twitch slowly, as if he was occasionally hit by an electric current. Immediately, he raised his head. It was a pale and bloodless face. Some blue-black blood vessels were floating on it, the pupil had almost disappeared, leaving only the white of the eye, the bulging capillaries, and the saliva flowing from the open mouth. Everything tells you that this person is abnormal. At this moment, other people didn't dare to think about zombies. After all, this kind of thing is too sci-fi. Most people thought it was just an attack of epilepsy or something like that. Xiaozhou stood up shakily, seeming to have just completed his final transformation. He slowly stopped shaking and fixed his eyes on Qin Jin, who was in the front. Roar. Without saying anything, there was nothing to say, he just opened his mouth and rushed towards him. Zhong Yu, Li Bowen, and others had expected this. But I still didn't expect Xiaozhou to pounce on the boss like this, and I was a little slow to react. Qin Jin, who was in front of them, was actually not panicked at all. He seemed to be prepared. After Xiaozhou rushed forward, he also followed forward, dodged and kicked Xiaozhou to the ground. He then quickly moved forward and used 2 chokes to dislocate Xiaozhou's arms, then stepped on the back of his neck. The whole person was crouched on his back, guarding against possible resistance. Just a newly mutated zombie. He can solve it without using his hands. Capturing them alive is just a little more troublesome. Just a few seconds. They saw a madman being subdued by their boss. Everyone in the venue was stunned. Li Bowen and others hurried over, wanting to help Qin Jin change people or rescue Xiaozhou. Qin Jin reached out to stop him. He didn't care what others thought, so he continued to give orders, find someone to bring a thicker rope. Li Bowen personally ran to get the rope, and then saw Qin Jin take it and skillfully flip over Xiaozhou, avoiding his mouth the whole time, and tied him to a load-bearing pillar on the side of the field. Everyone was stunned. It's too fierce. Even if Xiaozhou got sick and attacked others, he shouldn't be treated like this. Just tie it to the pillar, so fierce. At this time, Xiao Zhou was still grinning. It seemed that the removed arm had nothing to do with it, and it was still roaring at the person in front of it. There is absolutely no sign of any human consciousness. Someone has already reacted by now. They were trembling all over. Pale, sweaty, and with wide eyes, he looked at his former colleague in front of him with fear. Zombies. In this era that has been baptized by countless film, television, and entertainment media. Except for a few elderly people, most people know what this thing looks like. Zombies. Zombies. No, impossible. How could something like this from a movie actually happen? Absolutely impossible. Some people have already started to doubt their lives, as if they couldn't accept it, and muttered to themselves. Xiao Zhou, stop playing. Are you pretending to be a zombie? I know you must be like this, right? Stop it now, it's so embarrassing. Stop playing. Xiao Zhou's girlfriend Li Yan moved a little closer. But he didn't dare to actually go over and asked with hope. She mainly didn't want her boyfriend to perform such a vulgar trick. Although it did attract other people's attention, she herself felt that it was too high profile in such an occasion. On the other hand, if her boyfriend really turns into a zombie, she, as the only person brought here by him, will be called by the police for various interrogations, right? It's so troublesome. She has another appointment tomorrow. If I had known this would happen tonight. She shouldn't have agreed to attend Xiao Zhou's company's opening ceremony just for the so-called bonus and dinner. Although she forgot how happy she was to have just won 2 prizes. The answer she got was still the low roar. Most people have begun to slowly back away. Some people even went to open the door and wanted to leave the venue. Unfortunately, I found that the door was locked. At this time, many brave employees were taking photos and recording videos to post on social media or to various media. Although I was a little scared in my heart, my body was very honest. It's important to post pictures on social media. Boss Qin, what should we do? How should we deal with Xiao Zhou? We'll listen to you. Li Bowen has already reacted. They were a step slower than Qin Jin just now, but they were mainly shocked by this incident. Now they have begun to ask for instructions on how to handle the follow-up. This is a zombie. He really didn't know how to deal with it. It's beyond the scope of business. Don't do anything yet. Wait a minute. Go guard the gate and don't let anyone out. Also, keep an eye on the crowd to see if anyone is in a strange state. I'm worried that someone else will mutate. Qin Jin narrowed his eyes and spoke directly to them. Although a lot of measures have been taken, there were still human mutations in the venue. Not beyond expectations. He had also considered this possibility, so it would be better to let others digest it in advance. What he is more worried about now is his relatives. I hope none of them mutate. He and his relatives had eaten in advance a few days ago, and the food had already been prepared. It stands to reason that their immunity and antiviral capabilities would be stronger than others in the short term. But no one can say for sure. Who knows about mutations? Even he himself couldn't guarantee 100% that everything would be fine. He was reborn. That's all. Xiao Zhou's mutated zombie was tied up in a corner of the venue. The others stayed on the other side. No one is interested in playing the lottery game anymore. After such a big change, I don't know what life will be like tomorrow. Everyone was panic-stricken. Some people wanted to open the door and run out, but were stopped by the team led by Qin Jin. They said they had called the police online. At this time, other people had already discovered that the police phone number was completely unreachable, and hoped that someone could come and handle the situation later. Everyone should wait and see, as there might be a need for cooperation later. What everyone doesn't know is that the peaceful life is gone. They have entered a new era. Dark Ages. End of this chapter. The time came to 9:30. Everyone who witnessed Xiao Zhou's transformation. Still in shock. Now they are not allowed to leave the venue and are forced to stay in the same place with Xiao Zhou, who is suspected to be a zombie. The psychological pressure is enormous. The only way to release it is by talking to the people around you. So much so that many people in the venue were whispering. Many people also vented their anger directly on the internet, and they soon discovered that the situation outside seemed to have changed as well. Look what I found. My friend also posted a video in the group saying that many zombies appeared around his house. Someone saw the message on his phone and couldn't help but share it with others. Me too. Me too. I saw a lot of people posting zombie videos and messages online. What's going on? Is there a biohazard outbreak? Others also began to discuss. Don't be afraid. I believe the official organization will definitely suppress it. The zombies in the movie are not strong. They appear that way for the plot. In fact, once the official organization's hot weapons appear, they can destroy everything. Someone who is quite knowledgeable about movies and TV series. That's right. Zombies are all paper tigers. Sooner or later, someone will come to rescue us. Let's stay here and don't run around. But I suddenly wonder if the door here is strong enough. Do you want to strengthen it? Someone who seemed a little clever said. Didn't you want to be the first to run away? Someone next to him exposed him. I'm so worried about my parents and my brother at home. I only brought my husband with me this time. I wonder if the rest of them are hiding. Some women couldn't help sobbing. The crowd in the entire venue began to make a lot of noise. A sense of collapse is spreading. Jean saw everything. I already have some thoughts in mind. Perhaps as relatives of the boss, his parents and other relatives were relatively calm. Zhong Yu and several of Li Bowen's direct subordinates were also well appeased, probably because their family members were there. Just now, he had distributed some batons, explosion-proof shields and other weapons that had been stored in the venue to Zhong Yu, Li Bowen, Zhang Tiankai, Chen Junqi and others. Let the team they lead act quickly as well. Maintain order throughout the venue. He also had a small crossbow hidden behind his back, which he had modified himself in advance. It is no problem for a shot steel arrow to penetrate a person's head. The moment is to wait. Let these people slowly accept the fact that it is the end of the world. Compared to the order maintained in the Green Source Base venue, it's a complete mess outside. What everyone doesn't know is, more and more humans began to mutate into zombies. It started at around 7 o'clock and is now around 9 o'clock. More than 90% of humans have mutated. Then they hunted down the survivors around them. In just a few hours, less than 300 million of the tens of billions of humans on Blue Planet were killed. And it is still decreasing. Most of the people who survived temporarily were lucky enough not to mutate, and then found hiding spots in an independent space, or in time when there were mutated zombies around. But there will be no rescue. This is a carnival for zombies. The time came to 9:40. At the Green Source Base venue. Everyone was on guard against the zombie Xiaozhou had transformed into, fearing that it would break free. They were also worried that the gates were not strong enough and that a group of zombies would suddenly rush out and tear them to pieces. The unrest continues to spread. Just at this moment, an employee suddenly realized that the family member he brought with him seemed unwell, and asked anxiously, Mom, are you feeling unwell? Why do you look so ugly and sweat so much? Do you want me to ask someone for some medicine? He brought his mother, a middle-aged woman of a certain age. At this moment, he was holding his hands and shaking, and his pale face was not sure whether it was because of fear or some other reason. Others gradually noticed her abnormality and quietly distanced themselves from the mother and son. No one is stupid. If you know there is a real danger of suspected zombies and you see someone who looks a little strange, you should stay away from them. The crowd quickly dispersed, and the security team gathered around them, looking at them warily. Li Bowen stepped forward and said, I advise you to stay away from your mother first. If you don't mutate, you still have a chance to recover later, but if you mutate, you will be in danger. Impossible. My mom can't possibly turn into a zombie. She's just sick and feeling unwell. This must be it. This man seemed unwilling to give up his mother and became hysterical. He used both hands to stop the security personnel from approaching and protected his mother behind him. Xiao Zhang, you should listen to my advice and come here first. If your mother doesn't mutate, there will always be a way. Other employees also tried to dissuade the man, but unfortunately he did not accept it. The situation was deadlocked for a moment. Right at this moment, the mother protected by Xiao Zhang seemed to have completed some kind of transformation. He suddenly jumped up and pounced on Xiao Zhang's back. The mouth, stretched to its limit, bit Xiao Zhang's neck without hesitation. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Before Xiao Zhang could even scream, his blood spurted out toward the ceiling like water leaking from a high-pressure water pipe. The crowd around them pushed and shoved like crazy and ran away as if they were electrocuted. The situation that had been maintained with great difficulty fell into chaos again. Li Bowen and others quickly surrounded the mother and son with explosion-proof shields. Faced with this kind of thing, they didn't know whether to rush forward to deal with it or continue to observe how the situation develops. Qin Jin walked to the front again silently. He took out the crossbow he had been hiding and loaded the arrows skillfully. He said calmly to the people around him, Ayu, Bowen, Tiankai, and Junqi, remember, this is the end of the world, and the way to deal with zombies is the same as in the movies, just blow their heads off. Then, he pointed at the zombie and pulled the trigger. Call out. The arrow pierced into the eye socket of the newly mutated zombie at a speed invisible to the naked eye. You can even see the arrow coming out a little from the back of the head. The entire arrow was stuck in its head. He instantly went limp and fell to the ground. Xiao Zhang also fell to the ground, blood still gushing from his neck. He was shaking all over and his throat was making gasping sounds. It seemed that he was going to die. Qin Jin once again calmly said to the stunned security team. After dealing with the zombies, the people who were bitten will also be infected. You see, the blood vessels in Xiao Zhang's wound have turned black. It is very likely that the virus has quickly flowed through the body through the aorta. At this time, we should do this dash. While he was still talking, he had already walked past Zhang Tiankai, who was closest to him, picked up the thick anti-explosion baton, walked to Xiao Zhang, and without saying a word, smashed it hard on his head. Pulu. A strange muffled sound. Xiao Zhang's head suddenly deflated. The splattered blood hit the tables and chairs nearby, and quickly expanded the red area. Pulu. Pulu. Qin Jin hit Xiao Zhang's head several times, turning it into an almost unrecognizable pool of red and white. Only then did he stop. And said to the stunned security team next to him. Remember, when dealing with a zombie, you must completely destroy its head. Don't take any chances. If conditions permit, it's best to smash it, like this. Of course, you should pay attention to the angle of blood spraying when you hit. When you hit with the stick, you should face the back of the stick. Also, it is best not to face yourself where the 5 holes on your head are prone to spraying blood. If you get blood on your body, don't worry. As long as it doesn't spray into your eyes and wounds, you shouldn't mutate. Yeah, I learned it from the internet. This is the end of the world. Everyone, hurry up and change. If there is no rescue, we will need to save ourselves. He handed the baton covered in blood plasma back to Zhang Tiankai. The latter took the baton in panic and stared at his boss as if he had seen a ghost. It's 2F** King Fierce. Without waiting for the team to digest the information, Qin Jin walked back to his relatives. I found a cup of tea and a rag and started washing my hands. Just now he found something strange. It seemed that his strength had increased a little. Although he was also an evolver, in his previous life, only his legs evolved and he could run faster. My arm strength has always been about the same. After a few hits, he noticed that Xiao Zhang's head was shrinking too quickly. I thought Xiao Zhang's skull was too fragile. It was only after I hit the stick again that I felt something was not right, as if my strength had increased. Otherwise, based on his many years of experience in his previous life, he wouldn't have been covered in blood after getting hit on the head. I can't control it. Seemingly. Like. Did my strength evolve a little during the night of mutation? In my previous life, my legs were strengthened 2 months after the end of the world. He couldn't bear his hunger and went out to find food. When he was chased by zombies, he found that he was running very fast. It's quite good. If my legs evolve as usual in the future, and my arms evolve as well, I will be considered a master. At least it's not too stressful to deal with a few small zombies. Well, when there are a lot of zombies, the main thing is to escape. Seeing Qin Jin cleaning up on his own, Qin's mother came back to her senses from her shock and couldn't help but walk up to him and said, "Ah, Jin. Why are you so impulsive? Didn't you just kill someone? What should I do? Will I be caught when I get out?" Qin Jin looked at his panicked mother speechlessly, but his father was relatively calm. He told his wife not to let his imagination run wild and lectured her. "What are you talking about? Ah, Jin was acting in self-defense just now. Xiao Zhang was about to turn into a zombie. He was just trying to protect everyone." Qin's father's statement was echoed by many people. I don't know what the world will be like in the future, but what Qin Jin did just now is also good for everyone. Under the current circumstances, why bother offending the boss who theoretically has the highest position in this venue? Order was restored in the venue. Under Qin Jin's iron-blooded beating, no one dared to act recklessly. At the same time, everyone silently looked at the people around them, fearing that someone else was mutating again. Then you have to get away from it quickly, otherwise if you get bitten, you might end up like another Xiao Zhang. Qin Jin handled it and went to the security team to start brainwashing them. Instill in your mind that if you want to save the lives of everyone here, you must take a resolute attitude, otherwise the lives of your loved ones may be threatened. You can also see a steady stream of external information from your mobile phones and tablets. Without exception, they were all crying for help. The members of the team also began to understand that the situation had changed. If you still hesitate and dare not take action, you may not be able to wait for the rescue, and you and your loved ones may fall to the zombies first. Even if I am punished later, at least I am still alive. If I die now, everything will be gone. Seeing the team members' increasingly serious and sharp eyes, Qin Jin knew that his words worked. Then he walked to a corner of the venue and opened a cabinet that had been locked. Take out various machetes, crossbows, protective gear, etc. These weapons were not sharpened when they were bought, but he came back early during the Golden Week holiday and secretly sharpened some of them and hid them in this venue. The sharpening machine tools and other equipment had been purchased long ago. Be prepared to use as the situation requires. Now is the time. Crossbows, machetes, and protective gear were distributed to Qin's father, uncle, eldest uncle, Zhong Yu, Li Bowen, Zhang Tiankai, Chen Junqi and several other close relatives and team leaders. The other dozen or so security personnel and several company leaders including Wang Yang also changed into machetes and protective gear. Instant combat power +10, defense +10. Those who got the weapons thought that their nerves had become much stronger after the 2 zombie mutations, but they were still a little confused at this time. Qin Jin looked at the armed men and nodded with satisfaction. Then he seemed to have thought of something. He carried 2 sets of machetes and protective gear to his relatives and handed them over to his cousin and uncle. He said to his cousin, "You are a grown man now. You should learn to protect everyone. Take it and get familiar with it." Qin Jia, his cousin, felt like he had joined some special club. No. He just came to attend his cousin's company opening ceremony. How did it turn out like this? What kind of divine development is this? How did I become survival mode? End of this chapter. Mutation night. The time came to 11 o'clock in the evening. Fortunately, since Xiao Zhang's mother mutated into a zombie, no one has mutated since then. This made everyone and Qin Jin feel a little relieved. If more people mutate, no one knows if it will be their turn next. Qin Jin was also worried that his relatives might have mutated. Especially my grandmother who is in her 70s and is the oldest person here. Fortunately, I managed to hold on until after 11 o'clock. There were no more abnormalities in the venue. During this period, Qin Jin continued to do various ideological work for the security team, which he envisioned as the combat team in the future. Let them adapt to this new era as soon as possible. Xiaozhou was originally tied to a pillar. He became more and more ferocious and crazy, with such a desperate momentum that even a boxing champion would be scared. Qin Jin knew that this was because of the rising fog. The night of mutation is the starting point of the end of the world. Endless fog then arose, causing large-scale human mutations. After mutating into zombies, they will become extremely crazy, which is also the reason why the human mortality rate is so terrifying. In the absence of fog, the zombies' mobility and madness would be much weaker. If the zombies' combat power is 5 under normal circumstances, their combat power will at least increase by 15 in a virus fog environment. Or even more than that. All humans who survived the previous life knew that when the fog rose. Don't go out, hide. Only by hiding well can you survive. In foggy conditions, the world belongs to zombies. Fortunately, the lavender mist does not appear for long. It usually only lasts for 1 or a few days and occurs several times a year at irregular intervals. The survivors of the previous life called the rising purple mist the corpse fog sky. The implication is that the sky at that time belonged to zombies. Qin Jin clearly remembers the night of this mutation. The corpse fog will last for 2 full days and 2 nights. You must not go out during this period. Xiao Zhou, who had become a zombie, had been struggling frantically, and even the rope had cut into his flesh. Seeing this situation, the security team surrounded it again. Li Bowen communicated with Qin Jin, turned back to Xiao Zhou, picked up the machete, took a deep breath, and seemed to have made up his mind. Under the gazes of everyone, he slashed fiercely at Xiao Zhou's neck. Puff. Not surprisingly, with Li Bowen's certain foundation and good preparation, Xiao Zhou's head was chopped off neatly. There was no blood spurting out this time because Xiao Zhou died after mutating into a zombie. The heart stops beating and the blood stops flowing. Even if the head falls off, there will be no blood spurting out, but there will be a lot of black blood flowing out slowly. After the threat that had always existed in the venue was resolved, no one else dared to speak. Now the situation can be said to be completely under Qin Jin's control. No matter what others think, he just needs to do what he is supposed to do. Time slowly flows again. It was around 12 o'clock. Qin Jin knew it was almost time. According to various statements from previous lives, the mutation night happened before 10 or 11 o'clock, and most of the people who were supposed to mutate had basically mutated. The remaining survivors all carry antibodies in their bodies and will not mutate again in the corpse fog. He even deliberately asked people to stay there for more than an hour longer. He walked to the center of the field. Gather everyone. It means I have something to say to everyone. Maybe everyone already knows the situation. An unknown virus has broken out outside. Many people have mutated into zombies and are attacking the survivors, including some of us here. We have resolved the crisis temporarily. We were worried about the danger outside the company's meeting place before, but now it seems to be okay. I just checked the surveillance and found that the doors inside our factory are locked, so there are no zombies. It's late at night now, and it's no use staying here any longer. Everyone can leave now. I'm going to open the door and let everyone out of this venue. You can go back to your dormitories to rest and wait. I will arrange the rest. Of course I won't stop anyone who wants to leave the company now. You can leave the company under our supervision if you are not afraid of the zombies outside. Also, let me be frank here. This is my company and my hard work. I can give you a chance to stay here, but don't think about doing anything. Once I find out, you can think about the consequences yourself. After saying this, he walked towards the door of the venue without paying attention to everyone's reactions. Take the key from your pocket. Unlock the door and push open the door. Call. A cool breeze blew in. The October wind is already a little chilly. It also woke up everyone inside. Everyone left the venue with complicated expressions. They don't know what the future holds, and no one can tell them. Qin Jin, the only one who knew about it, wouldn't say much to them. Unless they are his relatives, you can still comfort them patiently. The security team had already made arrangements, and someone had to be on guard all night. There will be people keeping a close eye on the gate and surveillance cameras. People who return to the dormitory also need to pay attention. The entire factory area will be patrolled regularly to ensure that no one accidentally mutates without being noticed. Tonight is destined to be a sleepless night. Regardless of how chaotic the situation was outside, no one at Green Source Company could sleep. Not shivering alone. I am just worried about my relatives and friends outside. Or they make phone calls frantically. Many people in the venue have called relatives and friends outside before, but no one can get through and no one answers. Check online to see if the situation has improved, and whether there is any official team suppressing and clearing the zombies. It is a pity that no official media has released any news. It seems as if all the media have disappeared, leaving only a few people posting requests for help on various online platforms. The more you watch, the more desperate you become. There wasn't any good news. It's all disturbing information. There were calls for help, searching for people, cursing, analysis, everything, but no one saw the rescue team appear. No matter what other people do. After everyone left, Jean gathered his relatives and friends again. His relatives and friends were arranged in another dormitory that was not far from his house. A lot of considerations were taken into account when the base was built. The dormitories for ordinary employees were built separately, and the dormitories for their relatives and friends were built close to them. Then his own room became even more special, and currently only Jean's father and mother could enter. He comforted his relatives and friends again, asking them to be careful and have a good rest, and he would make arrangements for everyone tomorrow. The entire factory became quiet again. Except for the occasional security guards patrolling in groups of 3 or 4. Jean did not return to his room, but came to his office on the 5th floor. It's almost 2 o'clock. He planned to take a nap here as there were still many things to arrange and deal with tomorrow morning. This mutation night will last for 2 days, so you can't just sit and wait. Although I can't go out, there is still a lot of preparation work to do. The next day. 6:30 in the morning. The sky was just beginning to brighten. The lavender mist between the sky and the earth remained the same. It doesn't look thin at all. On the 5th floor of the office building of the Lvyuan factory. Jean had been awake for a while. I just finished a simple wash in the bathroom and feel refreshed. Then he called Zhong Yu and asked him to notify Jin's relatives and all security personnel except the necessary guards, as well as several company leaders. It's not even 7 o'clock. Except for some people who were maintaining security within the factory, all the people whose names he called were present in the large conference room in the office building. Fortunately, the conference room is large enough, and even if it's a little crowded, it can still accommodate 30 or 40 people. At this time, everyone can see each other's panda eyes. Obviously no one can sleep well after such a horrific and disruptive thing happened. Jean got straight to the point and said to the people who had not had a good rest. I called everyone here today to assign tasks to you. Aside from my family and friends, the others here are either people I have personally interviewed and gotten to know, or teammates I have fought with, so you are all people I can trust. Everyone knows what the situation is now. Compared to the zombies everywhere outside, it is not easy for us to have a safe environment in this factory. I hope everyone can maintain it well. Although I have arranged for the security team to patrol in 3 shifts, it is not enough to rely on them alone. I hope others can also contribute. As he spoke, he looked towards his relatives and said to them, Dad, Uncle, eldest uncle, aunt-in-law, I want you all to join the security team and be responsible for supervising and assisting in maintaining the safety of the factory. Mom, Auntie, Jean Lu, Sister Dandan, Cousin, Luo Dandan, Siling, Cousin, Jean Siling, you are temporarily responsible for maintaining order in the company cafeteria. There is still some food in the factory, enough for us to eat for a while, but it will run out one day, so we need to make rules. We have to consume a fixed amount of food every day, and everyone must follow the rules, otherwise we will all die. For the person who makes us die, we can only send him, her out. Everyone knows. Going out now is seeking death. Jean continued. The factory gate can only be opened with my permission. Even if someone outside calls for help or indicates that rescue is coming, it cannot be opened. Let's not talk about whether this person is infected or not. He may be posing as a rescuer with bad intentions. Just one more mouth means more people to feed, and we have to share everyone's rations. So without my consent, you are absolutely not allowed to open the door. This is to establish prestige and declare the base's right to speak, and any normal person can understand it. Jean continued to make arrangements. Finally, we will continue to strengthen the factory, enhance our defense capabilities, eliminate all unstable factors, and create a place where we can survive. I hope everyone can work together. Next is his more detailed arrangements for each person. Everyone thought that he had spent the entire night thinking about the arrangements, but no one guessed that he had already planned these arrangements months ago. As long as we have food and weapons in our hands, others will not dare to act recklessly. Most of the other people who didn't come are relatives of the current security team members. Except for a small number of employees, most of them can be said to be our own people. Everyone is quite convinced of Qin Jin. The main reason is that he is the person with the highest status here, and his performance at the venue last night was speechless. Soon everyone dispersed and went about their business. In particular, several managers need to arrange their former subordinates so that they can understand the current situation of the base. The entire base quickly took action. End of this chapter. Make arrangements with relatives and base managers. The security team members and Zhong Yu were kept by him. Now Zhong Yu is basically a member of the security team. Except for the 5-member team of Zhang Tiankai's group who were on duty, all the other groups were present. He had other arrangements for these people. Without further ado, Qin Jin took them directly to a parking garage inside the factory. This garage is quite large, and there are several off-road vehicles and heavy trucks parked in it. Qin Jin glanced at the vehicles, then turned to Li Bowen and the others and said, "Go and move the gas welding equipment over here. There are also some steel plates and wire mesh in the warehouse. Move some of them over here. We need to modify these cars. The food in the factory right now is definitely not enough, and the weapons are not enough either. This fog will dissipate sooner or later, and we must go out to search for supplies later. You will be the first group of people to go out with me. So please be prepared and reinforce the vehicle. The stronger it is, the safer we will be. I hope you will not just deal with it half-heartedly. Bowen, you will be the combat personnel in the factory in the future, but the current scale is not enough. I require you to select some more people from the remaining personnel to supplement. I require that the combat team members must be more than 20 people. From now on, some of you will stay at the base with my father and the others to maintain safety, and the others will go with us to search for supplies. Just say it's my order. If you're willing to join, that's great. If you don't want to join, just do the construction in the base." I talked to the team members about it, and seeing that no one had any objections, I started working. Li Bowen also went to ask for people from his former company leader. Qin Jin has more than 10 family members, and the combat team members and their families total more than 20 people. If you remove Zhong Yu's family, Wang Yang, and several company leaders and their families, there are only about 30 or 40 remaining employees and their families. After removing some older and younger family members, we need to select some people from these 50 or 60 people to supplement the combat team. After Qin Jin gave the instructions, he took the lead in modifying the vehicle. There is still a lot to do in the next 2 days before the fog clears, so we must hurry up and do it. When we were recruiting people, we specifically looked for people who knew how to repair machinery to join the security team, and they can be used now. In addition, Qin Jin had already learned and understood it, and people who know the business can do it very quickly. One morning, all the windows of the 2 off-road vehicles and 2 heavy trucks were covered with wire mesh. An openable steel mesh has also been added to the front windshield, and thick corner bumpers and guardrails have been welded to the front and rear of the car, designed by someone in advance, and protective coverings have also been welded around the tires. As soon as you take a look at this car, you'll instantly get a ferocious cyberpunk vibe. Some members of the combat team had their eyes sparkling after watching it. Who hasn't watched a movie in peacetime? This is a man's romance. Most of the work was done in this morning, and we expect to be able to complete the rest of the protection in the car with some effort in the afternoon. After some more testing and inspection, you can drive it out for fun. At the same time, some mutated livestock need to be disposed of. The probability of animal mutation is much lower than that of humans, only less than half. But the mutant also infected some of the nearby bite wounds, so now only a small half is left. Fortunately, it is divided into many grid areas for separate management, otherwise there would be no one left. Living poultry and livestock need to be raised well, and once they reproduce in large numbers they can also be a source of food. At least feed for livestock is easier to obtain than food for humans. Lunchtime. Everyone at the base is gathered in the company cafeteria. Everyone has been notified in the morning and will have all their meals here in the future. The original venue had asked someone to dispose of the body last night and the venue was also cleaned up. But after all, it's better to go back to the canteen for dinner. The meals were relatively simple, with 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes plus a soup for everyone. There was enough rice, including for Qin Jin, who did not ask for any special treatment. At least not yet. The end of the world has just begun. There is no need to starve people of food all of a sudden. That would have the opposite effect. Xiao is like this. Most people find the food tasteless. We were enjoying delicious food and fish last night, but the world changed completely overnight. The gap is too big. This morning we all knew that the Green Source Base had issued some rules, and we also heard that they were organizing people to go out and search for supplies. Many people trembled in their hearts when they heard this. With so many crazy zombies outside, how could it be safe to stay in the base? In the end, only 6 people were willing to join the combat team. On the one hand, those who did not go were indeed frightened by the outside world, and on the other hand, many were hoping for the best, hoping that the authorities had not collapsed and that a full-fledged rescue team would appear soon. It's too dangerous to go out now, so it's better to stay in the base first. The boss doesn't seem to be able to do anything to them anyway. You can't just throw them out to feed the zombies, right? Among the 6 people who joined the combat team, there was actually a woman, which made people look at her in a different light. As Qin Jin expected. Currently, joining the combat team does not necessarily mean that you will be arranged to leave the base. You may also be arranged to do some defense work at the base. But he won't say it. Now is the first round of screening. In the future, people in the base will definitely be divided into core personnel and ordinary personnel, and will go through rounds of testing and screening. Needless to say, the former combat team members must be made to adapt to the new era as quickly as possible. He will be able to feel more relaxed when they have the ability to go out and search for supplies independently. What the hell is this? I've never eaten such a disgusting meal before. Even if you want to save money, you don't have to be so stingy. Maybe the situation outside will calm down soon. Just as everyone was eating in silence, a woman in the crowd spoke up. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and found out it was Li Yan, Xiao Zhou's girlfriend from last night. She seemed to notice that everyone was looking at her, but no one agreed with her, which made her feel a little embarrassed. There was nothing to say for the moment, so he just lowered his head and muttered to the food so no one could hear him. Speaking of which, Li Yan has a good appearance. She is in her 20s, about 1.6 meters tall, with a curvy figure and fashionable clothes. The face was originally 5 points, but after makeup and dressing up, it is 7 points. No wonder she can charm so many men including Xiao Zhou. She has never suffered any hardship since she entered society. She has been immersed in the sweet words of bootlickers for many years and has long regarded herself as a goddess. Qin Jin glanced at him coldly, then continued eating without saying a word. He doesn't have time to deal with these people now. If they dare to do anything out of line in the future, he will tell them whose place this is. After lunch was finished in silence, Qin Jin stood up and spoke to everyone. Everyone should know this morning that we have added some new rules. These are all set up to keep us alive. If you have different opinions or better suggestions, I welcome someone to bring them up and we can correct them together, because our ultimate goal is to create a safe environment. Our food supply is not unlimited, and our weapons may not be able to withstand the zombies' attacks, so we need to find opportunities to replenish our food and strengthen our defenses. We are not leaving right away. We will at least wait until it is safer before considering it. So we hope more people will join us and contribute to the factory. If you have considered it later, you are still welcome to come in. After saying that, he looked around, picked up the plate, put it in the designated place, and then left. Afternoon. Continue to modify the vehicle in full swing. Weapon modifications have also been added. Make the machete longer, or put on some sheaths to make it easier to use. Some adjustments have also been made to the shield to make it more defensive and flexible. There are also special instructions for the protective gear that each person wears. It can be said that if they only encounter a small number of zombies, as long as they don't seek death, Qin Jin is confident that he can lead them back and forth without any injuries. During this time, he saw that the modification work was almost done, so he took out a few drones and tied special talking balls, previously customized, to them, and taught the combat team members how to use them and the tactical arrangements. Zhang Tiankai and the others were all stunned. The boss looks very professional. Qin Jin simply evaded the question. He said that he liked playing with drones and was also a fan of apocalypse survival, so it was normal for him to have some special toys. It's irrefutable. The day passed quickly. During this period, we could occasionally see crazy zombies wandering outside from the surveillance. The surrounding area was an industrial area. There were also some other factories, and perhaps some survivors, but unfortunately no one could help anyone. The 5-meter-high wall of the green source base is still reliable for the time being. The mutation has just begun. Unlike the later period when the number of survivors decreased, the zombies began to gather and formed zombie tides of various sizes. The day passed in this way without any danger. After eating the big pot meal in the evening, everyone returned to their respective residences to rest. Qin Jin returned to his room tonight. Although he had taken a short nap last night, he was still in good spirits. But it has been a busy day today, dealing with and arranging various things, and I feel a little tired. The base has now achieved a new preliminary order, and the next step is to continue to consolidate and strengthen its strength. In the evening he did take out his cell phone and browse the internet. This indispensable product of the information civilization era will disappear in the next few days. If conditions permit, we can build a local area network at the base in the future. He thought to himself. The scene on the internet is still suffocating. More and more media have begun to lose connection, perhaps because the server has been damaged or it has collapsed due to lack of maintenance. There are fewer and fewer platforms left for survivors to cry out for help. The platforms that still exist are also filled with despair, and are basically all about cries for help and the spread of negative energy. The more you watch, the more hopeless you feel. Qin Jin looked through some of the existing media platforms and sighed helplessly. Although he is a reborn being, he is not a savior. There is no extra power except saving yourself. It's not like he hasn't thought about spreading some information on the internet about how to resist mutant night, but how many people would believe it? The logic still comes back to finding the official result. Treating the symptoms but not the root cause. Even if you survive temporarily, facing the end of the world in the future, it is better to end the pain early without any preparation. After reading the media news, he turned to some group chats. Survivors in some groups had sent a lot of messages, but the number of messages gradually decreased later. Suddenly, he saw a group of doomsday enthusiasts who joined to study before. He had learned a lot of useful knowledge and borrowed ideas from the group before, and he was also quite familiar with some people in the group. At this time, there were still a few survivors talking in the group, basically sharing their own situations. After watching for a while, he sent a message in the group. Forward, the end of the world is coming. I suggest that everyone store water and charge the batteries of mobile phones, if you have them, before the water and electricity are cut off. Make a plan for eating food, reinforce the doors and windows, and don't go out yet. Wait until the fog disappears and the zombies become weaker before considering going out. There will probably be no rescue. I suggest that everyone find a better hiding place if possible. The days ahead may be more difficult. Once the zombies eat all the survivors outside, it will be more dangerous to stay in the city. Qianjin is Qin Jin's online name, which he has been using for a long time, and it is also used as a nickname on many platforms. Soon, a survivor responded in the group. Skywalker, Qianjin is right. I suggest that everyone should store water and electricity as soon as possible. If the situation worsens and rescue is delayed, you will be trapped at home. You can survive for many days without food, but you will die of thirst after 2 or 3 days without water. But what is the basis for Qianjin's statement that the zombies will become weaker when the fog disappears, and the issue of changing hiding places? Can you explain it in more detail? Qin Jin remembered that Skywalker was the group leader of this group, but he didn't expect that he was still there. He thought about it and continued speaking in the group. Forward, this is also my guess. After watching so many zombie-related movies and TV shows, I found that there are certain patterns in mutations. Either it is a man-made biochemical virus, an alien virus, or a mutation on the blue planet. It seems that there is fog all over the world as seen on the internet. I think we can rule out the possibility of man-made origin. Forward, then there is the plot speculation. The zombies nowadays are too crazy, several times stronger than those in the movies. According to this level of exercise, the consumption of body cells will also be very large, which is not reasonable. So I think the zombies will have strong periods and weak periods. If it continues to develop like this, the people outside will be eaten up, and there will be no one to share the firepower to attract the zombies. Won't the zombies search for the survivors who are hiding? I am just speculating, you can refer to it. Skywalker, I think you have a point. Me Rabbit, I agree. Tank, awesome. After reading what Boss Tianjin said, my family has started storing water and electricity. Woodenman, great. If you have any more useful information, I will take notes and study it. There were still quite a few survivors in the group of nearly 500 people, and many people who saw it were asking Qin Jin for more information. But he was no longer interested in chatting and was going to bed early as he had a lot of things to do tomorrow. What he didn't know was this, me too, in the group. Her real name is Li Kai. End of this chapter. The next day. The sun still rose and the fog remained, indicating that the danger had not decreased. After breakfast at around 7 o'clock at the Green Source Base, everyone went about their work. The combatants had to test and inspect vehicles, modify and familiarize themselves with weapons, tank fuel for standby use, and coordinate tactical designs. After a day of running in, they had a general look. The dozen or so security guards who already existed were fine. After all, they had been working for a few months and were familiar with the job and had a certain foundation. The few people who joined yesterday were much more unfamiliar with the situation and could only learn from the seniors in order to increase their chances of survival. As for the remaining people, Qin Jin also made arrangements for them yesterday. The base will not keep useless people who eat for free. Except for the people who cook and maintain the safety of the base, most of the other people were arranged to repair the wall, led by 3 former company managers, Wang Yang, Tang Jinming, former sales manager, and Zhao Ling, former human resources manager. Even if someone has objections, they have to swallow their anger because of the boss's reputation and recent brutal actions. Just like that, the white-collar workers who used to work in offices in a glamorous way turned into migrant workers carrying bricks after 2 days. There was a huge gap. When recruiting, Qin Jin specifically asked several people who had worked in engineering projects to join the company. Now he could just guide these people. In addition, there were a lot of building materials left over from the construction of the base, and some were also prepared when stockpiling supplies, which could temporarily meet the needs of the wall construction. His goal was to raise the original 5-meter-high and 1-meter-thick wall to more than 10 meters as soon as possible, and to widen the thickness to 1.5 meters or even 2 meters. Construction may be slow at first due to the workers' lack of familiarity and insufficient building materials, but the population of the base will surely continue to increase in the future, and it will be repaired sooner or later. His goal does not stop there. The final wall must be at least 25 meters high and 3 meters thick. That is to say, it should be close to the height of a 10-story commercial building so that you will feel a little safer. Let's take it step by step. Now that the end of the world has just begun, many people are unable to adapt. Only after experiencing danger will they know what will give them a sense of security and do things from the bottom of their hearts. By the afternoon, the fog had thinned visibly. Qin Jin knew that the fog was about to dissipate. It had lasted for about 2 days in his previous life, and it remained the same this time, which meant that his foresight advantage was still there. In the past 2 days, he confirmed that his strength had indeed been strengthened. Originally, his single arm strength was about 50 kilograms, which was average arm strength for an adult male. Since I noticed something unusual the night before, I tested my arm strength yesterday and it reached 70 kilograms. Tested again today and reached 80 kilograms. In just 2 days, the growth rate has increased by 60%. Although the growth rate seems to have slowed down, it still seems to be growing, and he is looking forward to what extent it will eventually reach. You should know that the world record is about 120 kilograms with one arm and 500 kilograms with both hands. It is said that the arm strength mutant in the previous life had a single arm strength of only about 280 kilograms, and could lift about 1,200 kilograms with both arms. He plans to put some fitness equipment at home and in the office, because the more you exercise your abilities, the stronger they will become. In his previous life, he was able to run 100 meters in 7 or 8 seconds even though he was malnourished. If he ate well and exercised this time, he might be able to quickly surpass his previous life. Even if the survivor's mutations never reach the level of splitting mountains, splitting rocks, and cutting off rivers in novels, and are even far from the evolved zombies of the later period, as long as they run faster and have greater strength, it is always good and can increase the survival rate. It was around 5 or 6 in the afternoon. The fog has dissipated by 90%. It seemed that they would completely disappear in a short while, and the zombies occasionally passing by outside could obviously feel themselves becoming depressed. The original swift and crazy movement disappeared, and it turned into a slow jog. Qin Jin knew that the fog was about to pass and it was time to start his plan. After dinner in the evening, he gathered the team leaders of the combat team, the base management, and his parents Zhong Yu and other close relatives in his office. He said that they would go out to search for supplies tomorrow, and all the people present would be divided into 2 teams. A combat team of 20 people would follow him out, and the other defense team of about 10 people would stay at the base under the management of Qin's father, uncle, and others. Together with other employees who are assigned to the base, there are more than 20 people left behind. Qin's father, uncle, and aunt all have crossbows on hand, so they should be able to handle the situation as long as there is no major problem. If anyone dares to cause trouble while they are out, we must not show mercy. Compared with Qin's mother's worries about his son going out, Qin's father was much more open-minded. He quickly changed his mind in the past 2 days and realized that if he wanted his group of people to live longer, going out was inevitable. Qin Jin called out the people who stayed behind and only kept the team members who would go out with him tomorrow. Except for a few team leaders who stayed behind to assist their father in guarding the base, the rest of the team members, including Li Bowen, Chen Junqi, Lu Wenhao, etc., will go with them. Lu Wenhao was promoted to temporary team leader, and as long as he performs well in the future, he will have the opportunity to become a regular member. Zhong Yu would also go with them. His parents already knew Qin's father and mother, so he quickly integrated into Qin Jin's group of relatives and became a close faction of Qin Jin. It is worth mentioning that Zhong Yu's younger brother Zhong Ming also asked to join the combat team. Zhong Ming liked to play with Qin Jin when he was a child. When he grew up, he occasionally followed his brother to play with Qin Jin, so he was not unfamiliar with him. After seeing Qin Jin's decisive and ruthless methods a few days ago, he already had a sense of admiration for the strong, so he decisively asked to join the combat team and wanted to go out and contribute. Qin Jin did not refuse, he was even happy about it. In the last days, there would be no useless people. Everyone had to work hard to climb up to survive, and those who lay down could just wait to die. At night they checked all the tactics, emergency response, how to rescue, how to escape and other details several times, striving to get out safely and come back safely. It was not until nearly 10 o'clock that everyone dispersed and went back to rest. Qin Jin still stayed in his office. He took out a tablet and checked again the several places he was going to sweep tomorrow. I made sure that the offline map and the route were all right, planned the route, and didn't get ready to go to bed until 11 o'clock when I sat on the big sofa in the office. Tomorrow's battle is very critical and is an indispensable part of the rapid development of the base in the future, so he can only succeed and not fail. October 13th. 6:30 a.m. The sky is slowly getting brighter, and the night is slowly waking up as all things are breaking out of their slumber. Green Source Base. All the combat team members got up at 6 o'clock and gathered at the vehicle warehouse. They checked again all the items that were going to be taken out and confirmed that they were correct. Everyone also brought all the protective gear and weapons they were supposed to wear, and lined up in front of the base boss waiting for the next instruction. Qin Jin, who was standing in front of the combat team members, was also well prepared. He glanced at the team he had assembled. They will be an important force for the rise of the base. With a serious look, he spoke directly. We are about to face a new era outside. There may be many difficulties, man-eating zombies, and various unknown challenges. But will we be afraid? We are not afraid. Because there are other people here who need our protection and are waiting for us to come back. If the zombies dare to stop us, we will crush their heads. If the enemy dares to hurt us, we will cut off his limbs. Remember, we are not heroes, we are a group of evil spirits fighting to survive. An evil ghost who tears everything apart just to live longer. The members of the combat team were all excited after hearing this. Before, they just followed orders and had not thought about what the future would be like. Most of them just lived one day at a time. Now, after listening to my boss brainwashing, I suddenly understand a little bit. Yes. In the past, I worked just to live for my family and myself. Now I have changed my way, also to live for my relatives and friends and myself, but it is more direct and rough. Human beings have evolved from primitive people by stepping on the corpses of other creatures. Only after they became the rulers of the blue planet did they hide their wildness. They did not abandon it. Once stimulated, they will swarm out. The warlike factors hidden in the team members' blood seemed to be activated. They felt that the fear of facing the outside world that had been lingering before was greatly reduced. They couldn't wait to chop down a zombie with a single knife. Seeing that everyone was in a good mood, Jean nodded with satisfaction and shouted loudly, "Get in the car." Tap tap tap. The team members quickly got into their previously arranged vehicles, a total of 5 modified vehicles, 2 off-road vehicles, 2 heavy trucks, and 1 truck. An additional one was modified yesterday. Jean sat in the co-pilot seat of the front SUV, talked with the team leaders in each other car through the intercom to confirm that everything was correct, and slowly drove to the gate. I used the intercom again to ask the person on duty at the gate to confirm that it was safe outside before opening the door. The gatekeeper confirmed that there were no zombies outside, and the gate that had been closed for several days finally opened slowly again. Jin's lead car drove out without hesitation, and the vehicles behind quickly followed. The convoy quickly disappeared from the sight of the remaining personnel. At this moment, a ray of sunlight happened to shine, without any obstruction from the fog, and it sprinkled on the slowly closing door. It's a sunny day. End of this chapter. Early morning. The sunlight sprinkled on the earth, dyeing the ground a golden color. The plants that had not seen the sun for 2 days began to spread out their bodies and greedily absorb the energy from the great star. Compared to the insensitivity of plants, most other life forms have suffered unimaginable disasters in the past 2 days. The roads were littered with randomly parked cars, many buildings were in ruins, and occasionally there were puddles of black and red blood on the roadside, indicating that something terrible had happened here. At this time, a convoy of cars drove up the road, and the wind blew up some plastic bags and papers, which fluttered in the wind. In front of this team of cars were 2 modified and reinforced off-road vehicles, followed by 2 heavy trucks and a truck, which also had ferocious outer armor. It was Jean and others who came from the Green Source base. At this time, they had just driven not far away from the base and appeared on a nearby national highway. They had not encountered any danger for the time being. Jin's destination for today's trip is very clear, which is all the police stations closest to the base. He needs to obtain hot weapons at the beginning of the apocalypse so that he can continue to control the base and have the capital to grow and develop. The level of human evolution in the future will be very low. There is no need to think that others will bow down to you just by raising your arms and calling on others with your own strength. Everything still needs to be decided with hot weapons. Otherwise, everything is just an illusion. While driving on the road, everyone was on high alert, guarding against possible dangers at any time. The nearest police station that Jean and his team are going to is only a dozen kilometers away from the base, which would take no more than half an hour in peacetime. It's hard to say what the time is now. The convoy speed was not very fast, only 50 to 70 miles per hour. Occasionally there are some debris and abandoned vehicles blocking the main road. Cars need to avoid them and detour. If this is not possible, they need to slow down and use ramming to push them away. Team members occasionally see bones that have been eaten clean on the roadside. Those soul-stirring tragic scenes are subtly changing their worldview. Jean was accustomed to this, he had seen it too much in his previous life. Suddenly, the driver of the lead car said to Jean, "Boss Jean, there are zombies ahead." Jean shifted his attention to the front of the car, and sure enough, he saw a figure standing in front of the road in the distance. This person was dressed in tattered clothes and covered in blood. If you looked closely, you could see that his left arm was broken at the elbow. He was still standing quietly in the middle of the road. He was obviously a zombie. It seemed that the sound of the vehicle attracted it, and it began to run slowly towards the direction of the convoy. Jean only thought for 2 seconds before ordering the driver beside him, step on the accelerator and crash into it. Okay, boss. Boom. The off-road vehicle in the front suddenly accelerated, broke away from the cars behind it, and rushed towards the zombies in front. Clang. The lonely zombie was like a kicked building block, breaking into pieces, and its remaining limbs flew forward, drawing arcs, and fell down after flying for dozens of meters. Jin's car also stopped, and someone got out to check the anti-collision steel beam installed in the front. There is a very slight deformation, but it does not affect the continued use. It seems that the modification is quite effective. The car then continued to move forward. The blood that just splashed onto the front windshield. The driver pressed the windshield washer button, and the wipers tried several times to clear a clean area that no longer affected the driving vision. The front of the car was covered in blood, making it look even more hideous. No conversation along the way. It took us nearly 40 minutes to get to a place that the navigation said could be reached in 24 minutes. There were occasional zombies on the road, and we tried to avoid them if we could, but if we couldn't, we would just run over them. After arriving near the destination, Jean asked the convoy to stop through the intercom. The car leading the way was already covered with blood plasma, and even the anti-collision steel beam was severely deformed, which showed that there were many zombies on the road. This is the aftermath of the corpse fog, and the zombies still retain a certain degree of madness. The destination is a police station in a county town, and Mentong town is also within its jurisdiction. Now the gate is open, and many police cars are parked around the door in a haphazard manner. Some of the cars have obviously been burned, and only the skeletons are left emitting black smoke. Several zombies with incomplete limbs are crawling slowly. It is possible that the original people did not mutate during the mutation night, but were later caught and bitten by other zombies and turned into zombies. Now, due to mobility problems, I have not yet found a cool place to stay. In the apocalypse, many zombies with mutilated limbs or covered in wounds were not mutated at first, but were later caught and killed by other zombies. Those with intact limbs were often the first batch of mutants. Some unlucky people were pounced on by zombies and had their necks or brains damaged, losing the chance to mutate. Others were eaten by zombies and turned into bones before they had time to mutate. Zombies like shade, and when the sun comes out during the day, they often look for a nearby shade to stay in. They will only come out when they encounter something exciting. They cannot wander around at night, so human survivors usually choose to take action during the day and try not to go out at night. The convoy did not drive directly to the police station, but chose to stop at the street corner a few dozen meters away. It is impossible to win by force, only by outsmarting others can the losses be minimized. Jean observed the surroundings for a while. It was quiet and there were no moving zombies. There were low buildings all around and the view was relatively wide. Theoretically, the hiding zombies were in these buildings. He then started the drone he was carrying, which took off and flew towards the police station. It hovered 3 meters in front of the police station gate. After confirming that they were in the right position, he pressed another button, and the sound ball under the drone immediately sang a familiar song. "You are my little apple, I can never love you enough." The sound ball was specially customized by Jean. Both the high and low notes have been carefully crafted. It has strong penetrating power and can be transmitted to faraway places. A moment. There was a commotion, as if some giant monsters were woken up all around. Roars came from all the buildings, and even the sound of the sound ball could not suppress them. Soon, zombies rushed out from various buildings and ran towards the drone. In just 10 seconds, there were nearly 100 zombies in sight. Except for Jean, who was still relatively calm, the other members of the combat team were a little nervous. It was the first time for them to be so close to so many zombies, and some even ran past their car. Less than 1 meter apart. The zombies under the drone accumulated more and more, so Jean raised the altitude to 5 meters. The police station he focused on had zombies rushing out continuously. The zombies continued to reach out to the drone, and within a few minutes they were stacked up to 3 meters high. The zombies running behind stepped on the friendly soldiers in front to move up, but were stepped on again by the zombies behind them. Over and over again, the zombies piled up higher and higher like an ant ball. It was only then that the combat team members began to understand why the boss was not satisfied with the 5-meter high wall of the base. That's because zombies can really climb that high. There are no weird zombie movies and games like World War Z and Left 4 Dead in this world, most of them are standard Resident Evil movies. Compared to the shock of others, Jean was not surprised. This kind of situation happened many times in my previous life when I was fighting zombies. He continued to operate the drone, occasionally moving it left and right, causing the tower of corpses to change direction as well. The unstable center of gravity caused the zombies to be shaken down one by one, so as to prevent the tower of corpses from piling up too high and affecting his ability to attract the zombies out of the police station. The drone continued to fly for nearly 10 minutes. The number of zombies coming out of the police station was getting smaller and smaller, until 2 minutes ago when there were no more zombies coming out. He knew it was about time. Then he handed the drone to Zhongyu, another person in the car who could operate it, and asked him to control the drone to lead the group of zombies away. He had demonstrated all of this to Zhongyu at the base yesterday. It was not difficult to operate. He just had to pay attention to the speed of the drone and not let the zombies fall behind. After a while, the swarm of zombies was led by the drone to a place 1 kilometer away. Jean asked a team member to protect Zhongyu and continue to lead the group of zombies away, and to report the situation at any time with a walkie-talkie. Then he ordered the rest of the team to drive the car to the police station entrance, and all of them got out of the car and immediately deployed a team. He left 2 people to watch the car and observe the situation around the entrance, and he took the lead and sneaked into the police station. As soon as he stepped through the door, a strong smell of rust rushed into his nose, and he knew it was the smell of blood. I thought to myself that this place must have experienced a fierce battle. Bullet holes could still be seen occasionally on the walls, the office lobby was in a mess, various file chairs were scattered around, the glass of the reception window was shattered all over the floor, and blood stains that had not yet completely dried could be seen on the remaining glass. There were no zombies or dead bodies anywhere in sight. It seems that all the zombies have been attracted out. He breathed a sigh of relief, then whispered to the team members following behind him. We are divided into 3 teams here, searching different areas respectively. Guns are usually kept in the weapons storehouse, which should be on the 3rd floor. I will lead the team here, and the other 2 teams will search other places and bring back all the weapons and supplies they find. The zombies should have been lured out, but we are not sure if there are any left behind. If you want to go back safely, be extra careful. He quickly whispered to the team members, then stopped talking nonsense, pressed his right hand forward, and finally said, "Action." He quickly lowered his body, aimed the crossbow forward, and walked silently towards the stairs with every step as if it had been calculated. The members of his team imitated his moves one by one, and followed him with shields and machetes in hand. High strength. He is 36 years old, with dark skin, a square face, thin lips, and is about 1.7 meters tall. His appearance is as ordinary as it can be. He was originally a fishmonger in the Mentong Town Farmers Market. On the morning of October 10th, he had an argument with the market manager, which led to a fight in which he punched the other person's eye and caused it to bleed. He was then detained by the police who came over. After being interrogated, he was thrown into a detention center. While he was still feeling remorseful for beating someone and wondering how much money he would have to pay to resolve the matter, the disaster struck at night. Fortunately, he was the only one being held in a temporary cell, so he witnessed with his own eyes how the other detainees in the adjacent room mutated into zombies one after another, madly biting and eating the people around them. Later, even the police officer who was guarding them mutated and chased after the police officer who had not yet mutated. Dead, almost everyone died. He just felt like he was crazy because he couldn't believe it was real. As time went on, he realized that it was not him who was crazy, but that it was really the others who were crazy and all died. Many people who were bitten turned into new zombies one after another. A detainee whose neck was bitten off was eaten up by a large group of zombies in another cell a few meters away from him. The blood splattered even on him. Xiao usually made a living by killing fish and was used to being a fish butcher, but he was frightened by this scene and his scalp was tingling and his whole body was cold. He just thought that it was because he killed too many lives in his daily life that he went to hell and was being punished like this. After his roommate next to him was eaten, the zombies did not disperse. They continued to surround his cell, reaching out to grab him and roaring, obviously still wanting to eat him. Before the end of the world, he once despised the iron fence that blocked his freedom. Now he only wants to strengthen it with his mind, strengthen it, and strengthen it again. So strong that the zombies can't destroy it. He had never thought about what despair felt like, but now he had a taste of it. Faced with those covered in blood, with hideous faces, some with broken limbs, he felt as if he was surrounded by a group of evil spirits. He wished he could dig through the concrete floor and hide there, which was better than being stared at by the evil spirits. And his younger sister and brother are out there. I wonder how they are doing. Have zombies also broken out outside? Have they found a safe place? The more I think about it, the more I feel my soul falling into hell. Perhaps it was his strengthened will that took effect. The iron fence had been able to resist the invasion of the zombies and kept them several meters away from Gao Chang. It wasn't until 2 days later when the fog dissipated that the zombies stopped being crazy and their aggressiveness greatly decreased. Many zombies don't have a keen sense of smell or are attracted by other sounds, so there are fewer zombies surrounding him, and only a few stubborn ones are still holding on. His mind finally relaxed from its highly tense state, and at that moment he felt as tired as if he had masturbated 10 times in one night. After not having any rest for 2 days and 2 nights, he was on the verge of collapse. Gao Chang was in a daze and didn't know how long it had been, when suddenly a classic song woke him up. The remaining zombies that were originally surrounding him were also attracted by the singing and walked away, leaving him alone in the entire space. He was shocked. It was like a whole dose of adrenaline was suddenly injected into the artery, and a long-awaited thought flashed through my mind: rescue is coming. But another strange thought flashed through my mind: why does this rescue team seem a bit unserious? End of this chapter. The perspective returns to Qin Jin. The 3rd floor of the police station. Qin Jin led his team members carefully along the way and fortunately did not encounter any danger. After 2 days of fog, it was clear there were no survivors. The zombies seemed to have been attracted away by what happened just now. I didn't encounter any zombies along the way and successfully arrived at the 3rd floor of the police station. According to the information he collected before the end of the world, most police stations on Blue Planet would store guns and ammunition on higher floors. The lower floors are generally used to detain prisoners and receive the public, and the 2nd floor is where some police offices and meeting rooms are located. Of course, this is just a small police station. Some large police stations also have shooting ranges, small prisons, training grounds, etc. This was the first target he came to today, and it was also planned by him. He had come here to scout the area before the end of the world. He thinks this is normal. I've been reborn, but I can't even plan for something as trivial as this. Everyone knows that we need to find guns in the end times, so isn't it a simple matter to find a place to go in advance? He remembered that when he entered the police station, the security guard was very kind and the receptionist was also very enthusiastic. Although I didn't see the gun and ammunition warehouse at that time, through terrain and building simulation, personnel position simulation, and online money consultation, it is easy to figure out where the weapons warehouse is roughly. Don't do basic exercises. Coming to the 3rd floor, there is a long corridor. Looking around, there are many rooms, most of the doors are open, and a small number of doors are closed. I don't know whether they are locked or not. The combat team members followed Qin Jin slowly forward, carefully checking the rooms one by one. You can get the result at a glance, and skip to the next one if it is not the target. I walked through most of the room but still couldn't find the target. Qin Jin kicked open all the locked doors. It was just a simple room that no one had locked. Everyone couldn't help but feel a little anxious, as the first start seemed to be a bit off. Suddenly, Qin Jin's attention was attracted by a room he had just walked into. The room was still in a mess, with bloodstains and overturned documents everywhere. There was a large pool of blood on the ground, as if someone had drained the blood from their body here, staining a large area. His eyes were fixed on a pile of tattered clothes in the corner of the blood stain. After confirming that there was no danger in the room, he walked over quickly. Use a crossbow to lift up the clothes and find a pistol that is mostly covered. Just now he saw the part that looked like the butt of a gun. Finally found one. Qin Jin didn't mind the blood stains on the pistol. He picked up the clothes on the ground and simply wiped the clean part of the pistol. He confirmed that it was a common Type 64 and there were still 3 bullets in it. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly and his eyebrows relaxed. Finally, It's a good start. The owner of this gun might have been fighting against zombies when he was alive, but he was knocked down before he had used up all his bullets and had no chance to fire again. He ordered the team members to continue searching in the room. Sure enough, I found another magazine under the table, with 7 bullets in it. He unceremoniously hung the gun on his waist, walked out of the room and continued searching other places, motioning for the team members to follow him. None of the team members said anything. Isn't it natural for the boss to take the gun that he found first? Lee Bowen's team was also searching on the first floor. There are relatively fewer rooms on the first floor. In addition to the reception hall, there is a dining hall and some detention rooms for temporary detention of suspects at the back. Fortunately, when Lee Bowen's team searched an interrogation room, they found the deceased's pistol in the same way as Chin Jin did. Including the spare magazine, there are a total of 17 rounds. It was taken away by Lee Bowen first. They have all served in the military and are familiar with pistols and can use them right away. But if it is not necessary, try not to use a pistol. After all, the noise is too loud and it would be bad to cause trouble. Speaking of Lee Bowen. After he got the pistol, he did not have the idea of taking people out to set up his own business, or looking for an opportunity to kill Chin Jin and establish himself as king. It's not that he is stupid, on the contrary he is very self-aware. He knew that Chin Jin had recently been strengthening his control over the base, and had even arranged for their relatives and friends to stay in the base while taking these people out to work for him. He thinks this is normal. Ever since Chin Jin approached them and gave them jobs a few months ago, he has been intentionally distinguishing between superiors and subordinates. Although the previous comradeship is still there, it is no longer pure. He also talked privately with Zhang Tiankai, Chen Junqi, and Lu Wenhao, and they all felt that Chin Jin was a man who could do great things. In the past few months, Chin Jin has given people the impression that he is decisive and efficient, and he handles all the matters he is ordered to handle well. There was also the evil aura that appeared from time to time. He was not sure if it could be called evil aura, but it made people feel their hair stand on end and their bones stand on end. When they are occasionally rude to others, their cold eyes seem to be looking at others like a corpse, and they think that is the aura of a superior. They all felt that as long as Mr. Chin didn't break the law and get caught, he would achieve great things sooner or later. Although I don't know what my former comrades have gone through to become like this, they still have so much money to start a company and set up a factory. But finding them and offering them a well-paid job won't fool anyone. Since I'm working with such a strong person, why not do it? They speculated whether Chin Jin did not completely leave the team at that time, but instead joined the mysterious Vanguard unit. After fighting bloody battles in war-torn areas abroad for several years and becoming a top soldier, he retired to the city for various reasons. The imagination is quite amazing. If Chin Jin knew this, he would give them a thumbs up. As a result, the end of the world soon came and zombie mutation broke out. At the venue that night, President Chin once again demonstrated his extraordinary ability to take action and control. Later, the entire base was arranged in an orderly manner. Everyone had their own new responsibilities and focused on a new goal, to survive in this new era. It feels like a natural-born hero. Lee Bowen asked himself if he were to arrange it, he might not even be able to achieve 1/10 of Chin Jin's results. He was not the only one who thought so, many other people in the combat team felt the same way. They can fully imagine the situation of other survivors outside, and think about what they would feel if they were in their shoes. It must be despair. Compared with the despair on the internet, they feel that they are still lucky. At least now I have food to eat, a safe place to live, and my family around me, working together to build a safer base. A kind of willing submission is growing in the hearts of most people. There is nothing wrong in submitting to the strong. Moreover, when this strongman does a favor to oneself, one will be sincerely convinced. If someone now says they want to harm President Chin or do something detrimental to the base, they will jump out and deal with the person who caused the problem. Because they truly consider themselves part of the base. Whoever hurts the base hurts them. It wasn't the 3 days of the apocalypse that changed them like this, it was the result of several months of subtle influence. At least most of the people who are building the wall at the base now are definitely not. There are many people who complain about their boss, but Chin Jin does not force them to change. He only needs to have his own core strength and then continue to grow and develop in the future. Qin Jin himself was not quite aware of the impact of these factors on his usual expressions and movements. He was just doing things according to his own heart. Although he had a few more years of experience from his previous life, he only killed a few people, only about 100 or 80. Many things have become his subconscious, and he is not aware that they are playing a powerful role. His aura and subconscious movements actually already have the qualities of a tyrant. How will things develop in the future? Who knows? After Qin Jin found the pistol on the 3rd floor, he continued to search other rooms. Unfortunately, there was no other gain, and now there is only the last room left. The room at the end of the corridor. Standing in front of the door of the room, he looked carefully at the big iron door. Due to the erosion of time, it looks a little worn, and there are some spots of rust in several corners. Compared to other doors that have signs, this door has nothing. Whatever was inside, he had to open it. He took out a piece of wire from his pocket and skillfully lifted the door lock. This type of door lock is an older style. There is no doubt about Qin Jin's lockpicking skills. Who among the survivors who survived in the previous life doesn't have some lockpicking skills? Violent lockpicking and skillful lockpicking are both essential skills. Otherwise, what should you do if you encounter a place that cannot be opened while searching for supplies? There is absolutely no way that food will be let go. In less than a minute, with a click, the door was breached. All the team members were on edge, and Qin Jin, who was at the front, gently pushed open the door. Roar. A zombie in police uniform pounced from behind the door. Qin Jin, who had anticipated this, made way and kicked the zombie directly in the waist, causing it to fall to the ground. Then he raised his crossbow and shot an arrow at its head. It went straight into its eye socket. All of a sudden, the zombie lost the ability to move and lay on the ground on its back, motionless. This little situation was no stress at all for him. He signaled the team members at the back to go forward and stab the zombie's neck a few more times to make sure it wouldn't come back to life. He slowly walked into the locked area and saw a small cubicle in front of him. There are several small doors inside, and the names of various guns are clearly written on the doors. Finally found it. Suppressing his excitement, he quickly walked to a door and turned the handle. The door was not locked again. At first glance, the space inside was very small, but hanging on the wall were exactly what he planned to do: pistols and machine guns. The team members opened other small doors one after another, and different weapons were also placed inside. Everyone was excited. No one could remain indifferent to this big toy that men always longed for. Qin Jin asked everyone to collect their weapons quickly. There is no time to waste here. Almost 20 minutes have passed since I entered the police station. Who knows what will happen next? He watched as his team members found gun bags from behind and in the nearest room, and he counted them silently in his mind. There were 12 Type 64 pistols, 3 M4 carbines, and 2 870 shotguns, which was not a lot. There were also other things such as grenades, flash bombs, and tear gas. The most important thing was that there were several boxes of bullets, estimated to be thousands of rounds. This first launch is a huge profit. The heavy stone that had been weighing on my heart suddenly shattered. I finally got the weapon that was essential in the apocalypse. But we can't relax, the end of the world has just begun. There will be more challenges waiting in the future, and we must infinitely increase our own strength to be qualified to face a more difficult future. End of this chapter. Qin Jin's team on the 3rd floor finally found the target firearms and various weapons. Pack it up quickly. Since the total number of bullets and various accessories was quite large, their team could not move all of them in a short time. He had no choice but to call Lee Bowen's other 2 teams over via walkie-talkie. Everyone was excited when they saw all kinds of weapons, as these were the basis for their survival in the future. Everyone was like crazy, searching the entire room for nothing. Even the paper materials were packed up and taken away. What if these materials could be used as reference in the future to use or repair firearms? Can't miss it, I'll move first. Just as the team members were moving things, Lee Bowen found Qin Jin. Indicating that there was something he needed to consult, he said to him, "Boss Qin, we found a survivor in a cell. What do you think we should do?" Qin Jin became curious. The entire police station had mutated, but there were still people who survived. They seemed to be quite lucky. Since I was in a good mood after getting a lot of weapons, I decided to go and see the survivor. Under the guidance of Li Bowen, they soon arrived at a place. There are quite a few temporary cells here, and Gao Chang, who is very excited, can be seen inside. I beg you, please save me, I just want to leave here, I really didn't do anything wrong, I just got into a fight with someone and was arrested, I'm just a fishmonger, please save me, I feel like I'm going to die. When Gao Chang saw more people coming, he couldn't help but continue to ask for help. After he was awakened by a burst of singing and the zombies were led away, a group of people really showed up and came into the police station after a while. But these people didn't seem to like him very much and had no intention of rescuing him. They searched around for something, asked him a few simple questions, and then left. Just left. TM just left like that. Continue to leave him in this previously hellish space. He felt like he was going to break down. Was it because my answer just now was not good enough, so they thought I was not a good person and simply didn't save me? Is this how you do things with taxpayers' money? He wants to complain. Although he didn't know if there would be a future, he just felt so tired and regretful. The body is tired, and the mind is also tired of this world. Why is everyone targeting him? Why didn't he just pay the protection fee to the market management that day? Why did he throw that punch? He just wanted to make more money for his younger brothers and sisters to go to school. Asshole. Just when he was regretting his life and his consciousness was blurred, he heard footsteps again. They were back. This time he had to lick it well and perform well, just to get a chance to be rescued. He was really thirsty, hungry, and desperate. He was so worried about his brothers and sisters outside, wondering if they were safe. He continued to say with tears and snot, I'm Gao Chang from the number 4 fish stall at Mentong Town Farmers Market. I grew up here and I'm just a law-abiding fish farmer and fish seller. Please save me. I'm really not a bad person. Oh. Are you from Mentong Town too? Qin Jin became a little interested after hearing this. He asked Gao Chang, why are you here? Has no one else come in these 2 days? What good will it do for me to rescue you? Just ask 3 questions directly. Gao Chang was slightly stunned. Unexpectedly, this time a young man who had never been seen before came over. Seeing Li Bowen, who was the leader just now, standing quietly behind Qin Jin, he probably guessed that the one who came over was their leader. He quickly used the last bit of energy in his brain to organize his words, fearing that he might be slow to speak. I was bullied by the city management officer, and I couldn't help but punch him, so I was arrested. No one else has been here in the past 2 days. As far as I know, one person in this room was eaten, and the others turned into monsters. One last question, if you save me, my life will be yours from now on. I can do anything for you. As long as it doesn't hurt my brothers and sisters. Qin Jin snorted in his heart, feeling that this man was quite straightforward. He didn't know whether to say he was stupid or smart. In the end, he actually exposed his weaknesses directly. He thought quickly, if he wanted to raise fish in the base pond in the future, it might be possible to find someone to take care of it. Seeing that he stopped talking and seemed to be thinking about something, Gao Chang's heart almost tightened. He knew that if he missed this opportunity, he might not survive until the next rescue, which might not come. He hadn't had any water or food for 3 days and couldn't even urinate. His body was telling him that it was about to reach its limit. Qin Jin didn't think for long, just a few seconds, and without replying to Gao Chang, he walked to the lock of the iron fence alone and demonstrated his skillful lockpicking skills. Gao Chang was about to despair when he saw that he hadn't responded yet. Then he saw the young man come forward and fiddle with the door lock. With a click, the iron bars that he had loved and hated before finally opened the door. He collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face uncontrollably, his snot almost spraying onto Qin Jin's shoes. Qin Jin dodged Gao Chang with disgust. Seeing that Gao Chang didn't seem to be able to walk on his own, he had to order Li Bowen to help Gao Chang up and go back to the direction of the convoy. The move is almost complete. More than a dozen people were busy for 2 trips. Only then did they move all the weapons, including anything that might be used, to the heavy truck parked at the downstairs gate. During this process, Qin Jin first equipped Li Bowen and several other team leaders with pistols. He said to his teammates, "The first battle went smoothly. We obtained a lot of weapons, but they can only be used by your captains first, because they were originally soldiers and can use guns. People who can't use them are not recommended to use them. This thing requires a certain level of skill. People who can't use it are likely to hurt themselves and their own people. Don't worry, we will arrange for training on the use of firearms when we return to the base, and everyone will definitely be able to use them in the future." The team members who didn't get the gun expressed their understanding. Normal people would feel awe when touching a gun for the first time. It is really dangerous if you don't know how to use it. Missing the target is a small matter, but it would be funny if you hit yourself or your own people. After getting the guns, several team leaders couldn't let go and looked at them and explored them. This kind of thing will always be a favorite toy of men, and no one will dislike it. When I was in the army, I only had the opportunity to do it occasionally, and it was not a long-term experience. With Qin Jin's permission, their original crossbows were downgraded and given to the people below them for use. Compared with firearms, crossbows are several levels easier to use. As long as you pay attention to a few key points, even people who use them for the first time can use them. It's just that the accuracy is hard to grasp, and I need more practice to improve my feel. In a short time, the strength of the Green Source Base combat team was greatly improved. Qin Jin himself also had a brand new pistol on his waist and a submachine gun hanging on his chest, which he had been fortunate enough to obtain in his previous life. After the bullets are used up, it can only be discarded as a fire stick. He couldn't say his shooting skills were very accurate, they were just average. But he believes that as he plays more in the future, his accuracy will improve. The supplies in this place were quickly collected and the convoy lined up again waiting on the road. During this period, Gao Chang was placed in a car and given some clean water and food. He was resting after eating. A body that has been empty for too long cannot recover all at once, it needs some time. Qin Jin communicated with Zhong Yu, and they were still grazing sheep 2 kilometers away. "Tell them to find a suitable location, turn off the talking ball, and drive back with the drone to gather here." As soon as the zombies lost their target, most of them stopped and slowly wandered away again, heading towards the shade nearby. I don't know how they tell the location, but they lie dormant in different places again, waiting for the stimulation of the next group of lucky ones, or wait until night falls to go out to find food. Zhong Yu and his team quickly returned to the team with the drone, and were very happy to learn that the goal had been achieved. The convoy set out from the base at 6:30. It took more than 40 minutes to get to the police station, plus more than half an hour to search for and transport supplies. It's still early now, just a little after 8 o'clock. It's still morning. We had not originally planned to visit more than one place today, so the convoy started and continued to drive towards the next destination. His target is other police stations within 100 kilometers around the base. You don't have to visit all of them today, but you should search all the ones that are nearby first. At least in the early stage of the apocalypse, before other survivors react and guns are destroyed or picked up, the more you can stockpile, the better. After the destruction of industrial civilization, these will become non-renewable materials. Of course he had no plan to spend the night outside, as it was too dangerous. If he was not careful, he would suffer casualties or even be wiped out. So set a good time every day and go back and forth on the same day. Every afternoon, check the distance from the base and plan your time accordingly. Start heading towards the base at 3 to 4 o'clock, so that you can basically get back to the base before dark. It's just past 8 o'clock now, so we must move on to the next destination. No one would complain about having too many guns and ammunition. The convoy continued to be led by Qin Jin's lead car, heading towards another place about 40 kilometers away, which was the city police station of another Guangyuan city. It is located in the suburbs of Guangyuan City, so he had the idea to go here. If it were in the city, I definitely wouldn't dare to go there, as that would be tantamount to committing suicide. As long as he was careful, he felt he could probably take over the police station. If it doesn't work, just change your target. It's still early. China's police force is divided into many levels. The lowest level is the police station, which may have some firearms, but the number and amount of ammunition are definitely much lower than those at the county level. The combat team just visited a county-level police station and had a good harvest. The next level up is the municipal bureau, where there are more and more powerful weapons. For example, Guangyuan Municipal Bureau. But it also means that there may be a lot of zombies around, which may be dangerous. The highest-ranking police inspector will not be considered for the time being. That is a provincial-level unit, and it must be located in the most populous city. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a den of dragons and tigers. If we want to go in and search for supplies, don't even think about getting close to a big city. We will inevitably face tens of millions of zombies. Many tactics are useless in the face of zombies of this size. There must be more troops in another system. However, they are often established in relatively secret places, and he dare not set his sights on those places for the time being. One reason is that the journey is too far, and the other is that there may be resistance from official organizations. At the beginning of the apocalypse, there are still many survivors. Regardless of whether they are human or not, they should avoid exchanging fire if possible. He thought that the best target now was the surrounding police stations. It's not too late to explore again when you have the chance. End of this chapter. Just as the combat team continued to rush towards the next target. Green Source Base. Everyone inside the wall has also gotten up. There is no chance for everyone to sleep in now. The base has clearly required everyone to work hard unless they are really feeling unwell. Older people can do easier work, while younger people can do more and get more food. Several managers worked out the detailed division of labor and work schedule for the construction of the base wall overnight the night before, and submitted it to General Manager Chin for review and approval before implementation. In just a few days after the end of the world, the Green Source Base has adopted a whole new system. Breakfast was a simple rice porridge with some side dishes. After breakfast, most people went to repair the wall. The current working hours are roughly from 8 a.m. to 11:30 p.m. During this period, there is a 5 to 10 minute break every hour, a 2-hour break at noon, and a break from 1:30 to 5:30 in the afternoon. The working hours are not much different from what I used to do as a corporate slave, but the content of the work has changed. For people who are used to sitting in the office, yesterday's whole day of moving bricks, building walls, and working with cement was exhausting for most people. Many young men and women came here today and they still felt sore all over. On the contrary, some of the family members brought by the combat team members, some of whom were farming in their hometowns or originally worked on construction sites, were very adaptable. Or it could be said that rich people value their lives and rarely join combat teams to risk their lives. There will definitely be some, but the proportion will be smaller. There are nearly 20 people guarding the security of the base. After Qin Jin leaves, they are handed over to the management of relatives and friends headed by Qin's father. For simple lookout towers have been quickly built with scaffolding at the 4 corners of the base, using the frames Qin Jin had prepared before the end of the world. After they were built, they were filled with cement, and it was no problem to build 2 stories high in one day. On the one hand, it can guard against dangers outside, and on the other hand, it can observe the situation inside the base. While electricity and water power have not been cut off and many equipment can still be used, the base is also stepping up construction efforts. 2 days ago, the 2 ponds were completely filled with clean water, and the water tanks in the warehouse were also full, so the base will have no worries about water supply in the short term. As for food, Qin Jin also told everyone that it would be fine if they saved some food for a few months. Later he will also lead the team out to look for supplies, so the overall food situation is not too tight and they can basically get enough food. He hasn't told anyone the exact number yet. I plan to hand over the management of warehouse supplies to someone I trust after the base becomes more stable. He doesn't trust others. Even if I tell my parents now, it will only increase their stress or may cause unnecessary trouble. If someone accidentally leaks it, it might lead to disaster in the future. He had seen too many examples of this before. Humans who are extremely hungry will not care about so many things and will try every possible means to get what they want. That's why he continues to strengthen his strength. Those who had breakfast started working early. A lot of scaffolding was built under the wall. Some people were laying cement, some were carrying bricks, and some with better skills were climbing up to build the wall. Try to raise the height of the wall to 10 meters as soon as possible. At this time, several of the younger ones couldn't help but complain. A young man with a fashionable haircut complained to another person next to him. I'm also convinced. Every day I'm told to move bricks, and now I'm really moving bricks. Oh, my arms are so sore. I worked all day yesterday, and this morning I could barely lift chopsticks. Why am I so unlucky, oh? The person next to him also echoed. Who said it wasn't? I thought I could save my life by coming to your company's opening ceremony to get a free meal, but I didn't expect that I would just escape from the tiger's den and fall into the wolf's den. I don't know when this life will end. I miss the life when I could play games after eating. Now even the game server can be shut down. There is not even a ghost. Sigh. The young men who had complained first pouted at the managers who were maintaining order and monitoring the construction in the distance, as well as the combatants holding crossbows in the watchtower, and said unhappily, "Look at those leaders, how comfortable they are. They can get the work done with just a flick of their fingers, and when it's fixed later, they will definitely say it's their credit. Why are they the only ones who can be managers? I can do it too." After hearing this, several people around him whispered in agreement with him, saying that if they became managers, they would make it easier for everyone and they wouldn't have to do so much work. My God, the wall is 5 meters high. How could a zombie jump so high and run in? Now aren't they just trying to exploit people who have nothing to do with them? Most of them didn't believe that such a high wall was not safe enough and that zombies were scary. Although we know that a zombie virus has broken out outside, most of the information on the internet is text complaints, with a few hastily taken pictures and videos. But the clarity was so touching that it was difficult for the remaining survivors who were still watching with their mobile phones to have an intuitive understanding of the horror of zombies. Those survivors who were able to take good close-up photos of zombies are basically all dead. Many survivors still thought that zombies were just walking around like the Walking Dead. In fact, after becoming a zombie, the human body's functions stop and it is dominated by the virus, completely unlocking the original limiters of the human body. The normal human brain controls the strength threshold so that it does not exceed certain limits, otherwise problems such as strain will occur. But after mutating into a zombie, things are different. The limiter is opened, and theoretically the full strength of a human body can be exerted. However, due to their missing limbs and body mass, the power exerted by most zombies is not as strong as that of adult men, but it is still very terrifying. Imagine a zombie being able to push away an object weighing nearly 100 kilograms. The joints become stiff, but the animal is able to trot at the speed of an adult. And with their keen sense of smell and hearing, it is difficult for an ordinary person without training or weapons to defeat a zombie alone. The corpse fog is even more terrifying. The zombies are strengthened in all aspects and can only be defended by the terrain, making them basically impossible to fight head-on. When they saw the boss deal with the zombies twice as easily as chopping melons and vegetables, they thought the zombies were nothing special. He had no idea that it was because Qin Jin had many years of experience in dealing with zombies, plus his power had evolved, and the zombies had just mutated and their power had not yet reached its peak, so that was the reason for the effect. The young people in this small circle did their work perfunctorily while complaining about some operations in the base that they didn't like. They all felt that they had found their organization and became more and more excited as they talked. At this time, Li Yan, the woman who turned into her ex-boyfriend, also joined the conversation. She really needs a circle to complain about. I have seen a lot of tragic situations outside on the internet these days. The uneasiness and slight sadness I felt about losing contact with my loved ones have long been washed away to some corner. She found that others were worse off than she was. She is happy. The more misery she saw, the happier and more proud she felt. Last night she couldn't help but post some of the situations inside the base to some media and her circle of friends. She wants everyone else to envy her. I also secretly took some photos and posted them online, especially taking pictures of the feast on the night of the mutation and the tall and sturdy walls. She wants others to know how safe the environment she is in is. She can live well and eat well even in the end times. She is such a goddess that others can't reach. There was even a best friend she originally didn't like. Women are like this, even if they don't like each other, they can still call each other best friends and compare with each other in various ways. That woman was richer than her, prettier than her, and had a better figure than her. Often, Lian's bootlickers would switch to the other side's bootlicker camp after knowing this person, which made her very angry in private many times. Although this person is still alive, she doesn't seem to be living a good life. She is still begging me to bring people to rescue her. She is willing to pay any price. Come on, bitch, this is impossible. Although she lied on the internet and said that she knew the leader in this base and could command some people to do things, those were all lies she said out of vanity. She had no choice but to pretend that she would try her best to persuade the boss and ask him to bring people to rescue her best friend as soon as possible. It also earned her flattery and fawning from her rival that she had never received before. She felt very comfortable. Completely forgot about the blisters caused by fatigue during the day. When she saw the envy and requests for help from other media, she felt so excited that her heart was filled with excitement. She loves it here. Unfortunately, by daytime, the feeling I had of loving this place yesterday had quickly dissipated. The food is not that good, and she has to do very tiring work. She worked all day yesterday, and although she was slacking off most of the time, she had never suffered such hardship before. I have blisters on my feet and hands. Will continue today. She spent a lot of money on maintaining her hands. The sun came out today. Wouldn't it be true that the face she spent a lot of money on surgery to adjust and maintain would be exposed to the sun for a day? How can I endure this? How can you go fishing after getting tanned? We have to find a way. She happened to see that young group complaining, and she instantly felt like she had found her organization. With her pretty appearance, her natural eloquence, and her familiarity with various dog-licking and soothing skills. He soon became familiar with a few of the guys and together they started criticizing the unfairness of the green source base. A small group of people were whispering, which caught the attention of Wang Yang and Tang Jinming. Today, they were on site to supervise the work and understand the progress of the construction. But they didn't think much about it. The world had just changed, and it was understandable that employees and others suddenly changed from white-collar workers to migrant workers. Normally, after a period of time, when they get used to it and realize that the world has changed, they will accept it sooner or later, so there is no need to push them too hard. Tang Jinming walked over and reminded them to talk less and work more, and then he left it alone. This group of people became even more dissatisfied with this. Why should they be responsible for supervising them without having to work? And their managers and bosses should have their own special meals, right? They must have secretly kept it a secret from them and given them a better meal. If you put yourself in their shoes, they will do the same. There don't seem to be many people in the base now, and every survivor is very valuable. The boss will definitely not do anything to them. Won't they still need to defend against zombies and carry out various constructions in the future? If resistance fails, then the worst that can happen is this. They continue to carry bricks and eat those disgusting meals. Have you ever heard of the so-called, the law does not hold everyone responsible? With so many people making trouble together, they will not be blamed even if they fail. This group of people spent the whole morning whispering and plotting while working. They knew that the boss had taken those so-called combat personnel out to look for supplies today. In the morning they were seen driving out in a procession. Although I don't know where they're going, it seems like they won't be back soon. Isn't this a good opportunity? Soon a plan formed among them. They had no idea how this plan would pay off for them. End of this chapter. Green Source Base. Noontime. After being busy for half a day, the wall repair workers can finally stop to eat and rest. People who are used to doing physical work say that the current work intensity is okay, and the working hours are even quite friendly. In the past, when farming, didn't everyone get up at 5 a.m. and work until noon before having food to eat? Migrant workers usually have to go to work after 6 o'clock. Others who had never done heavy work before found it difficult to bear. Yesterday, the first day, was fine. Most of the time, I gritted my teeth and persevered. But after a night of lactic acid fermentation, today was a painful day, and everyone said that their whole body was sore. Lunchtime. Everyone gathered in the cafeteria and lined up to get their food. The small group of young people that had just formed in the morning sat together, and Li Yan was naturally among them. Li Yan said to the men who first expressed his dissatisfaction in the morning in a fatherly voice. "Brother Wang, look at this. The food at noon today is still so little and tastes bad. How can it justify our hard work this morning? This is simply exploiting us." Look at my hands, they're all blistered, and my face is tanned today. How can I face people in the future? I used to think I was pretty, so I mustered up the courage to ask Brother Wang to take me in as his girlfriend, but now I'm too embarrassed to even mention it. Woo woo woo. Li Yan squeezed her eyes for a long time but couldn't squeeze out a single tear. She had no choice but to bend over and pretend to cry, and move towards the man next to her. Don't cry, Yan Yan. I'll take care of it for you later. The full name of this Brother Wang is Wang Minglong. He has an average appearance and a decent height, close to 1.80 meters. He used to be a salesperson in other companies. He has a good eloquence and has achieved some success. It was just that he offended his former boss due to his gossip some time ago and was framed, so he resigned in anger and recently switched to Lvaiyuan. I am a relatively new employee. I brought a friend to the opening ceremony for a free meal, but I didn't expect that it would be the end of the world. Wang Minglong placed his right hand on Li Yan's soft back, feeling the delicate body of the beauty. The touch of the warm female body, his eyes unconsciously glanced towards other parts of her. He felt even hotter when he saw her perky buttocks and her huge weapon trembling with her body twitching. It's not that he has never had a girlfriend. He was still in love the day before the end of the world. But when I think of the chubby girl in her 30s who is 1.45 meters tall, weighs over 100 kilograms, and is very dark and round, he just couldn't muster any interest at all. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had a good family background and his father was a contractor with some money, he would have taken good care of him. The Lvaiyuan factory was built by the engineering team of his girlfriend's father. With some help from my connections, I was able to get him to work at Lvaiyuan. He had wanted to dump his girlfriend for a long time. It's a pity that this society places too much emphasis on money, and without money it's really difficult to get anywhere. Apart from his eloquence, he has no other special talents. In order to hold his head up among his relatives, friends, and brothers in his hometown, he dare not let go of his current girlfriend, because these people in his hometown value money more. Laugh at the poor, not at prostitutes. As long as you drive back in a luxury car, you will be Mr. Wang, otherwise you will always be Little Wang. His girlfriend's father has promised him that if they get married next year, he will give him a new A6 as a dowry. The wedding will be grand and the bride price can be waived, but they will have more children in the future and some of them will be given his girlfriend's surname. Very realistic conditions. He agreed too. For yourself, for your family, and for society. He has to do this. Then, the end of the world came. It seemed like a joke to him to have all his planned future wiped out. He could no longer contact his girlfriend, his future father-in-law, and even his family. It seemed as if he was the only one left in the world. Before he had time to feel empty and sad, he was thrown into the busy construction of the base, which made him tired like a dog. He seemed to have heard a saying that when God closes a door for someone, he will open a window for him. He found it seemed to be true. This morning, when he was chatting with his friends and colleagues, a beautiful lady named Li Yan joined him, and he was secretly delighted. In fact, he had set his sights on Li Yan on the night of the mutation. At that time, he was sitting at the table next to Li Yan and Xiao Zhou, and he envied her boyfriend Xiao Zhou for being lucky enough to find such a beautiful woman as his girlfriend. More than once he had imagined the erotic scenes of Xiao Zhou and Li Yan making love. He admitted that he was jealous. He also fantasized about replacing Xiao Zhou and becoming Li Yan's boyfriend. What a joy that would be! Finally, the turning point came. That night, Xiao Zhou mutated and became the zombie that everyone feared. At that time, he felt both scared and secretly happy. I feel that since I can't get it, it would be best if others can't get it either. When he saw Xiao Zhou being tied to a pillar by Mr. Qin, the look in his eyes was not just filled with fear like in other people's eyes, but also with a sense of gloating that he himself was not quite aware of. He saw that Li Yan became single again. Even though you can't get it yourself, it's also good that beautiful things don't belong to anyone. That kind of joy even dispelled a lot of sadness for losing family members. Then unexpectedly, their conversation in the morning attracted Li Yan. He took the opportunity to cater to her interests and complain about the base, which won her favor. Coupled with the sense of recognition expressed by his friends and colleagues, he felt elated. A desire grew deep in his body and became uncontrollable. He wants to possess Li Yan. He wants more, he wants the base to share some power with him. He can take his friends to become a force in the base and obey President Qin, or he will take his friends on strike. Yes, strike. The Green Source base cannot afford to have a large number of people on strike and not working, yet still eating food every day. He felt that he had the support of Li Yan and other friends and was a powerful person. He is qualified to negotiate with President Qin. His surname is Wang. Maybe he can still build a career in the end times. It's exciting just to think about it. What's more, Li Yan and he have a better understanding of each other as they chat, Li Yan's dog-licking soothing technique, and they have basically confirmed a relationship between a man and a woman. She must have been attracted by his kingly aura. A real man should be like this. What is life? This is life. The dominant life belongs to Wang Minglong. As long as he makes a request to the base today, he is more than 80% sure of success, he is just imagining it. Then at night, Li Yan, his new girlfriend, would move into his dormitory and enjoy her beautiful body that he had never dared to imagine before. His hands were still patting Li Yan to comfort her, gently soothing her back, brushing across her slender waist, and unknowingly almost touching Li Yan's buttocks. He hesitated for a moment and didn't really grab it. As if he was afraid that he couldn't bear the stimulation if he continued, Wang Minglong decided to stop for the time being. It would be disrespectful and would delay the next important matter. Wouldn't it be better to save the fruits of victory until the evening to enjoy them? He stood up directly, his eyes quickly changed from frivolous to firm, and he walked slowly to the center of the cafeteria. Rise up in rebellion. He looked around, took a deep breath, and shouted to the people who were looking at him in confusion. Are there any kings, princes, generals, or ministers of different races? We are being treated unfairly. We are being exploited. Our values are being denied. He pointed at Wang Yang and several other managers, as well as some of Qin Jin's family members, and continued with a firm look in his eyes. Why can those people not do the heavy work? Why can they order us around instead of us ordering them around? Why does the base let us, the people who do the hardest work, eat these things? Why? The three most direct soul-searching questions are, why? Is it just because they are relatives of the boss? Is this fair? This isn't fair. What we need is fairness. By the time he finished speaking, he was already standing at the dining table next to him, waving his arms and cheering. At this time, several good friends and brothers who had agreed to join the fight quickly echoed, yes. It's unfair. What we need is fairness. Green Source Factory gives us fairness. At this moment, Wang Minglong felt that he had been sublimated. He felt like he must be radiating light right now. It hurt the eyes of the managers and the boss's relatives. It struck at the evil deep in their souls. They should kneel down and confess to him. He could forgive them with some difficulty. As long as they listen to him, follow him, and lick his feet well in the future, he will consider rewarding them. That's settled. Snap, snap, snap. There was a burst of applause from the audience. It was the people in Li Yan and Wang Minglong's small group who were applauding. Seeing Li Yan staring at his slightly red face with encouragement, he felt even more satisfied, and he felt like he had the aura of the protagonist. I must reward her well when I become a senior member of the base. It was she who awakened the kingly spirit in him. Everyone stared in amazement at Wang Minglong standing at the dining table. What's going on here? It was Tang Jinming, Wang Minglong's former leader, who reacted quickly. He ran to Wang Minglong and shouted at him with a stern face. Wang Minglong, get down here. Did you hit your head while moving bricks today? Get down here quickly. What the hell are you doing? Wang Minglong didn't even look at him, and continued to talk with his nose in the air. You are not qualified to talk to me about this. If you want to talk, let the person in charge of the base come and talk to me. Then he continued to maintain that posture. Tang Jinming was a little confused. His boss had just left and his family had already made such a scene. How was he going to explain this to Mr. Qin when he got back? After a while, it was Qin's father who reacted first and walked over on his own. He knew that after his son left, he would be the only one who had a say in the entire base. He had no way of hiding at this time, and before walking out, he winked at Zheng's father and several members of the security team. Soon, Father Qin stood 3 meters away from Wang Minglong, looking up at this ambitious young man, and said slowly, "My dear little brother, if you want fairness, you can tell me. My son is not here today, so I, as his father, can help him." Wang Minglong lowered his head slightly, glanced at Qin's father, and thought for a moment. He recognized that this was Mr. Qin's father, and he was quite influential. Currently, this old man was probably the only one in the entire base who had a say. He spoke slowly and confidently, "We need fairness. Each of us should have a separate dormitory, better food, and better working conditions. And weapons." Wow. Many people in the cafeteria couldn't help but cry out when they heard Wang Minglong's conditions. I was thinking in my heart, is this guy crazy? Father Qin was also stunned, as if he couldn't expect this man to have such a big-picture idea. After several seconds he laughed out of anger. He suppressed his anger and asked, "Oh, that's a good idea. So, young man, how many people do you need? How much food and weapons do you need? Tell me the number so I can make arrangements." Wang Minglong was also a little surprised. He didn't expect that Mr. Qin's father was so understanding. Could it be that he was also overwhelmed by his own kingly brilliance just now? I think so. He raised his hands, pointed at his power, and said loudly to the people around him, "We have 13 people now. Everyone is welcome to join us. Of course, the more supplies the better. Anyone who feels they have been treated unfairly can join us. I will create a better living environment for everyone." They decided to have the attack today while they were having dinner in the cafeteria, mainly to get everyone together and to absorb more people with like ideas into their small group. The more people he has, the greater his power will be in the future, and the bigger the piece of cake he can get. That's what he thought. Pity. In addition to the 20 people Qin Jin took out, there were about 60 people left in the cafeteria. There were about 10 people in his group, and no new members had joined at this time. They were all staring at him as if he were a fool. He felt a little unhappy. These people were really ungrateful. He would definitely teach them a lesson when he had the chance in the future. Father Qin looked around and it seemed that all the people who were causing trouble were those who were in the corner with Wang Minglong. He stopped pretending and waved to the security team that had been waiting for him to come in, saying loudly, "Surround them." End of this chapter. Surround them. Following Qin's father's order, the personnel left behind at the foundation who had already arrived and were ready quickly moved forward. Most of them were holding crossbows or explosion-proof shields, surrounding Wang Minglong and his group. The crossbows were aimed at this group of people, and after surrounding them, they did not take any further action, waiting for the next order from Qin's father. The onlookers around were smart enough to start moving away. There was no time to finish the meal, so I had to stay away from those rioters first. If they mistakenly thought we were in the same group, I would step on their shit. Wang Minglong was a little confused. What was going on? The script shouldn't be like this. How can you just start fighting? Shouldn't the negotiations continue? Can the conditions be negotiated? You guys bargain, we reduce our demands, and negotiate bit by bit. This is the normal direction of the script. Cold sweat oozed from his back, and he said to Father Qin with a somewhat unpleasant expression, "Boss Qin, are you sure what you are doing now? You will destroy the unity of the base. You are causing trouble for Boss Qin." Father Qin was so angry that he laughed again, staring at the group of people with a sneer. The people in the small group didn't seem to expect the plot to turn out like this. They were a little at a loss and didn't know what to do. A few smart people even tried to quietly blend back into the crowd, but they were pushed back by the base guards, which made them look even uglier. Li Yan, one of the instigators, seemed to realize that something was wrong, and the smug expression she had just had disappeared without a trace. Now she looked a little nervous, her eyes were rolling around, and I don't know what she was thinking about. Wang Minglong could no longer stand at the dining table. He jumped down staggeringly and almost fell to the ground. For a moment, his domineering aura was 90% lost. He looked at the crossbow arrow pointed at him and felt a sharp edge on his back. It was already a little chilly in October, but cold sweat still soaked his clothes and his face became paler and paler. But he still didn't give up. He thought it was possible that Chin's father wanted to create a situation that was favorable to him and wanted to lower the price with him. He wiped the sweat off his forehead with his hand and continued through gritted teeth, "Boss Chin is really experienced. I admit defeat. We can negotiate the conditions. Can we ask for less? I believe you don't want internal strife in our base. We just want to improve our welfare a little bit, and we don't want to cause any damage. Just give us some, and I will go back to work obediently. Don't you agree?" Having said that, he couldn't help but turn around and shout to the small group. That was his capital for causing trouble, and he had to point it out. If he didn't save the situation, he felt things would be in trouble. At this point, the small group could only nod in agreement. Li Yan has already regretted instigating Wang Minglong. She didn't expect that this man, who had been talking nonsense and acting so capable before, would suddenly become soft when he met a tougher person. What to do? She began to think of her own way out. "Look, Mr. Chin, we just want to make things better. We have no ill intentions. We are all part of the base. It's not good to make things too ugly. It will not be conducive to Mr. Chin's control over the hearts of the people in the entire base in the future." He continued to speak stubbornly. He had no way out now. Oh. Father Chin really laughed this time. He understood these people and didn't want to waste any more time. He said to Wang Minglong, "I don't know how my son will deal with you in the end, but I know he will definitely not negotiate with you. Tie them all up and take them away. Anyone who dares to resist. Kill without mercy." As the last 3 words fell, the team members obeyed the order and approached the group step by step. Wang Minglong and everyone in the small group were dumbfounded. They just wanted to improve some benefits. Why did they just take action without any negotiation? It's none of my business. I joined because they misled me into joining because they said I could get benefits. I didn't do anything. Please let me go. Someone begged for mercy with a sad face. Many of the people watching outside showed contemptuous expressions. A lot of people looked at them and said something different than what they said just now, and their expressions just now couldn't lie. No one paid any attention to their pleas for mercy. It's too late. Faced with multiple crossbow arrows, these people dared not resist. Even if they can break out of the current encirclement, can they still get out of the base? Even if we leave the base, there are still zombies outside. They had no choice but to surrender with sad faces. Although they kept begging for mercy, no one cared about them and they all obeyed with their hands tied behind their backs. Wang Minglong and Li Yan are no exception. There were 13 people in total, 11 men and 2 women. At this time, Li Yan was still begging for mercy. Her face was pale, her voice was trembling, and she was still panicked. She choked and said, "I'm innocent. I was just tricked into joining them. I don't know them at all. Please let me go. Please." The main culprit, Wang Minglong, was stunned. His mind went blank. The domineering aura that he originally had in his body had completely disappeared, and he seemed to have aged a few years in an instant, and he looked a few inches shorter. It was not until his hands were tied behind his back and he was taken out of the canteen that he woke up from his dream. He struggled violently and for a moment he even broke free from the hand of Lu Wenhao who was escorting him from behind. He turned to Chin's father and the managers of the base and shouted, "No, listen to me. Bump. Lu Wenhao is a little short." The main culprit actually dared to break away from his control, and those who were suspected of wanting to attack Mr. Chin's father, he hit him on the back of the head with a baton without any further ado. Then he dragged the unconscious principal criminal to the place where he was held, and apologized to Chin's father embarrassedly. "Sorry. I didn't hold on tight enough." Father Chin waved his hand and told the people in the cafeteria to continue eating. Everyone sat down again in the cafeteria, no longer talking, and silently ate their unfinished meals, each feeling different. Many people don't know that when Chin's father was young, he was also a small boss of a factory. He was also a man who fought in the business world. How could he be intimidated by a few young people? The base continued to repair the wall in the afternoon, but with a dozen people missing, it felt a lot emptier. No one cared where those people went, and no one knew the consequences that awaited them. Just continue to be obedient and work hard. At least you don't have to worry about food and shelter now. Why think so much? In fact, Chin's father didn't do anything to those people for the time being. He simply locked them in an empty room, assigned someone to guard them, and waited for his son to come back to deal with them. He understood that the current leader of this base was Qin Jin. Although he is a father, he has no intention of taking control of the base. He watched Qin Jin build the factory step by step, and watched his son grow up step by step and become the boss of nearly 100 people. Maybe it will get even bigger in the future. Even if the company is not profitable yet, he feels very proud. He could loudly tell others that that was his son. The disciple is better than the master. At the opening ceremony, he could be said to be the happiest and proudest person in the audience. He kept toasting to his brothers and relatives, wishing he could tell more people how happy he was. Then the world changed. Even so, Qin Jin still managed the entire base, factory, in good order. No matter how severe the flood is outside, they still maintain certain rules here. Everyone has food to eat, a place to live, and a safe wall. He knew it was rare. His pride remained the same, even more so. Therefore, he could assist Qin Jin without hesitation in arranging his work. Even if there is no arrangement, he will take the initiative to help. That's his son. He stayed at home and guarded his inheritance. And what the hell happened today? Anyone who dares to covet his son's things will be a slap in the face to Qin Guozheng. My son goes out and fights hard. He is not unaware of what the world is like outside, as he also uses the internet. He and his relatives talked about the situation outside every day. Order has completely collapsed. How many people died? Nobody knows. I just know that there must be a lot of them. It is rare for them to have such an environment. And Qin Jin is still working hard for the future. Now someone actually dares to take advantage of the opportunity to cause trouble. Do you want decentralization? Do you want welfare? Do you want weapons? Who dares? Court death. Now he would not punish these troublemakers privately. He believed that Qin Jin, as the leader of the base, would handle it. He just needs to continue to guard the base well, and for this purpose the defense level was upgraded in the afternoon to prevent any further incidents from happening. He was actually overthinking it. Many people who were not involved were also shocked. They didn't expect that Mr. Qin, who usually looked amiable, could become aggressive and difficult to talk to. Even those who originally had some ulterior motives had suppressed them, at least now they dared not touch the tiger's whiskers. And so, I worked peacefully until the evening. There was already a sense of anxiety rising in the base. Many relatives of the remaining people who are repairing the wall have joined the combat team, so it is inevitable to worry today. The worry didn't last long. The people at the sentry booth had seen a car coming back from a distance, and shouted to the base, it's back, get ready to open the door, wait for confirmation first, open the door if there's no problem. As everyone was looking forward to it, a convoy of more than a dozen vehicles slowly drove towards the gate of the base. Leading the way was a dusty explosion-proof police car, Saber-Toothed Tiger. End of this chapter. Time goes back to the morning. Qin Jin is on the combat team side. The first goal was successfully completed in the morning, and their convoy quickly headed to the next destination. The next target is in the suburbs of Guangyuan City, more than 40 kilometers away. It took them nearly 2 hours to get there. There were many abandoned vehicles on the road, some of which were parked in the middle of the road, completely blocking it. They had to send team members to get off the car and use tools to tow or push the car to the side before they could continue driving, stopping, and starting along the way. Occasionally, when you encounter zombies blocking the way, you just knock them away. The added front steel beam of the off-road vehicle that Qin Jin was originally riding in had been completely deformed, so he had to switch to another one to clear the way. If they encounter a nice off-road vehicle or large truck on the road, he will ask his team members to check it out and take away those that are not seriously damaged. Anyway, the combat team members are all people who can drive. On the way to the destination, the number of vehicles in the convoy increased along the way. Especially some box trucks or trucks, which are good things in the doomsday. It is not possible to search for supplies by relying solely on cars or SUVs as the carrying capacity differs too much. Vans and trucks are the main means of transportation. It has high horsepower and can withstand modifications, a must-have in the doomsday. Of course, it doesn't mean that cars are useless. It depends on the occasion. If you are just traveling, a car is definitely better. After the end of the world, people rarely pursue extreme speed. In the future, being able to run 60 to 80 miles per hour on the road will be considered a blessing. Moreover, there are many obstacles on the road. After a long time, the roads have not been maintained and are in disrepair everywhere. Cars with low chassis suffer a lot. It took nearly 2 hours to reach the next destination after walking and stopping. Near the suburbs of Gwangyuan City. This place is already in the suburbs, with many buildings around. It is not considered a downtown area, but it has a small population. Qin Jin knew that this journey would be difficult, so he had made preparations long ago. He opened the sunroof of the car, stood up, leaned out and looked at the municipal bureau in the distance through the binoculars he was carrying. I estimated the distance to be nearly 300 meters. He had been here before the end of the world and knew the general structure of the city. But there was no way to go deeper at that time. I just sneaked into the hall and observed for a while. In order not to attract attention, I had to leave first. I couldn't find relevant information on the internet by spending money. It was not on the same level as the town and county levels. This time, we need to observe again and confirm the situation before taking any action. At this time, Li Bowen's voice came from the intercom. Boss Qin, there are zombies outside. They may have been attracted by the noise of our car just now. Qin Jin glanced around and saw some zombies coming out of some buildings in the distance. Everyone keep silent and hide. If any zombies come, use crossbows to kill them. The order was issued quickly and the convoy soon calmed down. The team members kept quiet and stopped making any sound, staring outside on alert. Perhaps because there was not much noise or they hid quickly, many zombies came out without being noticed and slowly walked back into the shadows. It was past 10 o'clock, the sun was scorching, and only a few zombies were wandering on the road, attracted by something unknown. The newly mutated zombies' sense of smell and hearing are more sensitive than humans, but not yet the strongest. According to previous lives, the zombies' sense of smell and hearing only reached their peak nearly a month after the mutation night. You can smell human scent 100 meters away when the wind is blowing, and you can hear noises 100 meters away in a quiet environment. It's a nightmare. The night is stronger than the day. The corpse fog is even more terrifying. That's when survival becomes difficult. The virus destroyed the zombies' vision, enhanced their sense of smell and hearing, and removed their body limiters. The zombies became even more terrifying at that time. The same is true for Qin Jin's insistence on coming out immediately to search for supplies. This month is the best golden time, and it will be much more difficult to search for supplies afterwards. He looked around and found nothing unusual for the time being. So he took out the drone with a new battery and flew it high into the sky. He first needs to observe the overall terrain around him, formulate an escape route and a detailed combat plan. This location is different from the county town just now. Even though it is in the suburbs, it still belongs to the core of Gwangyuan City, and its population is much larger than before. That means the number of zombies is even more terrifying and we must be more cautious. The drone circled around twice, and Li Bowen, Zhang Tiankai, Chen Junqi, and several team leaders as well as Zhong Yu gathered in his car. After discussion among several people, the route was quickly determined. The drone then flew towards the municipal bureau. This municipal bureau is very large, with a total area estimated to be over 10,000 square meters, and is surrounded by walls and fences. There are 3 buildings alone, and the tallest one is even 15 stories high. The 2 buildings next to it also have 5 and 7 floors. At this time, the entire city bureau was silent. There was still thick smoke coming out of the parking lot in front and some windows in the building. There were vehicle collisions everywhere downstairs, a sign of chaos. Obviously, the task this time is arduous. It's a saber-toothed tiger. Zhang Tiankai, who was watching the drone footage together, suddenly cried out in a low voice, pointing at a certain part of the screen. When they looked, they saw a huge vehicle there. Qin Jin controlled the drone to get closer, and everyone could see clearly that it was a large explosion-proof police car with 4 large wheels, painted all black, with guardrails on the windows and windshield, and several large searchlights on the roof. A large monster nicknamed the saber-toothed tiger. Several people were drooling as they watched. This car can attract all men's eyes and is the big toy that big boys dream of. We must get back to base. Everyone thought in tacit understanding. After 10 minutes of discussion, several people had made a plan. It is still the classic kite tactic, but the details have been modified to suit the environment. First, lure out all the zombies from the city bureau, and have someone fly a kite to lead them away, the farther the better. The others drove into the yard of the municipal bureau, blocked the exit with several large trucks, and then searched several buildings. The plan was simple and straightforward and was agreed upon by everyone. After several team leaders communicated with their respective team members, they began to take action. This time, 2 drones were deployed and first flew to the middle of the road opposite the municipal bureau. Special model sound ball starts. This sound-generating ball can emit sound in a certain direction. Although there are also sounds in other directions, they are much smaller. This is a small product that Qin Jin had someone develop at his expense. It doesn't have high technological content, but it is very practical. Zhong Yu and others were curious about where Qin Jin got this good thing. Qin Jin had no choice but to say that this was something he had come up with himself as a hobby. Even the principle is briefly introduced. There are some simple circuits in the talking ball, including a wireless receiving RF module controlled by a single-chip microcomputer. After receiving the remote control signal, it sends a signal to the power chip through the I/O port to turn on the power of the speaker. It can also be managed in units to make sounds in different directions. It comes with a 3,300 mAh 18,650 battery and can make sounds continuously for 5 hours at full power. The cost can be less than 50 Chinese yuan. After hearing this, several people were stunned. They were really impressed by the boss, who really knew everything. Recycle refrigerators, air conditioners, water heaters, refrigerators, washing machines, and broken mobile phones, rotten TVs, and old computers. A familiar male voice sounded. Suddenly, the municipal bureau was like a pond into which a stone had been thrown, and ripples were spreading. In just a dozen seconds, a large wave of zombies rushed out from the gate of the tallest building in the middle of the municipal bureau. He ran quickly towards the direction of the drone, and some zombies rushed out from the other 2 buildings one after another. In just a few minutes, hundreds of them surrounded the drone. Even though some of them were lured here from other places, the combat team was still amazed by them. I estimate that it will exceed 1,000 soon. It seems that there are basically no new zombies appearing in the municipal bureau building. Qin Jin knew it was almost time. It is unrealistic to attract cleanliness completely. Some of those who have not come out for various reasons must be dealt with by our people. Instruct the 2 team members operating the drone to control the swarm of zombies and carefully lead them away from here. Depending on the situation, they will return to the team or find a place to stand guard and wait for them. 10 minutes later, seeing that the drone had attracted all the zombies around, the remaining people quickly started the car and drove into the municipal bureau. After entering, they used 2 large trucks to block the door, and the rest of the people got off the trucks to organize their equipment and wait for action. TSK. This car is so powerful and handsome. Mr. Qin, I just checked it and it's fine inside. It can start and even has full gas. We can drive it away together when we leave later. Zhang Tiankai couldn't help but run to see the saber-toothed tiger after getting off the car. This huge beast was so attractive. Others also marveled at this huge monster car that was 6.7 meters long, 2.36 meters wide and 3 meters high. Qin Jin certainly had no objection to this. Without wasting any more time, the team leaders gathered their teammates and started searching in the largest building. This time the captains all switched to pistols and submachine guns, the team members also had crossbows, and almost everyone had a machete. The overall strength is much stronger than before. But this time the area to be searched is also larger, and no one dares to be careless. They were still divided into 3 teams. Qin Jin led a team with Lu Haowen, Li Bowen, and Zhong Yu led a team, and Chen Junqi led a team alone. After entering the hall, the scene was also a mess. After everyone confirmed that there were no zombies, they did not stop and quickly dispersed according to the division of labor plan they had made previously. Qin Jin led his team to quickly find the stairs, and he wanted to start searching from the third floor. This time he didn't know where the armory was, so he did a thorough search. Anyway, it's daytime now, and there are fences outside. A team member has been arranged to stay behind at the parking lot and pay attention to the surrounding situation. Under normal circumstances, as long as you eliminate all the zombies in the bureau, you can slowly draw the prizes here. After everyone entered the combat stance, they acted quickly without saying a word. The mutation occurred at night. The Guangyuan City Bureau had already gone off work at that time, so not many people were left, mainly some overtime workers and night shift workers. There were also some citizens who were here for various reasons. When the mutation broke out at night, this place could not hold on and was destroyed by the increasing number of zombies that appeared. The building was quiet at this time. The emergency lights in the corridor were on, some doors were open, various documents and supplies were scattered on the floor, and occasionally some bloodstains could be seen on the floor and walls, as if a riot had taken place here, giving people the feeling of entering a horror movie. Reality is a horror movie. The combat team members carefully searched each room, paying attention to the words marked on the door plates. Most of them were office type. It may have happened at night. They found that many rooms were relatively tidy and had not experienced chaos. Didn't find what I needed. 10 minutes later, Qin Jin's team had searched to the 9th floor. After arriving on the floor, the team members quickly separated to check the rooms. They found that it was more efficient at this time. Just when Qin Jin stepped into a room with no lights on, he heard a roar coming from the corridor behind him. He quickly turned back and saw that one of the team members had been thrown to the ground by a zombie wearing a police uniform. Without saying a word, he flew over and kicked the zombie's arm. Directly kicked the zombies that are still trying to bite the team members to the wall next to them, hit the wall and rolled down. Without waiting for the zombie to land, he stepped forward, pulled out the machete, and slashed horizontally with great force, cutting off the neck of the zombie who fell to the ground on the spot. The whole process takes no more than 5 seconds. After confirming that the danger was resolved, he turned around and asked the team member who was knocked down, "Are you okay?" "And never mind." The team member said in shock. He was obviously frightened. As soon as he opened the door, he was pounced on by zombies. Fortunately, I reacted in time and blocked it with my shield. Check if you are injured. If you are, let me know. If not, keep going. Qin Jin didn't waste any time talking to him. Seeing that his body looked intact, he probably hadn't been bitten. He reminded the other team members who had gathered around to look at the frightened person and pay close attention, then turned around and continued searching. At the beginning of the apocalypse, it doesn't matter if you lack experience. As long as you can continue to survive, you will always master your own survival skills. He will help if he can, and I hope these people will be able to stand on their own in the future. It took nearly half an hour. 3 teams quickly searched the building and found no weapons, not even a personal pistol, let alone an armory. It seems that some people were armed with pistols and directly mutated into zombies and taken away. There is no weapons storage in this building. Everyone left the building and gathered again in the open space on the 1st floor. After communicating with the people staying outside and the personnel operating the drone, there was nothing unusual. So they prepared to continue searching another 5-story building. It is still a 3-team mode, searching in different areas. Qin Jin's team went straight to the 3rd floor. Before they found the target, Chen Junqi's voice came from the intercom. The intercom can be set on, off. "Attention all units, I have discovered something here, I have discovered something here. Please come to the southwest corner of the 1st floor as soon as possible. I repeat, please come to the southwest corner as soon as possible." Upon hearing this information, Qin Jin's team did not hesitate to give up searching this floor and went straight back to the 1st floor via the stairs. When I arrived at the 1st floor, I saw that Li Bowen's team had just arrived. They had just gone to the 2nd floor and then went to look for Chen Junqi in the southwest direction. After turning several intersections, I finally saw Chen Junqi and his companions in a corridor. They were standing in front of an iron door with the words, "Weapons and Equipment," written in large letters above the door. Suppressing his excitement, Qin Jin knocked on the iron door with his hand, listened carefully for a while, then took out his old friend and fiddled with the door lock. Perhaps the door lock was indeed of excellent quality and had excellent anti-theft effects. It took Qin Jin several minutes before he heard it open with a click. I carefully pushed open the iron door, and as expected, what caught my eye was the purpose of my visit: weapons. For a while, everyone's heart slowed down when they saw the scene inside. There is a huge space behind the door, filled with all kinds of weapons. Various types of guns: Type 54 pistol, Type 64 pistol, Type 77 pistol, Type 92 pistol, Type 05 revolver, Type 06 submachine gun, Type 79 submachine gun, and Type 95 automatic rifle. There are also various police equipment: batons, handcuffs, tear gas, high-intensity flashlights, first aid kits, cut-resistant gloves, bulletproof vests, stab-resistant suits, and stun guns. A dazzling array. It is worthy of being the police headquarters of a city. They also saw several sniper rifles. Get rich. There is no need for any words, these 3 words are lingering in everyone's mind at this moment. Qin Jin didn't expect to find so many and such a complete set of weapons. He had some expectations before, but he was still shocked by the treasure in front of him. But he hadn't moved back home yet, so he couldn't relax yet and quickly calmed down. He gave the order to everyone: "Okay, everyone, stop being in a daze. Bowen, Junchi, Au, you guys quickly click on the number of weapons here. The rest of you start packing. We'll deal with it quickly." Yes. Everyone acted quickly and looked for containers for supplies directly in the warehouse. If there were not enough here, they would look outside. There are too many of them, and it will definitely take a lot of effort to install them. There is no time to delay too long. We arrived here a little after 10 o'clock. We dawdled for a while, scouted the area, made plans, lured away the zombies, and searched a building. Now it's already noon. There is no time to eat lunch, moving weapons is important. Damn it, doing this job is more enjoyable than eating. The team members moved and touched the objects, and sometimes they even wanted to kiss them. You can tell how much they love these things. Qin Jin was also helping, and took the time to talk to the team members who were flying the drone kite, asking them to pay attention to battery consumption and distance, and to come back when they were almost done. It's so cool. They moved their girlfriends. Qin Jin has already said that once everyone is familiar with the operation of firearms, they can all be equipped with guns. If you want to use a machine gun, use a machine gun. If you want to use a pistol, use a pistol. From now on, the combat teams will have to upgrade their shotguns to cannons. Happy working hours pass quickly. We were busy until 1:30, when we finally packed up all the weapons and loaded them onto the vehicle. It filled 5 trucks. Fortunately, more vehicles drove up on the road, otherwise the few vehicles that came out of the base wouldn't be able to fit all the space. At this time, Zhong Yu came over to report the harvest to Qin Jin. He held a notebook and said to Qin Jin, "Boss Qin, this time we got 72 pistols of various types. 31 machine guns and submachine guns of various types. 11 shotguns. 7 sniper rifles. 800 grenades of various types. More than 30,000 bullets. A number of various combat supplies. It's really happened. These weapons are enough to last the base for a while." Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Qin Jin nodded and said, "Okay. Okay. Okay. Thank you for your hard work this time. We'll talk about it when we get back to the base. Now let's eat." Everyone just remembered at this moment that it was past lunchtime, and they all grinned foolishly as they took out simple food or went to the car to get simple dry food. When they went out to fight, they all brought easy-to-eat food such as compressed biscuits and instant noodles. They also brought rice and flour, but it depended on the occasion. They obviously didn't have time to cook them slowly now. The group ate and rested in the building where they found the weapons. He also notified the 2 shepherds outside to eat the food rations they had with them first. Qin Jin thought about it and realized that it was almost 2 o'clock. It was not realistic to go to the next destination, and it was a little early to go back to the base directly. This place is about an hour and a half away from the base, so we might as well clean out the city bureau. In theory, there is a staff canteen here, and some food and other supplies are stored there. After communicating with several team leaders, we quickly got everyone's agreement. We decided to continue our action after dinner and search for the rest of the supplies here and load them onto the truck to take away. 1 hour was set as the time limit, and everyone acted quickly, dividing into 3 teams and setting off. Here they indeed found the canteen and got several hundred kilograms of rice and flour. There were also various oils, salts, sauces, vinegars, and some vegetables and meat that were not spoiled, all packed and loaded onto the truck. Some attractive supplies in the building, such as medicine boxes, cigarettes, snacks, and other personal items were not spared. It's all free purchases anyway, so you can get as much as you can within the specified time. At 3 o'clock, the search was over. Even the fuel in some cars in the parking lot was not wasted. The fuel was pumped out using the pumping equipment they brought and poured into the car's fuel tanks until they were full. Everyone was very tired. They had been busy all day since they came out early this morning. If they hadn't been so excited, they would have been too tired to move. Qin Jin saw that the team members were ready, so he communicated with the shepherds and asked them to leave the flock and return to the team. I also started the 2 trucks blocking the door and moved away. Then he sat on the fully fueled saber-toothed tiger without hesitation. Boom. A low roar of engines was heard and all the vehicles started. At this point, the team members were too lazy to consider that doing so would attract zombies. Even if they noticed them, they wouldn't be able to catch up. The saber-toothed tiger took the lead and drove onto the national highway, followed by the convoy behind. The shepherds also rushed back from nearby, and in a short time the convoy reached 15 vehicles. It's exactly twice as much as when it came out. Boom. All cars accelerated, heading home with a full load of supplies. End of this chapter. Evening. Green Source Base. At the main gate. The gatekeeper at the base was stunned. He looked at the long convoy ahead and for a moment didn't know how to report to Qin's father. Didn't Mr. Qin and his team only drive 5 cars when they went out? Why are there more than 10 cars now? There is also the majestic and domineering explosion-proof vehicle in front. Are the people sitting inside really from our Green Source base? Could it be the official rescue team? Just when the gatekeeper was still doubting how to deal with his life, Qin Jin, who was sitting in the saber-toothed tiger, leaned out and shouted to the gatekeeper, "It's me. Open the door and let us in." Seeing that it was really President Qin, the gatekeeper finally believed that someone from Green Source Base had returned. Without asking any more questions, he quickly opened the door. Qin Jin and his combat team members quickly drove into the base. Close the door quickly. After the convoy entered the base, Qin Jin asked the gatekeeper to close the gate quickly. Boom. Seeing the closed door, Qin Jin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Roar. There were several roars coming from the gate, and the number was increasing. It was then that the gatekeeper discovered that there were actually a lot of zombies following the convoy. Fortunately, the convoy came in and the zombies were blocked outside. After loading up supplies from the city bureau, they started coming back around 3 o'clock. But what I didn't expect was that there were many traffic jams on the way back. I had to stop and go along the way, take detours or move obstacles away, which wasted a lot of time. At around 4 o'clock the sun began to set. Maybe because their cars were large and noisy, and because it was getting dark, more and more zombies appeared. Many of them actually started chasing after them. At the beginning, you can use speed to leave these zombies some distance behind. However, due to an obstacle on the road, he stopped again, and the zombies closed the distance and caught up with him. We chased each other all the way, and the group of zombies behind us became larger and larger. When we reached the vicinity of the base, there were hundreds of them. It's just terrible. Fortunately, we are back to base. Otherwise, even if they can deal with these zombies, it will still be a big trouble. Qin Jin looked at the closed door, thinking that the base should build a city wall or isolation zone. In the future, even if there are zombies chasing you when you go out, you can enter the isolation area, close the door and fight the zombies, and slowly deal with the enemies that follow you. Unlike now when we are being chased so closely, we dare not open the door casually, otherwise the zombies will rush into the base and it will be a big trouble. It was impossible to build a wing city before the end of the world because the approval procedures could not be passed. He didn't want to build a small one, he wanted a large wing city of several hundred square meters. Otherwise, how will the convoy be parked when it returns? In the future, the fleet will definitely become larger and larger, and since they will all be large vehicles, there won't be enough space to park so many vehicles. He was silently thinking about these things in his mind, and at the same time began to order the people in the base to come out. Drive all these vehicles to the ground warehouse at the base first, and he will arrange for other people to count and store them later. Important items like weapons will later be stored in the underground warehouse that has been prepared long ago. The combat team members were also exhausted today. This time they were able to return unscathed from the expedition and brought back so many strategic materials. It has exceeded his expectations, so he has to celebrate tonight. We must ask the canteen to provide extra meals for these combat team members. There was also Gao Chang, who had been unconscious in the back seat of the car during the day. He followed them back to the base and gradually woke up. But he was still very weak, so Qin Jin arranged for someone to help him find a dormitory to rest, and if necessary, find a doctor to see him. He would make further arrangements in the evening. With a good mood, he called several managers of the base and Qin's father and others. He planned to ask them about the situation of the base when they went out, the progress of the wall construction, and to instruct them to prepare to take over the storage of supplies. At this time, several managers of the base and Qin's father had just arrived at the door. We were all happy to see them return safely and seemed to have brought back a lot of supplies. The stronger the base, the safer everyone will be. Everyone couldn't help but ask about each other's well-being. Qin Jin asked the combat team members to go back and take a shower and rest first, and then have a good meal in the cafeteria. He went to meet Qin's father and briefly told his father and mother about what happened today. He planned to tell his parents about some of the base's material reserves so that they would be mentally prepared. As the amount of supplies increases, he will definitely not be able to manage it all by himself, and he will need help. After briefly introducing his own outing today, he asked about the situation at the base. "Dad, how is the construction of the base wall going today?" Father Qin replied, "I was just about to tell you. The progress of the wall construction is good. We just started yesterday and most people were not familiar with it and could not work fast. Except for some problems today, the others have been working faster after getting started. It is expected that it will be completed and raised to 10 meters in a few days. Several watchtowers have been erected in advance. We will thoroughly grout them today and they will be ready for use after they dry in 2 days." Qin Jin's eyes narrowed and he continued to ask what happened. Qin's father did not hide anything and told his son everything that happened to Wang Minglong today. He did not exaggerate anything and just told him the whole story in a straightforward manner. After saying that, what a courage! Qin Jin's originally good mood was completely destroyed in an instant. I heard that today was the first day for our group of people to go out, and right after that someone dared to stand up and make demands. And also lead people to strike. His face looked ugly, even a little ferocious. He knows that human nature is complex, and he also knows that with development, there will be more and more people and the treatment differences will become greater and greater. Some people will definitely feel unbalanced, which is something that can never be avoided. But I didn't expect that among the people sheltered in the base, such a person would come out to cause trouble so soon. It's only been a few days since the end of the world. Fortunately, they haven't become anything big yet, otherwise all my hard work would be wasted. He suppressed his anger and remained silent. Even so, others could sense a sense of oppression and did not dare to look him in the eye. Especially Tang Jinming. As Wang Minglong was his former subordinate, he is the one who cannot get away with it after this incident. At the very least, he would be accused of poor supervision, and he was prepared to be punished. Qin Jin adjusted his mood. He just heard his father say that these people have been controlled and can be dealt with at any time, so there is no need to rush. Today is a good day worth celebrating. At least we should let our brothers who are going out to fight have enough to eat first. After sending everyone away, he went home to take a shower. He had been running all day, and even though his strength was still evolving, he felt a little tired. Maybe I'm tired. The time soon came to 6:30. Base canteen. The lights are on at this moment. Chin's mother specially asked the canteen to add more dishes, including chicken stewed with mushrooms, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, boiled beef, and mapo tofu. These dishes were commonplace before the end of the world, but are rare nowadays. Fortunately, an underground cold storage was built when the base was constructed, which stored a lot of frozen food. Both the people who were repairing the wall and the team members who were going out to fight were very tired. At this moment, everyone expressed satisfaction at today's sumptuous meal. They all knew that the base had a good harvest today and everyone benefited. Except for some people who can't afford it. The dinner ended with everyone feeling satisfied. In the dining hall, Qin Jin saw that everyone was full, so he spoke to everyone. Everyone has seen or heard that today, while our combat team members were out fighting, a group of people wanted to cause trouble in the base. I just thought about it for a long time. Did I not give you enough? Am I exploiting you? I asked myself, no. All of this is for everyone in the base to live longer. You can ask the combat team members who went out today what the situation is like outside now. Since some people feel unsatisfied, I will give them a chance. After saying that, he led everyone to the door of a temporary prison converted from a warehouse equipment room where Wang Minglong and others were imprisoned. Open the door and turn on the light. A group of people had their hands tied behind their backs with cable ties. At this moment, they saw someone coming in from outside, and it turned out to be the person in charge of the base. They all begged for mercy loudly and excitedly. They have been detained here for most of the day since noon. The posture was very uncomfortable, and coupled with the lack of water and food, many people now regretted agreeing with Wang Minglong to do this. Wang Minglong, the main culprit, came to his senses and realized what stupid things he had done before. He knew he was finished. I can't imagine what punishment he will face next. He spent the whole afternoon being warmly greeted by friends and colleagues. Now he couldn't say anything. Especially Li Yan, who was so passionate towards him in the morning, now looked at him like an enemy and cursed him in all kinds of ways. Facing the actual controller of the green source base who walked in, his eyes were dull. Looking at the people in the circle, Qin Jin's eyes showed no emotion, and he ordered the people behind him, "Bring them all out, follow me." The security personnel and combat personnel behind received the order. Ignoring the struggles and pleas for mercy from the dozen or so people inside, he escorted them all out with Qin Jin. Arrived at the open space in front of the gate inside the base. With everyone in the base watching, the group of rioters were pushed to the opposite side of everyone. The expressions on the faces of the people were different, some were curious, some were hostile, some were sympathetic, some were indifferent, and no one spoke for them. Qin Jin stared at the group of people who were still begging for mercy, without a trace of emotion in his eyes. He didn't say anything and wasn't prepared to listen to their explanation. Since he had done it, he had to bear the consequences. There was no trial process. He shouted coldly to the team members at the gate and to the people at the base. Open the door and throw them out. Wow. Both the people at the base and the rioters started to make loud noises. Many people suspect that they heard it wrong. Open the door and throw it out. Qin Jin had already informed the team members guarding the gate in advance, asking them to be on guard against zombies outside the door. If there were no zombies, they would open the door. If there are any, make some noise somewhere else on the fence to divert them away. During this time he has to keep the door clean. The gatekeeper on the gate made a gesture, and the small door on the side of the gate slowly opened, revealing the outside world. In the distance, you can vaguely see some street lights outside still on, revealing a gloomy atmosphere, like a man-eating hole. We just complained a little bit. Are you going to throw us out to die? Boss Qin. Let me go. I really didn't mean it. I was deceived by this Wang. I am willing to eat less. Repair the wall every day. I will work for you. Really? Boss. Let me go. Please. Woo. Many people collapsed. They had planned everything, but they didn't expect that once the leader of the base, Mr. Qin, came back, they would be punished like this. This is to kill them. Boss Qin. I have nothing to do with them, I don't know them. I am really innocent. I am willing to be yours, you can do whatever you want to me. Please let me go. Woo woo woo. Li Yan also broke down, crying heart-wrenchingly. This time I really shed tears, but it was just because I was scared. At this moment, her hair was disheveled and she was struggling frantically. She also tried to use her beauty to gain amnesty. Unfortunately, Qin Jin had no feelings for her at all. Not to mention that he had no recognition of her appearance as a self-proclaimed goddess, let alone the fact that she was someone who had evil intentions towards his base. After a day of being outside, the team members' mentality has changed and they now completely obey their boss's orders. Push these people out step by step. Hurry up. Otherwise their noises will attract zombies. Qin Jin had a blank expression on his face and even urged. It didn't take long before all 13 people in the group were thrown out of the base gate. Clang. The side alloy door that was originally open was closed. Ignoring the person outside who was still banging his head against the door and crying. He looked around at everyone in the base, his expression unchanged, as if what had just happened had nothing to do with him. He clapped his hands and said to everyone, "Go. Those who have tasks to do, go do them. Those who don't have to go back and rest." Then he led the way and left, ignoring the people who were staring in astonishment. Hiss. After he left, some people finally reacted, gasping in horror and looking at each other, not knowing what to do. Kill them all now. Mr. Qin is so cruel. Qin Jin returned to the office. Sitting in his boss chair, staring out the window, he pondered the future development of the base with a cold eye. The dozen or so lives that were about to be lost because of his order seemed to have been forgotten. At this moment, he didn't consider what those people thought of him. He just gathered this group of people for the sake of convenience. Starting a company always requires manpower, and the development in the apocalypse also requires a certain amount of manpower, so I led so many people to survive the mutation night. But he didn't expect that this was just the beginning and someone would show up to disgust him. Then don't blame him for clearing them out. In the end times, human life is worthless and you can find survivors anywhere outside. From now on, as long as there is food to eat and a safe place to stay, I will do anything to join the Green Source base. Even in Qin Jin's heart, everyone in the entire base except his parents can be sacrificed. With his increasingly powerful skills, plus the many years of experience from his previous life, even if he abandoned all the prepared supplies, he believed he could survive anywhere with his parents. It's just that I wasn't as comfortable as I am now. I hope that people in the base will not be so ignorant in the future. End of this chapter. Night. Outside the gate of Green Source Base. A group of people were still banging their heads against the door. All kinds of words came out of their mouths, begging for mercy, cursing, and regretting, which fully demonstrated what regret and despair meant. Soon, their hard work finally attracted the audience. Zombies are trotting over from a distance. Ah! Those who discovered the zombies were so scared that they turned around and ran to other places, trying to escape danger, including Li Yan. But their hands were tied behind their backs, so they couldn't move and their speed was limited. There were still a few people standing there, seemingly frightened, or perhaps so desperate that they had given up resistance. In an instant, blood dyed the front of the base gate red. Qin Jin, who was staying in the office, took the time to ask someone to call his parents over, told them that some supplies were stored in the base, and asked them to take over the spare keys. In the future, they will be needed to manage food and weapons, and count the guns and ammunition every time they enter and leave the warehouse. And they must keep good accounts. They can arrange trustworthy people to assist them, but the key points must be firmly controlled in their own hands. The security level of the base will also be raised accordingly, and starting tomorrow, everyone will be on duty with guns. Of course, some trustworthy personnel will be equipped first, while others will continue to use crossbows or batons. Qin's father and mother were also quite shocked. They didn't expect their son to have prepared so much food in advance. There are also a lot of supplies of all kinds, enough for the people in the base to survive for a long time. They also understand that these must not be told to anyone else, and the fewer people who know this secret, the better. Their son believed them, and they were determined to keep these secrets for their child. He asked his parents to go back and make their own arrangements, and he ran to the warehouse to inquire about the quantity of various supplies found today. At this time, the supplies from more than a dozen vehicles had basically been unloaded. Zhong Yu and Wang Yang were counting the items together. When they saw Qin Jin coming, they immediately stopped what they were doing and asked him why he came. Qin Jin waved his hand and said to the two of them, "I just came over to ask if you have finished counting. If you haven't, just continue. Don't worry about me." Wang Yang said, "Boss Qin, the things have been sorted out almost completely. The quantity has just been counted and I am checking with Zhong Yu. You came just in time. Let me give you a brief report." He continued, "In total, we recovered 84 pistols, 31 machine guns, 12 shotguns, 7 sniper rifles, 821 grenades, 120 flash grenades, 98 tear gas grenades, 112 stun grenades, and more than 35,000 bullets of various types. We also recovered other police weapons, 600 kilograms of food, and a number of various supplies." Qin Jin nodded with satisfaction and said to them with a smile, "Well, ask someone to sort the things out first, and my parents will bring people over to help put them into storage later. They both should be." At 9 o'clock that evening, Qin Jin formulated a new rule that all supplies obtained during outings must be handed over to the base warehouse first. Except for some non-strategic items that can be kept as personal belongings, strategic materials include food, weapons, things useful for development, etc. At the same time, with regard to personal weapons, they must be handed in and placed in the designated place every time you come back. They are not allowed to be kept privately, otherwise severe penalties will be imposed if discovered. Normally, only defense personnel and some managers are allowed to carry weapons in the base. This way, it will be less likely for someone to cause trouble in the future. Even if some people may feel unhappy, you have to keep it to yourself. There will be no human rights after the end of the world. The fist is the truth. The key points of the entire Green Source base are all occupied by Qin Jin's people, and no one dares to stand up and say no. With the momentum of a group of people who had just been cleared out, the new rules were smoothly promoted. Even if this incident had not happened, this approach could still be implemented, but there are definitely many people who would disagree with it. It's different now, everyone knows that this is the boss strengthening his control over the base, and even thinks it's natural. The original number of people in the base was over 100, but with the elimination of this group of people, the number dropped below 90. Qin Jin thought to himself that there would be many things in the base that would require manpower in the future. The wall needed to be repaired and an isolation zone needed to be built at the back. Once the base's defensive capabilities were improved, it would be necessary to put greenhouse planting on the agenda. It is impossible to always eat stored food. It is not enough to eat only staple foods. Vegetables, fruits, and melons are also necessary, and farmed animals also need special care. Then there are many parts of the base that need to be rebuilt, and after the water and power outages, both water use and power generation will have to be handled manually. He plans to build a circle of barbed wire to surround the entire base, which will at least provide an extra buffer against zombies. The combat teams that go out to search for supplies also need to be trained and expanded, and it will be impossible for him to lead the team personally every time in the future. It is definitely necessary for other people to have the ability to lead the team. In his mind, every combat team captain must be someone who can stand on his own. Now the combat team has only about 20 people in total, and Li Bowen and several other captains each have a few subordinates, which is still too few. It's a headache to think about all these things. But no matter how many things there are or how troublesome they are, you still have to do them, and take your time. Thinking of the water and power outage, he seemed to remember it was tonight. The vast majority of surviving humans will lose the light of technology in the darkness and enter the Dark Ages. I will have to find a few base managers later to remind them to pay attention to the switching of electricity and water power to avoid any problems. The water and power outages were predictable. After all, the situation outside is already so chaotic, and if no one maintains it, it will be cut off sooner or later. Gao Chang, who was rescued during the day, was also arranged to live in the dormitory. After resting for most of the day, he feels much better now. He has begun to familiarize himself with the rules and regulations of the base. He plans to repair the wall with others tomorrow. The entire base is still in full swing. The damaged external armor of vehicles that went out during the day is being repaired and replaced, and the newly brought back trucks are also being modified. With the previous experience, I can now do it much faster. They will go out again tomorrow. It is not the case that they will call it a day after achieving some results. The next month is the golden searching period and they must seize the opportunity, otherwise it will not be so easy to get supplies in the future. Unfortunately, the other survivors were unaware of this, and most of them were hiding in their hiding places and quietly surviving, unaware that this period of time was the best opportunity to collect supplies and move to a safe place. After a month when the zombies matured, they would be faced with even deeper despair. Seems to have remembered something. Qin Jin took out his mobile phone in the office and checked the network. There was still a signal. He guessed that this was the last afterglow of the internet era. He logged into the survival enthusiasts group. Speak. Forward, it has been a few days since the apocalypse. I have observed that after the fog has dissipated, the zombies are no longer so crazy, their aggressiveness has greatly decreased, and their mobility has also weakened. Now people who stay in the city can try to take the opportunity to move to another place to survive. As soon as Qin Jin sent the message, someone replied immediately. Skywalker, we have discussed this situation in the group these days. After the fog cleared, the zombies became weaker, but we didn't know where to go. Wouldn't it be nice to stay in the city? Steel and concrete can effectively block the danger of zombies, and food can be obtained in the city in the future. Tank, yes, Master Qin Jin, you haven't been online these few days, and we have discussed a lot. I think staying in the city is also a way of survival, right? I have seen many zombie movies, and in the later stages, the protagonists can also run out and search for food and supplies. Qin Jin flipped through the previous chat records and saw that they had indeed talked a lot. For the remaining survivors, chatting online might be their last entertainment activity. He continued typing. Forward, I went out today and found some differences among zombies. The same adults mutated into zombies of different strengths and weaknesses. Some were very strong, some were fast, some had slightly better noses, and some seemed to have better hearing. I am worried that the zombies will evolve with different emphases in the future. Forward, if they continue to evolve, the density of the city may give rise to very scary zombies. For example, some zombies with extremely sensitive noses will be able to find people far away. Going out to search for food will become more dangerous. Wooden man. Did the great god Qin Jin go out to surf today? I worship him. Tank, awesome. A master is a master. He went out for a walk as soon as the fog cleared. It was said that he was looking for the crystal cores in the zombies. Eating them will make you evolve and become stronger. I have read many apocalyptic novels, and the protagonists love to go out and kill zombies to level up. Can we do the same? Haha. Qin Jin was speechless. These apocalypse enthusiasts had such wild imaginations. He had the same idea, too. Forward, unfortunately, there are no suspicious items such as crystal cores in the zombies' bodies. Currently, humans cannot kill zombies to become stronger. Skywalker, what a pity. We have talked about this before, but the zombies were too crazy before. They were much stronger than those in movies and TV shows. No one was sure they could deal with them without getting hurt. Plus, it seemed that none of us had awakened any special powers, so no one had ever killed a zombie. Qin Jin thought for a moment and continued typing. Qin Jin, you decide for yourself. I am just suggesting that I am in Guangyuan City, Guangnan Province. If anyone is close, you can consider coming to my place. My environment is not bad. Food, drink and safety issues are solved for the time being. I will pass by this address in 10 days. Those who arrive first can wait for me here. Qin Jin then sent the address of a gas station to the group. This gas station was more than 60 kilometers away from the base, and according to his plan, he would pass by here later. He also had some ideas about the doomsday survival enthusiasts in the group. These people had big imaginations and often gave some fantastic ideas in the group. He got a lot of inspiration from them before the end of the world. So extend the olive branch. If someone is really willing to come, he would be happy to accept him into the base. The base is currently short of talent. Many people in the group were eager to try, but when they thought about the zombies everywhere outside, they still couldn't make a decision. And some people are in different provinces and the journey is too far. No one really said that they would go. After all, they didn't really know each other and were more or less wary, unless they were in a desperate situation. After this conversation, Qin Jin said nothing more, exited the group chat, and finally browsed other media platforms. Many of the apps that he usually logged into could no longer be opened, and those that could be opened were filled with despair. After experiencing the internet age for the last time, he turned it off. In the future, mobile phones can only be used as single-device functions such as flashlights, cameras, and game consoles, and there will no longer be the opportunity to make calls or surf the internet. Tonight is destined to be a restless night. The base was still brightly lit, cars were being modified, supplies were being stored and sorted, and preparations were being made for the expedition tomorrow. The defense procedures of the remaining personnel have been strengthened, and the daytime review and firearms training of the combat team members who go out are all in progress. According to Qin Jin's arrangements, the Green Source base is adapting to this new era step by step. No one can predict what will happen in the future, but at least now not all the people in the base are in despair, they still have the motivation and courage to live. Even though it might be hard. The time came to 11 o'clock. All the work is almost ready. Some are chatting, some are washing up, some are hiding in bed playing with their mobile phones. Many people are not ready to go to sleep yet. Sudden snap. The entire base fell into darkness. End of this chapter. Darkness looms. The Green Source base fell into darkness. Only some safety indicators lit up green. Wow. A slight noise was heard in the base. Many people walked out of the dormitory and asked what happened and why there was no electricity. What happened? Many people were confused and worried whether something had happened at the base. Don't panic. Please go back to your rooms and dormitories first. The power outage happened. There's nothing wrong with the base. Someone is already doing the repairs. Our base has its own internal power supply. Please don't make any noise. Don't make any loud noises. It will be bad if it attracts the zombies outside. It was Wang Yang, Zhao Ling, Tang Jinming, and several other base managers who were comforting the masses. They had received a notice from President Qin a long time ago to prepare for water and power outages, but they did not expect it to come true so soon. Now they are prepared. Everyone shut up after hearing this. Indeed, it would be bad if the noise was too loud and disturbed the zombies outside. The combat team members who returned during the day have told everyone the situation. Zombies will chase sounds, and it is said that if there are too many zombies piled up, the group can even reach several meters high. They were all shocked when they heard it. I didn't expect the zombies outside to be so scary. I suddenly felt that raising the wall was a necessary task. Some people even wished they could start working tomorrow. How can this be called a wall? This is clearly to stack shields for yourself to save your life. Several managers quickly calmed everyone down, and before long, the lights in the base came on again. Several managers came to Qin Jin's office and were reporting the situation to him one after another. Boss Qin, the base has switched to internal power. Except for some necessary places that use electricity, such as cold storage, storage room temperature control system, monitoring system, venue lights, etc., other unnecessary electricity has been turned off and will be turned on again if needed. The water supply has not been disconnected yet, but it is expected that it will not last too long. I know the Guangyuan City Waterworks, and they will stop working soon after the power outage. The water storage and switching work will continue until the water supply is cut off. Qin Jin nodded to the others and said in agreement, "Okay, save as much electricity as possible except for necessary places. From tomorrow night, after 11 p.m., all lights will be turned off except for necessary places. Portable lights or solar-powered lamps can be used in rooms and dormitories, and they should be taken out and charged during the day. Also, starting tomorrow, I will calculate the current daily electricity consumption and the solar charging amount. I want to get accurate figures to know whether we can be self-sufficient." Yes. Wang Yang, Zhao Ling, and Tang Jinming should be. Both Qin's father and Zhong Yu were here, and they simply arranged the management of the base after the power outage. Tang Jinming made a self-examination to Qin Jin at night, which made Qin Jin, who was originally planning to masturbate him, give him another chance. He was told to repair the wall if he made any mistakes again, and this allowed him to barely retain his position as one of the base managers. Send them back to rest. Qin Jin continued to rest on the sofa in the office tonight. He has been very busy recently and there are many details of the plan that need to be polished again. Staying in the office can handle work at any time and his efficiency will be better. Fortunately, my office was built bigger and more comfortable, so now I can work and rest here. He also plans to ask someone to put some simple fitness equipment here so that people can exercise at any time. This way strength and agility can evolve faster. He thought so. When he went out today, he felt his feet occasionally tingling, and the feeling of lightness became stronger and stronger, which made him sure that his abilities from his previous life were not lost, and would appear sooner. It seems that he was not reborn naked, at least his physical fitness is stronger than that of ordinary people. I'm really looking forward to seeing what it will become in the end as it continues to grow stronger. It was not early, and everyone in the base began to rest. Outside world. Yangqing, the capital of Guangnan province. In a villa in a wealthy area. A young man, holding his cell phone to light a way, walked to the window, looked out at the dark city, and sighed softly, "Is the power outage finally starting? Why?" He turned back to the 3-meter-long bed behind him and fell down. The soft mattress supported his body. He put his hands behind his head, and his mind was full of random thoughts. His name is Li Su. He is 29 years old this year and is an unemployed vagrant, as he calls himself. In fact, he is a rich second generation. His parents are in business and are not at home all year round. They live in a wealthy area in Guangzhou. My home is a detached villa. After the mutation broke out, I hid in my room and did not mutate, and was not bitten by zombies, so I was lucky enough to escape. He likes to play doomsday survival games and survive in the wild. He often spends money on some gadgets and has also been a host for survival in the wild. It's a pity that it didn't become popular, so I stopped playing. I did set up a few groups for survival in the apocalypse and survival in the wild, and my online name was Skywalker. Yes, he is the leader of Qin Jin's survival group, Skywalker. It has been 3 days since the night of the mutation. I have managed to survive until now by relying on some snacks, drinking water and beverages that I usually keep in my room. This room even has a toilet, so there is no need to be locked in a small room with no place to pee or poop like many other survivors. He remembered what Qianjin had said in the group just now. Indeed, the zombies outside have become weaker today, and even the mutated nanny in his villa no longer knocks on his door, which can be seen. Yes, he was lucky but also unlucky to be hiding in his own home with a zombie blocking the door, otherwise it would have been better if the entire villa could be moved around. He had already made some plans. He would first get rid of the ant outside and take back all of his territory. Relying on the food in other villas, he should be able to survive for a long time. But thinking of forward, the zombies are getting stronger and mutating, and he lives in a villa area near the downtown area of Yangqing, which seems to be not very safe. If the zombies really become stronger in the future, wouldn't he be trapped in a jar? However, going out to a place as far away as Guangyuan City, which he had seen on the map was more than 200 kilometers long, was also a big challenge. And no one knows the actual situation of moving forward. What if it is a trap? It's a bit confusing. Never mind, let's take it one step at a time and complete tomorrow's goals first. Anyway, there are still 10 days until the deadline, so there is still some time to consider. Tomorrow he has to kill the zombies first and take back the villa. Shenzhen Stock Exchange. A quiet neighborhood. There are some Western-style buildings here. Although they cannot be called villas, they are small high-end self-built houses. In a 3-story building. Compared to the darkness outside, there was a dim light on in a room somewhere here. The room was completely covered with sunshades, so no light could get out. A conversation was happening in the light. Apparently these were 2 survivors. "Mom, don't worry too much. Dad will be fine. We will go to see him in a few days." This is the voice of a young woman. Looking in the direction of the voice, I saw that the woman had fair skin. Even in the dimly lit room, her skin seemed to emit a bright white light. Her skin was as white as cream, she had rosy cheeks, an apricot face, and moon-like eyebrows and star-like eyes. Standing by the window at this moment, she is tall, nearly 1.7 meters tall, and graceful. She is definitely a beautiful woman. Opposite her was also a beautiful woman with a dignified manner, a plump figure, and few signs of aging. The two had similar expressions between their eyebrows, and from the conversation just now, it was not difficult to guess that they were a mother and daughter. Hey, now even the electricity is out, it seems that the authorities have not organized any rescue. You said your father is still in the factory in Shantou City, what should we do? Before, we could still contact him through the phone. He was trapped somewhere in the factory. Now even the network is gone. We have completely lost contact. He is staying in the factory office by himself. The food won't last long. The beautiful woman was worried. The power had just gone out and the internet was disconnected. She had completely lost contact with her husband and was at a loss. The beautiful woman seemed to be her daughter. She comforted him, I believe Dad will find a way to save himself. He started from scratch and founded such a big company. He is such a powerful person. It is impossible that he can't be solved by a mere monster. And he said there are some other survivors in the company. As long as they unite and eliminate all the zombies in the factory, there will be no problem. They may be safer than us. Well, I hope so. I don't know what will happen in this world in the future. Will there be a chance for rescue to come? If there is no rescue, what should we do? Our food can only last for 1 or 2 months. We will have to go out to find food in the future, right? The woman knew that her mother was not usually like this. She was just shocked and lost her composure because of the temporary interruption of contact with her father. She continued to comfort him, it's okay, I can go out and find food later. Don't forget that I'm an athlete, your daughter. Yes, this woman is not only beautiful, but also not weak at all. I have loved running around since I was a child, and when I grew up I also liked to participate in various exciting activities, including skydiving, bungee jumping, and rock climbing. Her name is Li Kai. She is now 27 years old. Her ancestral home is Shantou City, and she grew up in Shenzhen. She came from a wealthy family and had good academic performance. She completed her university education at the age of 21 and studied abroad for 3 years. After returning from her master's degree program, she has been working for 3 years. A few days ago, she was working for a large listed company in Shenzhen. She is a strong career woman and plans to return home to take over her father's job after training for a few more years. Unfortunately, the world changed a few days ago and all order collapsed. She had just returned home from get off work and was having dinner with her mother when she heard all kinds of noisy noises outside. Then she found that there were people eating people everywhere. Being familiar with movies and TV and fond of outdoor adventure and extreme sports, she quickly realized that they were zombies. Without wasting any time, she immediately locked the doors and windows, and asked her mother to hide with her without making any noise, carefully observing the developments in the world outside. This observation, the situation before her, and the news on the internet all indicate that her peaceful life is gone, and what awaits them in the future is the unknown and terror. During this period, I occasionally chatted in the apocalypse survival group that I joined somehow before, and learned how other people survived. Now her family has stored a lot of water and fully charged all the rechargeable devices. There are small lights to use when there is a power outage. In addition, the family also has half a bag of rice and some other food. The two of them have no problem getting through a month or 2. Unfortunately, my father was not around. He happened to have gone to the factory in Shantou City to handle some business that day and was left there. The network has been connected these days, and I can communicate occasionally. I know that the situation on my father's side is not good. Most of the workers in the factory have mutated into zombies, and my father is staying in an area with a few survivors. A few days passed, and there was still no sign of rescue. In addition, based on the information provided on the internet, the survivors had basically given up hope of being rescued in the short term. Well, I hope so. The beautiful woman put away her sad expression and stopped creating worry in the atmosphere between the two of them. She has a calm personality and just lost her composure for a moment, but she quickly adjusted herself and life goes on. Li Kai breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing this. She had just been comforting her mother, but in fact she was just holding on. She herself was also very anxious and confused about the future. What can ordinary people do in such an environment? She couldn't help but recall what Tianjin in the Apocalypse Survival Group said. Are the zombies really getting stronger? If they stay in the densely populated Shenzhen, will they be overwhelmed by zombies in the future? It's even more chilling to think about it. Is it true that he built a safe place for himself and had no worries about food and drink? Moreover, the address given happened to be on the way from Shenzhen to Shantao. She used to go to the factory with her father and remembered filling up gas at this gas station. Many thoughts flashed through her mind. After. Perhaps. End of this chapter. The next day. 6:30 in the morning. The faint sunlight dispelled the darkness around the green source base. Brought light to the world again. Inside the green source base. We will be out searching for supplies again today. The combat team members skillfully checked their weapons and equipment, as well as the various food utensils in the vehicle. These are life-saving things and cannot be taken lightly. Qin Jin will still lead the team out today. Yesterday Zhang Tiankai assisted in defense at the base, and today he was replaced by Chen Junqi. Zhang Tiankai will lead the team out. There are still 4 teams, with a total of dozens of people. Except for a few combat team members who were going out for the first time, everyone else was a little nervous. The other team members who had gone out once were much calmer. After all, President Qin is here, and many of them have equipped themselves with guns. Switch from machete to gun. The captain gave an order that pistols could only be used in emergencies without their orders. Most of the time, machetes and crossbows had to be used to deal with zombies and other dangers. The main reason is that they are afraid that the gunshots are too loud and will attract more zombies. It should be used only when conditions permit. They were content to carry their pistols with them even if they did not use them. No one should underestimate this kind of thing. Even if it is not used, it is a deterrent. When you go out, you may not only encounter zombies, you may also encounter other people. This is the best weapon when facing people who have bad intentions towards you. Soon, everyone finished the inspection. 7 modified cars were parked in front of the gate, 2 more than yesterday. After all, a car that you have modified yourself will definitely make you feel safer. Even though there are a lot of cars outside, they haven't been modified after all, so we still have to rely on the crash barriers in front of these cars to clear the road. Of course, if I come across a suitable car, I will definitely continue to pick it up. The leading car this time is undoubtedly the saber-toothed tiger that made everyone drool yesterday. After another violent modification yesterday, a wire mesh was installed to surround the entire vehicle, and anti-collision steel beams were added to the front and rear of the vehicle. The most important thing is that there is a huge steel cone bumper in front of the car. Zombies will be crushed like tofu in front of it. This is definitely a road-opening artifact. Looking at the increasingly powerful team, Qin Jin waved his hand and asked everyone to get on the bus. The gatekeeper used a sound device that had been prepared in advance to attract away the zombies in front of the gate. The gate slowly opened, the convoy drove out, and then closed immediately. Boom. The vehicle stepped on the accelerator deeply, the saber-tooth engine let out a heavy roar, and the convoy slowly drove away from the base. Boss Qin, look. They had not driven far when Zhong Yu, the driver of the saber-toothed tiger, pointed at some zombies in front of them that were attracted by the sound of the vehicle. I saw that some of the rioters who were thrown out last night were among them. Qin Jin looked carefully and found that they were indeed some familiar faces. Even Wang Minglong and Li Yan are among them. This was the leader of yesterday's rebel alliance. At this time, his right arm was missing, the bandages tied behind his back were gone, his clothes were tattered, and he had multiple bite wounds all over his body. A large piece of flesh was bitten off on the left side of his face, revealing his teeth and mouth. His 2 pale and bleeding eyes were filled with dead gray, and he was jogging towards the convoy, swinging his remaining left arm. As for the other person, Li Yan, who was coveted by him yesterday, a piece of scalp was missing, exposing the skull. If the face hadn't been bitten a lot, it would have been almost unrecognizable. Her hands, which were tied behind her back, were bitten to the point where the bones were exposed. Her jeans were dirty and bloody, and all her top clothes were gone. Only one of the 2 originally huge breasts remains, and the remaining one can be seen to have been bitten, with the artificial prosthesis faintly visible. It was trembling as Li Yan jogged, as if it would fall down at any time. Qin Jin had a blank expression on his face and nodded forward. Zhong Yu understood what he meant and stepped on the accelerator again. The saber-toothed tiger roared and rushed towards the zombie group at a speed of nearly 100 yards. Boom, boom, boom. With a series of dull thuds, the car smashed all the zombies in front of it like a bowling ball. It's really broken. The broken limbs and arms were thrown everywhere with great force. No zombie can remain intact in front of this monster. The remaining few were also knocked away or run over by the convoy behind, and for a moment, the ground was covered with blood and flesh. In just a few days at the end of the world, these people were turned into devils by Qin Jin, who killed people without blinking an eye. Some of them may feel uncomfortable psychologically, but they force themselves to adapt to this cruel behavior. They are all selected people, and they all know that if they want to survive, they have to kill the zombies. If you can't stand the new rules of this world, then you have lost your value. The convoy continued to move forward, and the blood and flesh on the ground seemed to be the answer. Only those who know the times are qualified to continue living. Very cruel. This is also the reality of the world today. Today's goal is still to find weapons. The first destination was the police station in a county town 50 kilometers away in another direction. With the current strength and coordination of the combat team, it will not be difficult to solve the problem. Of course, the more weapons you have, the better. There is no shortage of food at the base for now, so let's concentrate our firepower on searching all the police stations within 100 kilometers of the base first. Inside the base. A little after 7. All the personnel at the base have gotten up. The canteen has breakfast at 7:30 and no one will be served after this time. Today the main task is still to repair the wall. Except for the people on duty at the base security, almost everyone else has come. Including Qin Jin's relatives and relatives of other managers, all are treated equally without exception. Even Qin's father and mother, who were not on duty, would occasionally come to help, which made everyone even more speechless. The way the Rebel Alliance handled things yesterday made some people feel uncomfortable, and they felt that Qin Jin was too cruel. But last night I heard the outside world conditions described by the combat team members, and I also saw some photos and videos taken with their mobile phones. Only then did they realize how rare the life maintained at the Green Source base was. Knowing that building the wall is for the safety of ourselves and others, we worked extra hard today. In addition, after working for 2 days, everyone had some experience and the construction progress increased rapidly. Today Gao Chang also had lunch early with the others, and after finishing, they came together to repair the wall. He stared at the wall that was 7 meters high and incredibly thick, his eyes widened. When had he ever seen such a tall wall? Wasn't this a prison in the past? If I hadn't talked to the people next to me, I would have known that this was indeed just a food factory before. He even suspected that he had been frightened before. This is too safe. Although he was not very aware of the outside world during the few days he was locked up, he occasionally looked at the situation outside the car after he was rescued. It can only be described in one word: chaos. There was chaos everywhere, no living people to be seen, only zombies. He didn't know where the other survivors had hidden, and he became even more worried about his younger brothers and sisters. It would be nice if Aisheng and Xiaolan could come to this place. No matter how worried I am, there is nothing I can do for now. Take care of yourself first. He knew that the person who saved him yesterday was the leader here, Mr. Qin, and of course he promised Mr. Qin to do anything for him. Mr. Qin didn't come to see him last night, and he didn't know what to do. He planned to ask him when he came back tonight. There was harmony in the base today, everyone was working hard at their posts, and nothing else happened. Suddenly, a man came jogging from a distance. Until he stopped in front of Qin's father and a group of managers, he said breathlessly, "Boss Qin, Boss Wang, the tap water is cut off." It seemed that this situation had been anticipated, and Qin's father and other managers such as Wang Yang were not at all panicked. Father Qin calmly said to Wang Yang and other managers, "We already had a plan last night. We immediately cut off the external water supply and switched to the internal water system. Our pond has long been connected to a pump and a water filtration system, so it won't affect drinking water. You guys hurry over and deal with it." Wang Yang and others took the order and went to deal with it. Father Qin then said to the other people in the base. Everyone knows that there is no water or electricity outside. Although we now have generators and ponds inside our base that can provide water and electricity, it is impossible to use them as before. Everyone must use them sparingly. Everyone should agree. They were already aware of the power outage last night, so they were not surprised that the water outage continued today. Today, the Green Source base has begun using a large number of batteries that were prepared earlier. So the impact is not that big. The entire roof and the ground where sunlight can reach are covered with solar panels. You need to use electricity more economically in the future. If you waste it, you might be punished. The base also has a number of fuel-powered generators, but it's not yet at the point where they'll need to be used. Although there are hundreds of tons of fuel, it cannot be used directly to generate electricity. Fuel is used in many places. What's more, the noise problem of the generator is also a problem. This will result in more and more zombies being attracted from outside the base walls. Now the managers of the base are planning to assign another group of people to use spears to directly stab and kill the zombies attracted from below on the wall. Before the end of the world, Qin Jin prepared a lot of these assembled spears, as well as mobile ladders, which could be used to easily climb up the wall for defense at any time. I originally thought that there wouldn't be many zombies outside the base wall in the short term, so I could take it slow. I didn't expect that the boss's return yesterday almost delayed things. It would be troublesome if the combat team came back and brought in zombies. The isolation zone cannot be built in the short term, and a barbed wire isolation zone needs to be built within the base as soon as possible. Even if the combat team returns and zombies rush in, they can stop and eliminate them calmly. There are also people arranged to clean up the zombies outside the wall regularly to prevent their numbers from accumulating too much. There are too many things to do, so let's raise the wall to 8 meters today. I'll have to allocate some manpower to handle other things tomorrow. Noon. 70 kilometers south of the base. On a certain highway, a convoy of 11 vehicles was traveling. Leading the way was a modified riot police car. It was the Green Source base combat team and others. Qin Jin, who was sitting in the explosion-proof vehicle, raised the corners of his mouth and leaned comfortably in the seat. He was looking at the scenery outside the window while feeling the breeze, with a happy expression on his face, indicating that he was in a good mood. Yes, this morning's goal was also accomplished smoothly. It was still the kite tactic, and maybe because the police station in this county was located in the suburbs, there were not many zombies around, so it was easy to clean up the police station. It took a while, but we successfully found the weapons warehouse. The number is not as good as that of Guangyuan City Police Station, but it is better than that of another county police station yesterday. It took some time to clean up and pack all the supplies, and it was already 3 hours later. At this time, they were on their way to another county police station. Qin Jin looked at the time and it was almost 12 o'clock. He picked up the intercom and said, "Attention, all teams, park as close as possible, and prepare lunch after confirming it is safe." Soon, everyone parked the car on the highway. After making sure there was no danger around, I took out various foods for lunch. During lunch, Li Bowen and several team leaders came over and asked Qin Jin what he thought about the next target. Qin Jin said to the others while eating instant noodles, "The next target is the in-county police station, which is 60 kilometers away from the base. At our current speed, we can arrive there around 1 o'clock after dinner. We can leave 2.5 hours for the return trip, which means we can spend about 2.5 hours there. Then if we hurry up, there should be enough time." Li Bowen said after thinking subconsciously. Now they are much more skilled. They just go to a place, choose a location and fly the kite. Then go into clean up and search, pack the supplies and load them into the car, and it can normally be done quickly. If all else fails, just take the weapons and leave other less important things alone for the time being. After the brothers have their fill, we will continue on our journey. The zombies are not that scary these days, so we must seize the opportunity to stock up on as many weapons as possible. When we are done, we will make sure everyone has a good rest. Qin Jin told them. He had an idea in his mind that the base would implement a point system in the future, where people with great contributions could exchange them for supplies or other rights. This gives people the motivation to do things. The specific details involved are quite large, and he plans to release it after it is complete, but now is not the right time. In his vision, the Green Source Base will be a new small society in the future. End of this chapter. A little after 1 in the afternoon. The sun shines on the earth. It is already mid-October and the weather is slightly cool. But it cannot conceal the temperature coming from the stars. After finishing their meal, the combat team continued on their journey and had already arrived near the in-county police station. Perhaps it was because the sun was too bright, as we didn't see a single zombie near the police station. Maybe they all hid in the shadows somewhere. After the convoy arrived at the destination, it still stopped near the police station for observation. Qin Jin used the drone to observe for a while and found an abnormal situation. Zhong Yu, who was watching the scene nearby, also seemed to notice it. He said to Qin Jin, "Huh? Mr. Qin, it's a bit strange, all the doors of this police station are closed. It will be difficult to lure the zombies out later." Qin Jin had just discovered that the in-county police station in front of him was the largest building in the middle, and the main gate and other entrances and exits were all closed. Although there were some signs of chaos at the entrance and in the surrounding areas, it was generally much better than the previous police stations. Maybe this trip isn't that simple. Qin Jin whispered to himself. Without giving an answer to Zhong Yu, who was puzzled, he continued to scout the surroundings, planned an evacuation route, and then arranged for the team members operating other drones to start attracting zombies. "Let's lead all the zombies around away, and then we'll go over and take a look." The team members, who were familiar with the situation and had many experiences in kite flying, quickly raised the drone to the best position. Then the sound ball started working, and within a few minutes, hundreds of zombies emerged from everywhere and surrounded the drone. It was not until more than 10 minutes later, when no new zombies joined, that the group of zombies was led away. "Boss, not a single zombie has come out of the police station." Li Bowen also noticed something unusual and said to Qin Jin. The drone was hovering in front of the police station, but it found no signs of zombies trying to rush out. Everything is suspicious. Even if the door is closed, the zombies should still bang on it. But I looked carefully just now, it was quiet, it seemed that there was really no one there. Don't think too much. Anyway, the surrounding zombies have been led away. Let's go over and take a look. Let the brothers be prepared to fight at any time. Qin Jin said with a little seriousness. Except for the people flying kites, the rest of the team drove into the police station yard. After blocking the door of the fence, everyone got out of the car and prepared for battle, waiting for the boss's orders. Qin Jin groped his way to the gate, looked at the blood-stained door, and was about to take out the wire to use his skills when a voice was heard from inside. "Who are you? Were you the ones who made the noise outside just now? Are you the official rescue team?" A male voice came from inside. Qin Jin quickly raised his right fist, signaling the combat team members to stop and wait in silence. He stared at the door and thought for a few seconds. Then he signaled to the team leaders to let all the combat team members hide their guns first. Put them in a convenient place so you can take them out at any time, leaving only the crossbow, machete, and shield in your hands. Seeing that everyone had put away their hot weapons, he said to the people inside. "We are not a rescue team, we are just passing by. Who are you? Why are you in the police station? Can you open the door and let us in?" Instead of responding, he threw out a few questions. There was silence for a full half-minute. When Qin Jin and his team members were getting a little impatient and were ready to take the next step, the door opened with a click. The door opened and a middle-aged man with a weathered face leaned cautiously behind the door, looking carefully at Qin Jin, who was standing in front of the door. He also saw the combat team members outside who were also looking at him cautiously. Seeing the machetes, crossbows, and other weapons in the hands of the combat team members, the middle-aged man became more cautious. As if sensing that Qin Jin was the leader of this group of people, he continued to say to Qin Jin, "What are you doing out here? There are man-eating monsters everywhere outside." Qin Jin seemed to see the man's worry and explained, "We are not bad people. We are a team out looking for supplies and food. Can you let us in and rest for a while? By the way, let's exchange some information. We have been out there for 2 days and have some understanding of the situation." We can exchange information, but we don't have the food you want. Please wait a moment. The men didn't believe all of Qin Jin's words, but he seemed very interested in exchanging information. He first closed the door, as if going back to discuss with other possible survivors. Qin Jin was not in a hurry and continued to wait. If there is anything that is most attractive to the survivors at this point in time, besides safety and food, it is undoubtedly outside intelligence. The internet was still connected a few days ago, and I could see the conditions of some survivors from various places on the internet. But it is definitely not as detailed as what people who have been out and about in nearby areas know. The people from Lvaiyuan didn't have to wait long before the gate reopened. It was still the men with a haggard face just now. He motioned for Qin Jin and the others to go in. Qin Jin made a gesture with his right hand behind him, asking the combat team members to get ready, and he took the lead and followed in. He is very confident in his skills now, and it is only the early days of the apocalypse, so human nature should not have collapsed to a very serious extent. As soon as I walked through the door of the police station, I saw a fairly spacious hall. There weren't many signs of clutter inside, and it seemed like it hadn't experienced any chaos. There were more than 20 people in the hall at this moment. It can be seen that a few comrades in police uniforms were looking at them cautiously as they came in. Several of them had their right hands on their waists, which were bulging, as if they were hiding weapons. Among the other survivors there were all kinds of people, including 2 children. From the clothes of some men and women, one can vaguely guess their occupations: deliverymen, white-collar workers, housewives, etc. A man in police uniform who seemed to be the person in charge here walked towards the combat team members, and the weathered man followed behind him. He said to Qin Jin, "Hello, I am from this police station. My last name is Li. You can call me Officer Li." Glancing at the other combat team members who had come in, the man who called himself Officer Li continued. "I see you seem to have a certain degree of discipline. Can you tell me about your situation? And how is the outside world now?" Facing Officer Li's questioning, Qin Jin's mind flashed with thoughts, his deep eyes revealed calmness, and he nodded. He said to Officer Li, "We are from the same factory. I am their boss. I came out to search for food and various supplies. I passed by here and wanted to come in to rest and find supplies. I didn't expect there were so many people here." Officer Li assessed the credibility of Qin Jin's words in his mind. Looking at this group of people fully equipped, they don't seem to have much fear. Unlike most of the survivors here, who were frightened by the unexpected events of the previous few days and were half believing and half doubting. It seemed that he could see the disbelief in Officer Li's eyes. Qin Jin continued to explain. "There were also some people in our factory who mutated into zombies. We spent some money to deal with them, closed the factory gate, and stayed inside. In the past 2 days, since the zombies outside were not so crazy, we came out to look for supplies. Now that society outside has collapsed and production has ceased, food supplies are always necessary, so we organized people to go out and search." No longer caring whether the other party believed it or not, Qin Jin asked the other party. "I see there are quite a few of you here. Are you some of the survivors around? How is the situation here? Are there other survivors around?" Officer Li couldn't tell how credible Qin Jin's words were. Seeing the other party asking back, since there was no conflict between the 2 parties at the moment, he also answered honestly. "We got together after something happened a few nights ago. I happened to be resting in the duty room that night. There were not many people in the police station at that time. Some people turned into monsters and killed many of us. We hid in the room later. The monsters outside were attracted by the noise outside the police station. We came out and locked the doors and windows and stayed here ever since. These people came to the police station one after another and were taken in." Sure enough, the situation here was not much different from what Qin Jin had imagined. Now that he knew the general situation here, Qin Jin didn't waste any words and said to Officer Li. "Officer Li, in this case, do you think we can make a deal? We have found some food these past 2 days, and I would like to exchange some supplies with you." "Oh. What supplies do you want to exchange?" Officer Li seemed a little interested. These people have been trapped here for several days and are still able to hold on by relying on some scraps of food. But this is definitely not a long-term solution. There are zombies outside again, so getting some food now is undoubtedly a good choice. I want to exchange food for your weapons. Pistols, machine guns, and bullets are all fine. Impossible. Officer Lee's face turned pale and he refused loudly. Firearms are official property. No one except certain personnel can own them. I don't care what happens outside, but guns won't get out of my hands. Officer Lee sternly refused and his expression changed drastically. His sense of Qin Jin and his men was greatly reduced, as if he was looking at a group of unforgivable people, and he continued to drive them away, saying, "There is nothing you need here, please go back." Qin Jin's face looked a little ugly. He had been thinking about communicating with Officer Lee to see if he could get the weapons here by other means. Unexpectedly, as soon as he mentioned guns, the other party directly drove him away. After weighing it over in his mind, he decided that if he started a battle with these people here, it would not be a big deal for him, but it would be hard to say for the other members of the combat team. After all, the other party has been trained. The base is short of people right now. Especially for the combat team, it is difficult to replace the lost personnel. I had some idea in my mind, he said coldly to the other party who was trying to see him off. Since no one here wants to exchange things, let's not waste time. Let's go. After saying that, he slowly retreated back to the gate. He signaled to several team leaders not to do anything impulsive, and took the people who came in and left the police station again. The gate is closed. Qin returned to the car without hesitation and asked other team members to get in and retreat. It was not until the convoy drove onto the road that Zhong Yu asked, "Boss Qin, why did we just leave like that? We are confident that we can force them to trade or capture them. There are only 5 of them with guns. We can win." Qin Jin stretched his body and said to him, "And then what? How many casualties will we have? Are you sure you can defeat them without getting hurt? They are truly trained people, although I don't know how much strength they have left. I don't want to see our team members reduced in number." For a moment, Zhong Yu and the team members in the following cars were speechless. Really? The fighting was brutal and no one could say they were not injured. There is also a feeling of emotion brewing in my heart. Mr. Qin's behavior last night had a great impact on many people, and many people thought he was a cold-blooded person. Looking at it this way today, there seems to be another side. Qin Jin didn't care what the people around him thought, and continued to talk to himself. Besides, maybe we'll have a chance to get weapons when we come here after a while. Others didn't understand what he meant. He didn't explain it to anyone else. Now is only the initial stage of the apocalypse, and the survivors have not yet realized the cruelty of survival in the later stages. He had just observed some people in the police station and had some guesses in his mind. Don't think too much. Since this target is not suitable, let it go for now. There are countless supplies waiting for him to find outside, so why bother with this? Call back the kite-flying team members. The combat team drove back to the base. It was still early and he planned to go somewhere. There was something there that he was determined to get. End of this chapter. Qin Jin and his group left in County Police Station. Continue driving towards your next destination. The journey is not far, only about 30 kilometers. Normally it takes less than an hour to arrive. The original target was not here, because it was expected that a lot of time would be spent in County, and the remaining time would be used to rush back to the base. It's different now. We didn't spend much time in County. It's just a little after 1 o'clock now, and it will be just a little after 2 o'clock when we get to the next place. It is not far to get back to the base from there, only about 20 kilometers, and it takes less than an hour. The combat team's vehicles drove along the way. We picked up a few more cars this morning and just now, and the fleet has once again broken through double digits. This time the destination was a chemical plant. Located next to Mintong town, it was built in a remote suburb probably due to the pollution and the nature of the factory. Qin Jin had already inquired about this factory, which mainly produces various chemical products. This is his destination. The production of nitric acid here is very large, and nitric acid can be used to make nitroglycerin, trinitrotoluene, nitrocellulose and other high explosives. And there is a lot of gunpowder here. Before the end of the world, he had already paid someone to solve the problem. He knew all the chemical plants within hundreds of kilometers around the base. He also had some chemicals in stock that he could use to make explosives in small batches. But it is impossible to stockpile large quantities. The nature of the factory is different, and if you act recklessly you will easily be invited for tea. This time when I go back, I happen to pass by this place, so I'll go and check it out first. By the way, see if there is anything easy to transport. It would be a good idea to transport some back to the base first. Now that we have guns, we definitely need more powerful explosives. Even the production of bullets requires gunpowder. The team soon arrived near the chemical plant. Maybe because it is a suburban area, the surrounding area is rather desolate. You can only see one or two buildings from a distance, and most of them are low-rise houses. This chemical plant is also surrounded by a wall, and the height of the wall is estimated to be over 2 meters. It covers a large area and has many buildings of various types. Even before sending out drones for reconnaissance, some signs of chaos could be seen in the factory area. Li Bowen found Qin Jin and asked, "Boss Qin, should we send out a drone for reconnaissance first?" Qin Jin replied, "Okay, let's fly the drone around and see if there are any zombies. If there are any, we can lure them away first, and then go into search." The drone moved quickly and flew into the factory. This will look more real. Some of the cars and buildings inside showed signs of chaos, some doors were open, and some black and red bloodstains could be vaguely seen on the ground. There is no doubt that zombies have appeared here too. Perhaps because safety regulations were met, even though zombies broke out here, there seemed to be no fires or the like. Otherwise, with so many chemicals here, it might cause a more serious disaster. The reconnaissance is almost complete, and the sound ball under the drone starts working. A burst of loud music sounded, and the factory suddenly became restless. Many zombies in blue work clothes trotted out from various buildings. Maybe they were working overtime when the mutation happened. There were many people in the factory, and most of them died after the mutation. In just a few minutes, hundreds of zombies were attracted. There were also some zombies wearing white work clothes and ordinary clothes among them. They may be managers or senior management, but now they have become part of the zombie army. After a few minutes, no new zombies appeared. Xiao Lu, the team member who operated the drone, skillfully led the swarm of zombies towards the open factory gate, preparing to lure them to a farther place. Xiao Lu used to be an ordinary employee of Lvayuan and joined the combat team after the disaster. Because he had a hobby of flying drones and had rich experience, he was commissioned to carry out kite missions many times. He has had many successful kite flying experiences, and has perfectly attracted zombies many times in the past 2 days, which has won him high praise from Qin Jin and other team members. Soon the group of corpses were taken away from the factory and walked away along the road outside. It is also unknown where it will be taken in the end, and it may be limited by the control distance of the drone. The combat team skillfully drove all vehicles into the factory and then blocked the only gate. The team members then got their equipment and got out of the car to stand guard. Qin Jin looked around and found that this factory was much larger than Lvayuan. Maybe it's because they used to produce dangerous goods, the workshops and warehouses are quite far apart. Apart from a few office buildings and dormitories, most of the space is large warehouses and equipment. Looking at the 2-meter-high walls around him, he seemed to be thinking about something. This place could perhaps be used as a backup base or a branch base. This chemical plant is located in Meishan town, adjacent to Mentong town. It is about 20 kilometers away from the Green Source base, and it takes half an hour to get there one way normally. In addition, there is already a preliminary wall, so the defensive strength is pretty good. Various chemical products will also be important materials for future development and growth. Unfortunately, no matter how good this place is, it can only be a branch base at most and cannot replace Green Source's main position. Because there is no way to produce food here and the wall is too long and too low, it is difficult to raise it to a satisfactory height. In addition, the soil and water resources here are also problems. You have to know that in the later stages there is not only a zombie crisis, but also various natural disasters. There is no way to plant food directly. To develop this place, a huge number of people are needed, which brings us back to the issue of food. Just treat it as a resource point for now, and make plans based on the situation later. Qin Jin did not lead the team to deal with the zombies and search for supplies this time. He was in the open space in the factory with his cousin Qin Jia, who usually stayed behind to guard the vehicles and observe the environment. As the leader of Green Source, you don't have to lead the team to charge into battle every time. You also need to give others some space to perform occasionally. The combat team members were divided into small teams, and under the leadership of their respective team leaders, they went to search the office building first. There may be some information preserved here. If found, you can get a direct understanding of what chemicals are in the chemical plant, daily output and personnel situation, etc. Qin Jin stayed with Qin Jia in the factory area, looking at some of the surrounding buildings, wondering whether what he wanted was placed inside. Seeing that only his cousin was around, Qin Jia hesitated for a moment and said to him, "Brother, do you think this world will return to its original state in the future?" He only dared to call Qin Jin brother when there was no one else around, which was also a tacit understanding among the others. Qin Jin came back to his senses. Looking at my cousin, I didn't expect him to ask this question. He thought about it carefully for a while. Then he said to Qin Jia, "I don't know if I can change back in the future. But it's highly unlikely. Those who have turned into zombies and those who have died can't come back. Even if all the zombies are eliminated, there won't be many humans left." The light in Qin Jia's eyes dimmed. Really? Those people can't come back. It seems that I will never have the chance to meet my classmates, friends, colleagues, relatives with whom I have a less close relationship, etc. again. It's not that he hasn't thought about these things, but the more he thinks about them, the more terrifying they become. I am alone with my cousin today, and in his eyes, this person is definitely the coolest person. When this cousin was young, he performed well. Although he was not the kind of child that other parents thought was ideal, he was also a role model that his parents said he should learn from. Everything was fine after graduation, but things started to get weird since the beginning of this year. He made a lot of money from somewhere and created a huge company. That's not all. The worst thing happened a few days ago after the disaster. As a factory owner, I manage the entire factory well so that everyone can live in a relatively stable environment. Those who disobey will be dealt with drastic measures. The original factory has become everyone's hope for survival. Now we have more and more weapons. Many of them no longer despair about their future life. It can be said that my cousin is now a leader in many people's minds. The kind that makes you sincerely convinced. Qin Jin also vaguely knew what his relatives and friends were thinking. Even if many people used to have a close relationship with him, they will not show it in public recently. They only call him Mr. Qin or boss. Only occasionally in private do we call each other by personal names. He didn't feel much about it. He is a person who likes to be alone. Except for the people he cares about, he doesn't bother to care about others as long as they don't provoke him. He patted Qin Jia on the shoulder and encouraged him with a smile. "Don't be so pessimistic. We are still alive and things will get better and better. Trust me, your brother." Looking at my cousin's smile, Qin Jia seemed to be infected as well, and the heavy weight on his heart felt a little lighter. "Yes, just keep following your cousin." Just as the two were chatting, a call came from the intercom. It was Zhang Tiankai's voice. The voice inside said, "Boss Qin, if possible, please come over to the 3rd floor and take a look. We found several survivors in a room. They are suspected to know information about this chemical plant." "Oh." Speaking of this, Qin Jinlai became excited. It would be great if there was someone familiar with this place. After saying hello to Qin Jia, he quickly hurried over. This chemical plant has only one office building. Go straight in, find the stairs and go to the 3rd floor. Seeing that there was already a team member waiting, he led him to the location Zhang Tiankai mentioned. This is a fairly luxuriously decorated office. There were a lot of people gathered inside at this time, including Zhang Tiankai's team and Lu Wenhao's team. There were 3 people in the middle of the group surrounded by them. 2 men and 1 woman. Both men were in their 30s or 40s. One of them was wearing the same blue work clothes as most of the zombies that had just been led away. The other one was wearing a white work suit and was suspected to be a manager or technician. As for that woman, she is well-dressed, good-looking, and appears to be in her early 30s. She was dressed like a professional woman, her clothes were stretched out by the curves of her body, and she was wearing gold-rimmed rimless glasses. She stood in front of the two men, her eyes full of energy and her aura was strong. The other two seemed to be following her lead. Seeing Qin Jin coming, the combat team members made way. Qin Jin stood in front of the three people and looked at them carefully. It seemed that she also saw that the man in front of her was the leader of these people. The woman's eyes were sharp. She ignored the expressions of the two men next to her and questioned Qin Jin unceremoniously. Are you the leader of these people? It's been a few days since the accident. Why are you only coming to rescue us now? Do you know how we've been doing these days? We were almost eaten by those dead guys outside. Questions were thrown out like a barrage of bullets. She seemed to be venting her dissatisfaction. Qin Jin's already bad mood due to the unpleasant things that happened at noon suddenly became even worse. His face turned cold instantly, and he turned expressionlessly to Zhang Tiankai, whose face also changed slightly, and asked him, "Who are these people?" At this moment, Zhang Tiankai wanted to slap that woman. At this time, I had no choice but to answer. "I'm sorry, Mr. Qin. These people are originally from the chemical factory. I just asked them. The woman is the general manager here, and the two men are one technical director and the other one is in production management. When we searched this room, they saw a living person and thought we were a rescue team. We asked them some questions, but before we could explain to them, we invited you here. We are very sorry." "Oh. So these people thought we were a rescue team coming to save them." Qin Jin understood. I roughly understand why that woman spoke in that tone. I'm afraid you think there is still order out there. He was too lazy to pay attention to the woman but was very interested in the technical director. Ignoring the domineering woman, he went straight to the technical director and asked, "You are the technical director here, right? Are you interested in coming with me?" He directly extended an olive branch. Hearing this, the lady next to her refused. The person who took the lead just now actually ignored her. "You've been here for so long and there's still no sign of anything. When had she ever been treated like this?" She took a step forward, put her hands on her waist, puffed out her chest, pointed at Qin Jin's nose and shouted sharply, "I'm talking to you. I'm the boss here. No one can leave without my permission. Also, rescue me immediately. My father is the director of Tianqing Group. I am also the general manager here. If you rescue me, I will commend you in the future. And you. Tell me the number right now. I'm going to complain to your superiors when I get out. Is this how you treat a victim? I'm going to sue you." End of this chapter. Faced with the lady's scolding, Qin Jin's face became even uglier. He doesn't understand. Why do these ignorant people always appear? I won't talk about Officer Li in the police station today. He is a dedicated person. I have nothing to say and I even understand the persistence of such a person. Although this kind of persistence may be stupid in the end times, we cannot help but admire it. It is precisely because of the persistence of these people that the society can develop stably and prosperously. But like the rebels inside the base yesterday. And this woman I met today. Haven't they ever thought about their own situation? Qin Jin didn't want to pay any attention to her anymore. It's not that he doesn't like beautiful women, but he has no interest in a woman with this kind of temper. He glanced at the lady coldly and continued to look at the technical director. He planned to kidnap the men today even if he refused to go with him. He has some formulas for explosives, but it would be better to find a professional who can do this. Even if this person cannot configure bombs, it would be good if he can handle other chemicals. The base is in short supply of this type of talent. Besides, how could a technical director of a chemical plant not configure explosives? No one would believe it if I told them. The technical director seemed to feel that the leader of the other group seemed to attach great importance to him. He glanced at the woman carefully, and then said to Qin Jin, "Hello, I am indeed the technical director here. My name is Dong Hui. I came here to work after I graduated with my doctorate and have been working in this chemical plant for almost 10 years. As for what you mean by, I'll go with you, I don't quite understand. What's the situation outside? We were chased by monsters a few days ago and hid in this office in a hurry. We lost our phones and couldn't even call for help. We waited for a few days and finally met you. Can you tell us what the situation is outside? Thank you very much. The man named Dong Hui was much more sensible. He did not act in an overbearing manner. Instead, he lowered his head and briefly introduced his situation to Qin Jin, and then raised his questions. This is how normal people behave. When Qin Jin met this kind of person who knew the current situation, he was much more willing to communicate, ignoring the look of the woman next to him who seemed still angry but wanted to hear him talk about the situation outside. He said to Dong Hui, "We are not a rescue team, just a group of people who came out to search for supplies. We don't know if the whole world is in trouble, but at least in our country, most people may have turned into zombies that eat people everywhere. Order has collapsed. There is no rescue, and there are no organized groups. Everyone is struggling to survive." "Oh, that's not right. We are also a group of survivalists. When I asked you to follow me just now, I meant that I wanted you to join our survival team." Hearing what Qin Jin said about Guojia's collapse and the destruction of order, the three of them were stunned. The worst situation occurred. It's not that they haven't thought about this situation, but they don't dare to think about it. After all, such a powerful human being can't be destroyed overnight. How is that possible? Is the man in front of me lying? The fact that the group of people in front of him were carrying weapons, as well as the situation in the past few days, actually indicated something, but many humans were unwilling to accept it. Regardless of the disbelief of several people, Qin Jin continued to say to Dong Hui, "The outside world has been destroyed. Come to our base. We have a safe place there. We have food and medicine. Everyone is trying hard to survive." The technician named Dong Hui was very confused at this time. The stable society he used to live in was gone, and he might never have the chance to see his relatives and friends again. He was so upset that he couldn't respond to Qin Jin's invitation immediately. However, another man next to him who was a factory manager reacted faster than Dong Hui. Perhaps seeing that Qin Jin didn't invite him, he got a little anxious, so he introduced himself. "Hello, leader. My name is Wang Bin, and I have worked here for more than 10 years. I have rich management experience, please take me away. I can do anything you want." This man had just been following the woman's lead, but as soon as he saw the wind was blowing in the wrong direction, he immediately defected to the combat team. As expected of an experienced former manager, his ability to adapt to changing circumstances came naturally to him. Qin Jin glanced at him and didn't answer him. The base is not short of managers at the moment, and if this person doesn't have any special skills, the most he can do after being rescued is to help repair the wall. Let's wait and see. The remaining woman, with one of her two companions seeking refuge with others and the other still doubting her life, instantly fell into a lonely situation. But perhaps because she was used to being domineering and overbearing, she did not lower her attitude. She was the daughter of the director of Tianqing Group, a top student, the general manager of the company, and a strong career woman. She had countless admirers in the past. When had she ever been ignored and neglected like this? She was thinking about how to make this group of people serve her obediently, and it would be best if she could find her father and other relatives. Once she found a background to rely on, she would want to continue to live a comfortable life even if the order outside was really destroyed. The man named Wang Bin became even more anxious when he saw that Qin Jin was indifferent to his self-recommendation. He was worried that the group of people behind him would really not rescue him. He had been trapped in this room for the past few days and had survived until now by relying on drinking water and some snacks. He had finished eating now. If no one came to rescue them, they would be doomed. He thought hurriedly in his mind to see if there was any weight that could enhance his role. Moment. As if possessed by a detective, he thought that it was impossible for these people to come here to ask for food. There was only one possibility, that they were attracted by something in the chemical plant. He understood. He hurriedly said to Qin Jin again, "I know the types and quantities of all the chemicals in this chemical plant, as well as the daily output, storage methods, transportation methods, etc. I can help you deal with these things. Qin Jin, who was originally indifferent to him, looked at him instantly. Qin Jin was delighted. This guy is really a smart guy. He guessed the purpose of their visit in such a short time. He is worthy of being promoted to management level. His ability of observing people's words and expressions is amazing. Qin Jin felt that this person was interesting and his brows relaxed. Today was the first time I felt happy that there was someone I could talk to. With him, perhaps some chemicals would be transported back to the green source base, and he and the technician would be needed to help with storage and transportation. So what if I give him a spot? He said to the man named Wang Bin, okay, tell us in detail what chemicals are here, the quantities, and the transportation and storage methods. You will also be a member of our base in the future. The bet was right. Wang Bin was overjoyed and responded quickly. Even his body was honest as he moved towards the combat team members, as if he had already regarded himself as a member of the combat team, which made everyone laugh and cry. At this time the woman was anxious. Seeing that Wang Bin, who usually bowed his head and flattered her, suddenly defected to the enemy camp, she felt like her heart and lungs were about to explode. And what did she hear? These people actually set their sights on things in the factory. That won't do. She immediately screamed, no one can touch anything here. This is private property. This is mine. Do you still have the law? You are robbers. Also, Wang Bin, as a company manager, you actually sold out the company's interests. You colluded with outsiders and became corrupt. Aren't you afraid that you will be liquidated by my father and the headquarters in the future? At this moment, the woman's face was a little distorted. She didn't care about her demeanor and scolded her former subordinate. The man named Wang Bin didn't dare to refute her. He lowered his head and didn't dare to look at her. It seemed that what the woman said still had a certain deterrent effect. Qin Jin finally understood a little bit. This woman must have had some power before the end of the world, or had a strong background. Otherwise, how could such a charming woman stay in the same room with two middle-aged men for several days without anything happening? He had thought it was strange before. It seemed that her background made people wary. Of course, it is unknown how long this fear can last. Seeing that Wang Bin did not respond to her words, the woman turned to the other men with anger and said, Dong Hui, you have to think clearly about who gave you the opportunity to work here for so long. It was my father. Without my family's help, how could a farmer like you climb to this position? And your parents, who paid for their medical treatment in the past. Without us, they would have rotted in the fields like beggars. This sentence may have awakened Dong Hui. He suddenly looked up, stared at the woman, and said with gritted teeth, Guoqing, I've had enough. I know you look down on me. But you can't insult my parents. Dong Hui finished speaking to the woman named Guoqing, then walked up to Qin Jin and said, I can join you, but can you help me find my parents in the future? Regardless of life or death, I just need an answer. As long as you give me hope, I am willing to offer everything I have learned in my life. Qin Jin stared into the eyes of the men in front of him, and saw the indomitable spirit and determination in them. He could imagine that such a person could not be easily deceived, and he had no intention of deceiving the other party. He said, yes, as long as you do your job well in the future, our people will pay special attention to their relatives and friends when they go out, and we will even launch an operation to find their relatives if conditions permit. Okay. I'll join in. If you need anything here, I can help you get it. I know every screw and part here. After Dong Hui finished speaking, he returned to his previous position and stopped talking. In a short period of time, two key personnel of the chemical plant joined the green source base, which allowed Qin Jin to obtain detailed information about the chemical plant in disguise. This is the efficiency of those who know the times. After seeing the situation clearly, the best choice is to join them. They just saw the zombies being attracted away through the window, as well as the weapons they were carrying, and knew that these people were quite powerful. The remaining woman named Guoqing saw that the situation was hopeless and even this factory had become a bargaining chip for her former subordinates to surrender to the other side. She knew that she had no other way to control the other party, and this group of people didn't even buy her powerful background. She had no intention of considering surrendering to the other side. A woman like her was used to being superior and could not accept being under someone else's roof. It would be better for her to die than to let her live a life of being ordered around or even become a plaything of many people. She is very smart, otherwise she wouldn't be able to manage such a big factory. Her performance just now was partly out of habit, and partly because she wanted to give these people a warning and try to gain some initiative so as to qualify for negotiations. Now she realized that this group of people, especially the one in charge, would not buy her tricks at all. My mind raced, and I could only choose the last option. Guo Qing said to Wang Bin and Dong Hui with tears in her eyes, "I don't ask you two to take me with you. For the sake of working together for so many years, I ask you to help me and give me a car so that I can leave by myself." End of this chapter. Please give me a car and I will leave by myself. Guo Qing made such a request to his two former subordinates. You can take whatever you want from this factory, but they were my family's property in the past. I just hope to get a chance to leave. I want to go to Yangqing to find my family. Guo Qing said the following sentence to Qin Jin. He no longer used an overbearing tone, but adopted a pleading tone. Qin Jin raised his eyebrows. He didn't expect that this woman would choose to leave alone after seeing her two subordinates joining them. He knew how risky it was to do so. As a woman, she was thinking of driving to Guangzhou to look for her relatives. Not to mention whether her relatives were still alive, the journey alone could be said to be a life-threatening one. But put yourself in her shoes. If she wanted to join the base, regardless of whether he agreed or not, even if she reluctantly paid the price to join, he could imagine the pain of being at the mercy of others. A relatively pretty woman in the end times will have no one to rely on and will most likely end up as a plaything or food. This woman doesn't just look stupid like she did just now. It turns out that no one can be underestimated. He did not agree for the time being. He had no intention of taking this woman in any way. She had made him unhappy just now, and now it seemed that she was quite cunning. If she wanted to go out and die, it would be the best of both worlds. He looked at the two newcomers, raised his eyebrows at them, and signaled them to make the decision. It would be nice to do a favor for these two newcomers and let them serve the base well in the future. I guess they can see the situation clearly and he will not take this woman in. Dong Hui and Wang Bin looked at each other and had a silent conversation. Finally, Dong Hui stood up again and took the initiative to say, "Boss, please give our general manager a chance to leave." "Thank you." As he expected, the two of them still pleaded for mercy on behalf of their former boss, thus ending their relationship as colleagues after so many years. Perhaps there was something else involved, but no one knew. "Good. I'll give you a car. We just saw a lot of cars in the parking lot downstairs. You can choose one and drive away. My people will take you downstairs later." Qin Jin agreed and let the woman drive away by herself. No one asked about the result. Everyone knows what's going on. The situation calmed down for a while. The combat team found two key members of the chemical plant and obtained detailed information about the plant and the transportation and storage of chemicals. Perhaps Dong Hui can create some surprises. The two new members were also rescued and joined the new forces. It seems that their future lives are still guaranteed. In the end, this woman, who was a former senior executive at the factory, got what she wanted, giving her a chance to escape. Even though no one knows what the final outcome will be. Qin Jin glanced at the time. It was a little after 2 and less than 3 o'clock, so there was still some time to move some chemicals back to the base. Without further delay, he directly ordered 2 team members to take Guo Qing downstairs, while the others continued to clean up the zombies that might be left. He left Zhong Yu, Dong Hui, and Wang Bin in the office, preparing to learn about the situation of the chemical plant with the two of them first. There may be more trouble after the power outage. After the combat team has cleared out the zombies, they will ask 2 people to go and check the situation inside the factory. Some chemicals need to be confirmed whether they can be stored normally after a power outage, otherwise it will be difficult to deal with problems later. Everyone took action. Soon, there were only 4 people left in the office. Qin Jin came in and sat down on a sofa by the window and asked the 2 newlyweds. "My name is Qin Jin, and I will be your new boss from now on. Now, can you tell me what ready-made goods this chemical factory has, and whether you can make explosives for me? Speak boldly." The outside world has collapsed now. There is no need to hide. We need to have the power to protect ourselves. We have to use every possible means. Zhong Yu had already consciously turned on the recording equipment and took out a pen and paper, ready to record. Dong Hui glanced at Wang Bin, then turned to Qin Jin with a serious look and said, "Boss Qin, there is definitely no ready-made explosives in the chemical plant right now. But there are some nitroglycerin, sulfuric acid, toluene, potassium nitrate, sulfur, methanol, ammonia, chlorine, etc. in stock. These can all be made into explosives, but the power varies. I know some configuration methods. I can prepare liquid bombs. Of course, solid explosives are no problem. I can also choose the stability. It depends on the needs. The materials for these chemicals are available in the factory now. If the boss has any special requirements, I can also try to mix them. I should be able to make them. If you want to take the materials away from here, I know where they are placed and I can show you the way. We will also need to rearrange the laboratory when we get to the new place, so I suggest moving some equipment as well." Qin Jin was cheered up. Sent. At this moment, the look he gave Dong Hui was as if he was looking at a naked beauty. This person must be protected. His life is more important than most other people's lives. He silently decided in his heart that he would not be allowed to leave the base unless necessary. We must protect Dong Hui safely in the base and make good contributions to the base. Wang Bin, who was standing next to him, saw Qin Jin's excited look and knew that the new boss was impressed by Dong Hui's ability. He was worried that his colleagues would steal the limelight, so he quickly showed off, revealing every detail of the chemical plant, including warehouse supplies, production processes, and storage of items. As if he was afraid that if he spoke too slowly Dong Hui would steal the limelight, he even revealed Guo Qin's background and almost guessed the color of her underwear. He was interrupted by Zhong Yu and asked to get back to the business. This also made Qin Jin's understanding of this place increase dramatically. The depression he felt after returning from the failed raid on an county police station at noon was swept away, and he found that the harvest from this chemical plant was no worse than that from the city bureau he raided yesterday. You can make lots of explosives. Even gunpowder can be configured here. As long as they find the materials, they can even make their own guns and bullets at the base. He had already bought 2 small lathes. If it's not enough, then go out and bring back a few better ones. He had already paid for the address, and he certainly wouldn't have forgotten the method of making bullets. It's just that his proficiency might be a little lacking at the beginning. Once the people in the base get the hang of it, will they still worry about not having enough bullets? And with all kinds of tactics in his mind, he wants to arm the entire base to the teeth. At this moment, he felt a little more relaxed. Let the 2 of them continue to improve the relocation process for a while, which equipment needs to be moved first, which chemicals have inventory for convenient storage and need to be prepared immediately, some will be dealt with today, and other people will be arranged to continue tomorrow. Ring ring ring. Just when several people were busy, a shrill ring rang out. Qin Jin suddenly looked up, took out the intercom, and shouted with an unpleasant expression, "Are you looking for death? Who made the noise? Turn it off. The zombies will be attracted here soon." Dong Hui stood up and shouted, "That's the sound of the fire alarm. Someone must have triggered the fire alarm. From the sound, the entire factory has been triggered." Qin Jin then asked, "How to turn it off? Find a way quickly." Wang Bin, sweating profusely, interrupted, "There's a power outage now. It's probably useless to go to the security room to close the main valve. We need to manually reset the alarms one by one. It's over. There are several fire bells in many buildings in the chemical plant. It will take a long time to turn them off. The zombies will be attracted here." Without any delay, Qin Jin quickly gave orders to the intercom and the people in front of him. "Everyone, immediately lead Dong Hui and Wang Bin to find the fire bell and find a way to close it. Send 2 people to block the door for me. Observe the movements of the zombies outside and be ready for battle at any time." "Yes." All who received the order acted promptly. Everyone knows that the situation is extremely dangerous at this moment. The shrill alarm sound may penetrate to a great distance and may attract zombies from far away. "Boss Qin." The team member who was escorting that woman said something was wrong. The woman just made an excuse to go to the restroom, and then something happened not long after. We don't know where she is now. Lee Bowen's voice came from the intercom. It's that woman. An unknown fire rose up in Chean Jin's heart, and the murderous intent almost became real, and the walkie-talkie was squeezed until it was deflated. Bang. At this moment, a huge crash sounded from outside. Chean Jin quickly rushed to the window and just saw an off-road vehicle driving out of the chemical plant gate. A fallen iron door at the gate told the answer. The off-road vehicle was seen crashing through the gate and was about to drive away. Hold. No matter how good Zhao's attitude was at ordinary times, Chean Jin couldn't help but swear at this moment. He took out the intercom again and roared with a ferocious face. Lu Qing. Immediately intercept the SUV heading in your direction. Try to keep her alive. If you can't, kill her. Don't let her escape. Receive. Thanks to the professional walkie-talkie specially prepared before the end of the world, the communication range is several kilometers, and Xiao Lu, who is flying a kite in the distance, can still receive the signal from the walkie-talkie. He took action immediately, gave up controlling the drone, let it hover and broadcast, and then drove towards the chemical plant. The chemical plant is relatively remote with few roads leading out. This road is the only way out and should be able to be intercepted. Chean Jin, who was still in the office, continued to give orders. Hurry up and arrange for someone to drive down and block the gate. If the zombies surround us later, the wall will be the first line of defense. Everyone acted quickly. After giving the order, Chean Jin took a few people out. Some turned off the alarm, some blocked the door, and some prepared weapons. Everyone was making efforts to kill the zombies that might be coming. Boss Chean. Zombies have appeared. Lu Wenhao's voice came from the intercom. Get your weapons ready, you might need to use guns later. And how long will it take to turn off the ringing sound? Chean Jin asked. At this time, Li Bowen arranged people to take Dong Hui and Wang Bin in batches. After trying to close the main valve in the security room, it was useless, so they were turning off the alarms one by one. Wang Bin's voice rang out over the intercom. There are 9 buildings in the chemical plant, each with 1 to 2 fire bells. We only have 6 of them, so it's estimated that it will take at least 5 minutes to shut them all down. There are 16 members in the combat team this time. 2 of them are flying kites outside. There are 14 combat team members in the chemical plant. In addition to the 2 new members, 4 more people were sent to help shut off the sound. At this time, there are 10 people including Chean Jin defending the gate of the chemical plant. Send 4 more people to turn off the alarm. You must turn it off within 3 minutes. Yes. Zhong Yu, who was beside Chean Jin, took the order and quickly left the team with 4 people. They didn't need anyone to show the way. The shrill voice told everyone where the source of the sound was. At this time, dozens of zombies have arrived outside the chemical plant. Although the drone had attracted the zombies out of the chemical plant before, there are also some other factories, buildings, and living areas around here. The piercing alarm could be heard at least a kilometer away in this end times of power outage. The first zombies attracted were already using their bare hands to pry open the vans and trucks that were blocking the door. There were also many zombies on the walls and fences nearby, grabbing with their hands, as if they wanted to catch the combat team members in front of them to drink their blood and eat their flesh. If there's a wall blocking the way, you can use a machete. If they are hard to attack, just use your gun. Attack their heads. Don't hold back. Wear your helmet and be careful of the blood splattering. Chean Jin roared, took a long knife and stepped forward to pierce the head of a zombie clinging to the wall. Several other combat team members also took out their weapons and killed the zombies. Blood and flesh flew everywhere. End of this chapter. The front gate of the chemical plant. Chean Jin led several team members and frantically hacked and killed the zombies that surrounded them. In less than a minute, dozens or even 100 zombies had fallen in front of the gate. But the crisis was not resolved, because new zombies kept running towards this side from afar. Chean Jin stopped and took a look. The wall was only about 2.5 meters high. In some places, many zombies had been killed and had begun to fall down and be piled up. But more zombies behind were stepping on the corpses and trying to break in. This is the disadvantage of not having a high enough wall. An adult is between 1.6 and 1.8 meters tall, and can reach more than 2 meters with his hands raised. Once you are hooked by a zombie to the edge of the wall, it is possible for you to climb up. You have to know that these zombies have had their body restraints released by the virus. Even if it is not night or a day of corpse fog, their strength cannot be underestimated. He's not one of those weaklings in an ordinary zombie movie. Give two people a chance to knock on the iron railings of the wall. Make some noise to scatter the zombies. Don't let them gather together. Pay attention to the bottom of the car blocking the door. Don't let them get in from under the car. Kill them if they show up. Don't save bullets at this time. Jean gave the order calmly, then ran away first, hitting the railing with his machete, making clanging sounds. Immediately, many zombies were attracted by the sound coming from a close distance. The pile of corpses that had just begun to pile up suddenly collapsed. The other two team members followed suit and ran to a distance to knock on the railings to make noise to share the pressure, and occasionally took the opportunity to stab the surrounding zombies to death with a knife. The pressure suddenly dropped. But Jean did not relax, because he knew that he had to turn off the alarm completely in the end. Otherwise, more and more zombies will saturate and break through the defense sooner or later. Dong Hui and the others need to hurry up. Turn your attention back to Xiaolu. After maneuvering the drone to hover in place, he and another team member drove immediately to the base, keeping their eyes open all the way to see if there were any suspicious vehicles passing by. According to Mr. Chin, an off-road vehicle came over from the chemical plant. They drove carefully while observing, and after walking about a kilometer, they saw a car coming from the front. Xiaolu took a closer look and found that it was indeed an off-road vehicle, and there were signs of impact on the front of the car. Certainty is the goal. Without saying a word, he stepped on the accelerator and rushed towards the car in front. He looked as if he was going to die together with him. A woman could be vaguely seen through the front windshield of the SUV. She was Guoqin, the general manager of the chemical plant. She was a little confused at this time. I just caused some small trouble to those people at the chemical plant and came out not far away. I was feeling excited when unexpectedly a car came towards me like crazy. She had no choice but to subconsciously step on the brakes. Squeak. The sound of screeching brakes was heard. Xiaolu saw the other party brake, so he also released the accelerator and stepped on the brake. The two cars almost collided with each other. Xiaolu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and praised himself for his enthusiasm, as he finally forced the other party to stop. He pulled out his pistol directly, and another team member took out a crossbow and aimed it at the woman opposite. Xiaolu shouted, "Put your hands up. Get out of the car immediately. If you dare to move the car, I will shoot you to death. Quick!" He shouted as he walked towards the opposite cab. Guoqin was also frightened. As soon as he stopped, two people rushed out from the opposite side, pointing guns and arrows at him, just like a scene in a movie. Before she could come to her senses, one of them smashed her car window with the butt of a gun. Bang! The car window shattered and broken glass scattered all over the ground. Guoqin hurriedly dodged, but Xiaolu had already reached in to unlock the car, then opened the door and put a gun to Guoqin's head. "Unbuckle your seatbelts, quick! Get out of the car!" At this moment, he was like a vicious criminal. If he was discovered by a director in peacetime, he would probably be very excited and would be asked to act in a movie. "Please don't mess around. My family is rich. You can ask for as much as you want. I'll give it to you as long as you find my dad." Guoqin cried in panic, her hair disheveled and tears streaming down her face, like a wronged little woman. She was also confused. She had just escaped from the wolf's den and fell into the tiger's mouth again. She doesn't know what's going on in the world. Has she been unable to keep up with the development of the times after being locked up for a few days? Has it become so chaotic in just a few days? There are random people rushing out on the road to rob people. Xiaolu didn't care about her. He saw his teammates coming over and pointing their crossbows at the other side to control the situation. He took the initiative to go forward and unbuckle the woman's seatbelt, then roughly grabbed her arm and pulled her out of the driver's seat. Guoqin fell to the ground with his buttocks hitting the ground like a flower. Before she could even get up in a panic, with her professional suit dirty and messy and her tight skirt revealing her nude body, the man twisted her arms and pressed her down on the concrete pavement. His hands were quickly tied up with his shoelaces, and she began to feel pain all over her body. Xiao Lu showed no mercy to the delicate woman, and in no time he made her look like a broken puppet, leaving his teammates beside him dumbfounded. They swallowed their saliva and shouted, "Brother Lu, where did you come from? You're really awesome." Xiao Lu heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that he had completely controlled the target. When he heard his teammates asking, he replied shyly, as if a little embarrassed. "No, I was just an ordinary homebody. I just like to exercise occasionally, play games and electronic products, and watch movies. This is the end of the world, right? You heard what Mr. Qin said on the intercom just now. This is the first time I've seen him so angry, so he was afraid that the target would run away, so he used a little more force." "Yeah, just a little bit." The team member looked at the woman who was being pressed by his knees and moaning in pain, with her hands tied behind her back, multiple scratches, and her clothes in disarray and many torn. He silently gave Xiao Lu a thumbs up and said again, "Awesome. That's really cruel." Xiao Lu replied shyly, "Women will only slow down my sword-drawing speed." Xiao Lu took out his intercom and reported in the team channel, ignoring Guo Qing who was still begging for mercy. "Report to the boss. We have stopped the SUV. There is a woman inside. We have taken her under control. What should we do with her?" There was silence on the other side of the intercom for nearly 10 seconds before Qin Jin's voice came. "Well done. Control her first and wait for my order." "It's that person." Guo Qing fell on the cement road, his originally delicate face covered with sand and gravel stains. He didn't care about the pain all over his body, his mind exploded at this moment. These two people are in cahoots with the people in the chemical plant. In trouble. At this moment, the fear in her mind overflowed like a tide. He had just tripped someone up and was immediately caught. There was no need to fake cry and act pitiful anymore. This time the tears really couldn't be stopped from flowing, but they were tears of fear. She didn't care about the injuries from the friction with the road, she cried out loudly for mercy, and once again threw out her background money, hoping to buy her freedom with the two men. Of course she was overthinking it. Xiao Lu and his friends have witnessed the new era. Things like money and background have long been swept into history. Now it all depends on who has the bigger fist. Xiao Lu pulled her up and threw her into the back seat of their car so that his teammates could see clearly. He was ready to drive away. Staying here all the time was not a solution. He didn't know when the boss would notify them. It would be better to go back to the drone to see if there was any problem with the zombie swarm. He would need to retrieve the drone later. Chemical plant. Qin Jin and his companions were still struggling to resist the invasion of zombies in front of the gate. Dong Hui and Wang Bin cooperated with the combat team members to speed up the process of turning off the alarm. At this time they have already closed in on the last building. Finally, there were 2 alarms ringing in this building. Li Bowen commanded. 2 people in each direction, quick. Get it done as soon as possible, and the rest of you follow me back to the boss to help with the defense. I don't know how long the boss and his men down there can hold off the zombies. If the zombies rush in, we'll all be doomed. Everyone responded by running towards their respective targets. Qin Jin and his companions had almost gone around the wall at the factory gate. Even if he led most of the zombies to run, he could not hold on any longer, as the number of zombies surrounding him from outside was almost over 500. Several team members continued to attack and defend with high intensity. After just a few minutes, they were already exhausted and their defense line was in danger. Call. The shrill sound that had been going on for several minutes finally stopped at this moment. Before Qin Jin's men could react, they were already numb from the fighting. In the distance, Li Bowen and the combat team members who came ahead have arrived. Boss, we are here. Coming in front of Qin Jin, he said breathlessly. Don't talk about anything else for now, just help fight off the zombies. Qin Jin said to the combat team members who had just arrived. Everyone understood the situation and without further ado, they quickly took out their weapons and joined the team defending against the zombies. With the addition of new forces, the crisis was reduced instantly. Jean thought that they could hold on for the time being, but if it continued for too long the team members would be exhausted and in danger. Thinking quickly, he quickly dialed the intercom and shouted to Xiaolu outside the chemical plant. "Xiaolu, abandon the zombie group over there, bring the drone over here immediately, and lure away some of the zombies at the entrance of the chemical plant." When the accident first happened, he did think about asking Xiaolu to come over and use the drone to share the pressure, but the shrill alarm was too loud at the time, and the sound ball could not exert its corresponding power. Even if it flies back and makes a sound, it cannot compete with the monster luring ability of multiple fire bells. Moreover, if they gave up control of the hundreds or even thousands of zombies over there, they might be attracted back by the alarm and they would not be able to resist, so he was waiting for the opportunity. Now is the time. After hearing this, Xiaolu immediately rushed to the chemical plant with the drone. The zombies at the site became dazed after losing their voices and slowly dispersed. A small number of people heard the occasional gunshots a few kilometers away and turned around and ran in that direction. Fortunately, the zombies have not yet reached the fully mature state that they would be in a month, otherwise, when their sense of smell and hearing becomes stronger, these zombies would all be attracted to the battle in the chemical plant. It only took Xiaolu 2 minutes to reach the chemical plant. Seeing the zombies besieging the chemical plant, he shouted. Not daring to delay, he immediately controlled the drone to fly over, and the sound ball started working. For a moment, many zombies turned around and looked for trouble with the drone. Everyone in the chemical plant knew they were saved. As more and more zombies were led away again, there was no longer a danger of breaking through the wall. Jean ordered that guns should not be used anymore, firstly to save ammunition, and secondly to avoid making too much noise and attracting zombies, as these monsters were endless. A new group of zombies followed the drone and walked away again. At this time, the zombies have only two choices, one is to chase the drone, and the other is to continue to attack the walls and gates of the chemical plant. Some of them can still smell the fragrance emitted by humans at this time, and they are persistent in wanting to get the delicious food. The zombies surrounding the chemical plant were ruthlessly hacked to pieces by the combat team. Their numbers dwindled until the last one fell. The zombies' black blood dyed a large area in front of the chemical plant gate red. Except for Jean, who still had some energy left due to the great improvement in his physical fitness, the other combat team members had numb arms and were almost exhausted. They each found a place to sit down and rest. This was the first time that the Green Source Base combat team faced the siege of zombies. Relying on not-so-high walls, not-so-mature tactics and combat skills, they consumed nearly 1,000 rounds of ammunition and annihilated hundreds of zombies. This kind of performance can only be considered average. Jean, a reborn person, commented on this. End of this chapter. Count the damage to your weapons and equipment, and check if you and your teammates are injured. Except for Xiaolu and his partner who were flying kites outside, the rest of the combat team and the two new members were resting not far from the entrance of the chemical plant. After turning off the fire bell, Dong Hui and Wang Bin also ran over to help fight the zombies. Just over half an hour. Everyone experienced a dangerous crisis, but fortunately no one was injured. Jean looked at the time. It was already past 4 o'clock, and everyone was exhausted after just experiencing a battle. It seems that there is no time to deal with the transportation of chemicals today, so I can only arrange it later, so I ordered. Wang Bin, Dong Hui, please check the supplies here later. We don't have time to move them today. We will come back later. Bowen, Wenhao, take people to check the protection of the chemical plant. Don't let the zombies in after we leave. Everyone else pack up, we'll leave for base in 10 minutes. Everyone dispersed to carry out their tasks. Jean then took out the intercom and said. Xiaolu, lead the zombies away and come back with the woman. We will meet at the intersection outside the chemical plant in 15 minutes. The opposite side should be. Time passed quickly, and everyone else who had completed their mission returned to the convoy to gather. After confirming that nothing was missed, the combat team got back on the vehicle and drove out of the chemical plant. Since the gate of the chemical plant was damaged, the combat team members had to drive the truck found inside the chemical plant to block the gate again to prevent zombies from wandering in. Let's ignore the issue of survivors entering for now. There is nothing we can do if there are survivors entering such a remote chemical plant. A team of more than 10 vehicles set out on the road again. Maybe the zombies were attracted away by the kite and the defense battle at the chemical plant just now. I didn't encounter any zombies along the way and arrived at the intersection where I had agreed to meet Xiaolu very smoothly. At this time, Xiaolu was already waiting at the intersection driving an off-road vehicle. When he saw the convoy coming, he hurried back to the team. After stopping, he pulled Guoqing down from the back seat, ignoring her still struggling, and brought her in front of Qin Jin and a group of combat team members. "Boss, the woman you want is here." At this time, Guoqing's hands were tied behind his back, and his previously neat clothes looked dirty because of his struggle during the arrest. The two high heels were nowhere to be seen, the pair of stockings were torn in many places, the originally delicate little face was covered with stains, and the hair was messy. There was no trace of the strong woman she had been before. Even though she looked so pitiful, the way people looked at her did not show any sympathy. Only cool colors. Including Dong Hui and Wang Bin. Because this woman almost killed them all just now. If they hadn't quickly turned off the alarm and relied on the chemical plant's walls to resist the invasion of zombies, there would be a high probability that not many of them would have survived. Guoqing knew how serious what she had done was. She couldn't even imagine the punishment she would face if she fell into the hands of this group of people. But she would not give up hope just like that, and she argued to the leader of the group, Qin Jin. "Boss, I just heard the bell ringing. I was worried that the monster was coming, so I rushed to leave and broke the door. As for why it rang, it's really none of my business." Qin Jin was extremely disgusted with this woman. He had just entered the office and was treated arrogantly by her, and then he was cheated. If he believed her now, he felt that he must be crazy. Now he didn't even have the desire to talk to her and continued to stare at Guoqing coldly. Seeing this, Guoqing knew that he could not break through the opponent's defense here. She could only place her hopes on her old acquaintances again. She turned around and said to Dong Hui and Wang Bin with tears in her eyes, "I really didn't mean it. Please help tell them that this is all a misunderstanding. We have known each other for many years, and my father has been very kind to you in the past." Faced with her sophistry, Dong Hui turned his face away and didn't talk to her. Wang Bin was more tactful and said with an embarrassed look, "Boss Guo, I can't do anything about this. You really didn't do it right." Guoqing was furious. These people who used to flatter her turned against her in the blink of an eye. If it weren't for her current situation, she would have made sure to make these two pay. However, she did not realize that her previous actions were also a disguised form of killing her former colleague. No one looked at her favorably. Qin Jin saw that it was getting late. There was still a distance of 20 kilometers to go before returning to the base. It would be troublesome if he was delayed on the way and could not return to the base before nightfall. The right thing to do was to set off as early as possible. So I'm too lazy to waste time. Under everyone's gaze, he walked towards Guoqing alone. Others were also curious about how the boss would deal with this woman. When Guoqing saw the leader of the other group coming over, she knew that this person would be the one who would decide her fate in the end, and no one else could be trusted. At this moment, she was preparing to come up with her final plan, and whispered to the men who walked in front of her. "I can be your woman. You can do whatever you want to me. Please, take me in. I have a lot of experience and can help you manage it." Yes, Guoqing's final bottom line is to compromise and take the initiative to become the leader of this group of people. At least this way she was just one person's plaything and didn't have to face a group of people. This was the final solution she came up with after struggling in the car for a long time. As long as she serves this man well, she might have a chance to gain some power in the future, and then her life won't be too bad. She had already imagined how to please this man whom she had looked down upon before. She believed that it would not be long before he would fall at her feet. She had always been confident in her charm. As Guoqing said the above words, she twisted her body, squeezed her thighs together with a pair of ripped stockings, pressed her hands behind her back and raised her towering chest, with a look of shame and submission on her face, which made people want to conquer her even more. She's a woman who knows how to express herself. If it were an ordinary person, he might not be able to help but raise his gun at this moment, and if the place was right, a hand-to-hand fight would immediately begin. Pity. Qin Jin, who was standing opposite her, looked indifferent to her preparations and said 2 words to her. "You're done. Then let's get going." His right hand grabbed the machete hanging on his waist like lightning, and he drew the knife and stabbed forward, with a cold light flashing. Put away the knife. Turn around and go back to the car. Forehead. What happened? No one has reacted yet. Suddenly Guoqing felt a chill in his throat. Others also saw a thin red line appear on Guoqing's throat. Puff. A stream of warm blood spurted out, splashing the concrete road 2 meters in front of her red. At this time, Guoqing just reacted. She wanted to cover her neck with her hands, as if to stop the blood from spurting out, but unfortunately her hands were tied behind her back and she couldn't do it. She could only look up at the sky, and her throat made a gurgling sound. She was a little confused for a moment. I was cut. In just a few seconds, she felt weak all over and fell to the ground. The lack of blood and oxygen in her brain made her already confused consciousness even more blurred. I just vaguely knew that she seemed to be dying. In her last moments, a thought flashed through her mind, is this what death feels like? Then her consciousness fell into endless darkness. Blood spurted out like water, soaking Guoqing in a pool of blood. Qin Jin had already walked to the saber-tooth car. Seeing that the others seemed to be still in a daze, he frowned and couldn't help but stick his head out and shouted, "Let's go, hurry home." Everyone suddenly woke up from their dream. The boss is so awesome. One sword to the throat. Lightning action. Almost no one saw the whole process clearly. The boss just turned around and walked away without even looking at the result. How confident was that? Shocked. Everyone knew before that Qin Jin seemed to have good skills. On the night of the mutation, he captured a mutated zombie alive. After that, he didn't show much performance. His performance in the past few days has been average. But what happened just now made them realize that the boss's skills were so terrifying. As expected of the controller of the Green Source Base, not only is his management amazing, but his combat power is also terrifying. Everyone admired him even more. A truly strong man. Unfortunately, they didn't know that Qin Jin himself was also lamenting the attack just now. It was a blow he had prepared for. Although my legs had evolved in my previous life, the strength of my arms was still very ordinary. Unlike now, my legs and hands are still evolving, and my strength has reached a level that I could not have imagined before. Speed can be converted into kinetic energy. Similarly, when strength reaches a certain level, it can also be converted into speed. There was a blow that ordinary people could hardly see clearly. He also felt that his reaction nerves seemed to have become stronger. When he was concentrating just now, he had a feeling that time slowed down. Although it was very slight, it was real. Interesting, it seems that not only the strength of my hands and feet has increased, other aspects seem to be changing as well. It seems that I need to find some time to study it carefully later. After being amazed, the others did not stop and got on the bus. After all, if you stay in one place for too long, zombies might come, and as the smell of blood spreads, zombies will inevitably appear sooner or later. After everyone got on the bus, they followed the saber-toothed tiger in the front and started driving towards the base. When passing by Guoqing's body, many people couldn't help but take a few more glances. Just now, this woman was still trying to beg for her life, and many of them thought that the boss would accept it. Putting themselves in their shoes, many of them do think that this woman is pretty and it would be fine to take her home and use her as a sex toy. The boss accepted it and they had nothing to say, so they could only keep it to themselves, even though this person had just cheated his group of people. But now there are no ifs. She has turned into a cold corpse, and the consciousness named Guoqing has disappeared from this world. Many people were shocked by the boss's decisiveness. Before, throwing Wang Minglong and his group outside the base to fend for themselves could be considered as murder, but it was indirect murder. Today's situation was different. A living life was killed directly without any hesitation, cleanly and neatly. The blood sprayed only 1 or 2 meters away from some people. Awe is growing in the hearts of many people. Awe of the boss's ruthlessness. Dong Hui and Wang Bin, who had just joined, were even more trembling. It was the first time they saw a real person killing someone. The man-eating zombies before could still be classified as monsters, but now that a fellow zombie had done this, the feeling of horror was incomparable. It was like they were meeting their new boss for the first time. It turns out that the person who communicated with them in a nice way at the beginning also had such a scary side. I don't know what will happen to them in the future, I just sigh in my heart and hope that they will not fall into the wolf's den. As for the death of their former leader, they were more open-minded about it, because she did have a way to kill herself, and it was a good thing that the two of them didn't go up and kick her. With various thoughts in mind, everyone drove towards the base. End of this chapter. Green Source Base. 5:30 p.m. The sun sets. The defense team member in charge of guarding the gate looked out at the road, preparing to welcome back the combat team that had gone out of the base. Just now. The combat team members who went out sent a message in advance via walkie-talkie that they were 2 kilometers away. We are almost arriving at the base. Please ask them to clear out the zombies around the gate in advance. The people in the base are now much more skilled. As soon as he heard that the boss would be back soon, he arranged for someone to turn on the speakers installed in other places on the wall. The sound was heard and some zombies wandering near the gate were quickly attracted over, clearing the entrance and exit points of the gate in a short period of time. Sure enough, a few minutes later a convoy of more than a dozen vehicles appeared at the corner at the end of the road in the distance. Leading the way was the boss's mount, the saber-toothed tiger. The convoy drove straight into the gate that had been opened in advance, and the gate was not closed again until all the vehicles entered the base. After returning to the base, the temporary isolation area built with barbed wire and some steel bars came in handy. It is nearly 200 to 300 square meters, which is more than enough to accommodate a dozen cars. Qin Jin and other combat team members got out of the car and began to check the vehicle, both inside and outside. Check if there are any zombies hanging on the chassis during driving. Or when the car is parked, zombies or humans enter the trunk without being noticed. The main focus is safety. In the future, if there are more people, we will have to set up observation time. To prevent someone from being bitten by a zombie and concealing the report, they will have to wait in the quarantine area for a certain period of time before being released. This was also the original intention of Qin Jin to set up an isolation area yesterday, so that some risks can be isolated and resolved here first. Dong Hui and Wang Bin also got out of the car and were observing the Green Source Base. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be where they will live for a long time. Looking at the 6 or 7 meter high wall next to it, as well as the various equipment and materials under construction. There are towering watchtowers everywhere. The people patrolling with rifles, the huge and heavy gate behind them, and the buildings visible in the quarantine area alone are enough to show how extraordinary this place is. The two looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. It has been less than a week since the mutation night incident began. There actually is a place that has built a base of this scale. It's worthy of being Mr. Qin. Soon, it was confirmed that the returning combat team members were all fine. Open the iron bars and let these people drive the car to the warehouse to prepare for unloading and transportation. With yesterday's experience in mind, Father Qin prepared the staff early today. As soon as the combat team came back, someone took over the material vehicles and prepared to do the inventory and put them into storage. Qin Jin told Li Bowen and other team leaders that after washing up and having dinner, they would hold a review meeting for today's field operation in the conference room of the office building. The combat team was then disbanded. Afterwards, he briefly told Qin's father and other managers about today's material collection situation. The quantity is a little less than yesterday, let them deal with it. He also asked Wang Yang to take the 2 new people to settle down, and he went back to his home to wash up and rest. Today was another day of running from morning to night. Even though he had extraordinary physical fitness, he still felt a little tired. Qin Jin's own little house. In the shower room on the 2nd floor. The steam is rising. As the de facto leader of the base, he still enjoys the privilege of unlimited hot water for bathing. After washing up, all the tiredness in my body was relieved. Looking at the strong and upright figure in the mirror, and the gradually bulging muscles in his legs and arms. He could feel the power in it. Then experience carefully the feeling that the fog is slowing down when you are concentrating your mind. It was confirmed that it was indeed an evolution of faster nerve reflexes. It seems that this state cannot be maintained for a long time. I can only concentrate for a few seconds. If I maintain it for too long, I will feel dizzy and need to get out of it quickly. It seems that this state can only be used occasionally and cannot be regarded as the norm. I don't know if it can be further strengthened in the future. After washing up, it's time to eat at the base. Now dinner at the base is served in the collective canteen from 6:30 to 7 o'clock. When night falls, in addition to the necessary facilities, energy-saving LED lights will be installed at a certain distance between the walls and buildings to maintain power supply. Most other places will be plunged into darkness. If you need to use your own lighting tools, a mobile phone, flashlight, etc. will do. Charge with solar energy during the day, or go to the unified charging point open at the base to charge. At present, it is not possible to provide electricity to every dormitory. Solar power generation is limited, and there are too many places that use electricity. Only after the country has developed further, will it be possible to gradually return to the previous state of unlimited electricity. Water is also limited in use, and each dormitory has an IC card that is used to recharge hot water before the end of the world. Now the cold water has been cut off, and each person has been issued an IC card with a fixed water quota of 0.3 cubic meters, 300 liters, per week, which can be used for bathing, washing, flushing the toilet, etc. It is impossible to take a shower every day, but wiping the body and flushing the toilet occasionally is enough. Of course, this is only for private use in the dormitory. There are other collective drinking water areas and public toilets within the base. These places are free areas and are managed. After using up your private quota, you can go to the public toilet. Otherwise, if you block your own dormitory toilet, you will be the one to be choked by the fumes. Many details of life are slowly changing in order to adapt to this new era. After dinner, the few people who did not have any missions mostly went back to the dormitory to rest, or chatted in some public areas of the base. When we first entered the end of the world, it was difficult for most people to make the transition all at once, from the information age to the era of the Big Pot. Other people with tasks also have to modify and maintain vehicles, maintain and renovate base facilities, summarize daily production progress, etc. At night, the Green Source base was still busy as a whole. In the conference room of the office building, Qin Jin sat in the first seat, and all the other combat team members were present. After a break, everyone regained much of their spirits and were waiting for the boss to speak. Qin Jin went straight to the point and began. The team members who didn't go out should all know that we encountered a lot of things today, but we also gained a lot overall, both in terms of supplies and combat experience. Let me explain here what we didn't handle well today. I hope we can learn and grow together. The first thing is to deal with the survivors from the in-county police department. This is the first time, and no one has any experience in dealing with it. It was not a wise decision for us to all go into the enemy's lair at the beginning. We did not expect that the enemy also had guns. At that time, we considered that once the two sides exchanged fire, bullets would have no eyes and there might be casualties, so we finally chose to withdraw. Next time we encounter this kind of situation, we should first understand the internal situation before making a decision, or lure the other party out. Both are better options. We cannot give up the initiative. Then there was the incident at the chemical plant, where we didn't keep a close eye on a woman who had a grudge against us, and that gave her the opportunity to be alone and cause trouble. Fortunately, we solved the problem this time, but what about next time? Maybe some people won't be able to come back. So from now on, you should be ruthless when necessary. No matter what excuses the other party makes, you should keep an eye on her and never let her out of your sight. Even if the other party wants to poop, you should make her poop in front of you and keep your eyes on her at all times. Your life is your own, but everyone else's life is in your hands. No one in the meeting room said a word, but kept it in mind. Especially the two team members who were responsible for watching Guoqing before, now they lowered their heads and dared not look at other people. They were just too thin-skinned and slipped out of the other party's sight at the mere words of the other party, leading to the incident. Also, when we were fighting the zombies, our combat team also had many shortcomings. For example, the drones were all placed with Lu Qing, Xiao Lu. After the fire alarm stopped, our people in the chemical plant did not have other drones to lead away some more zombies. This was also a mistake. I am your boss. Although I am responsible for many things, you cannot rely on me to formulate battle plans and complete preparations. What I hope is that each of you can have independent survival skills in the wild. As I said, you have to take control of your own life. Zhong Yu, Li Bowen, Zhang Tiankai, Chen Junqi, Lu Wenhao, you 5 team leaders need to do more and better than others. Everyone can express their opinions here later. If there are any shortcomings, we can correct them together. If we want to live longer in this new era, we must become stronger. Really? If you want to live longer, there is no other way than to become stronger. There is no use hoping for charity from others. It was difficult even in the peaceful times before, let alone now. In this way, the more than 20 team members present all put forward their opinions sincerely and worked together to improve the response strategy for the new world. Qin Jin felt relieved after seeing this. This was the team he wanted. When they continue to grow and have the ability to stand on their own, he will be able to relax a little. He didn't stay too long. He let the team members continue and left the meeting room first. As the leader, he has more things to deal with. Base construction progress, internal personnel living conditions, material inventory, base defense, etc. Including some of the shortcomings in the isolation area that I saw when I came back today, I need to personally understand and instruct people to deal with them. So being the boss isn't that easy. It's not enough to just sit there and wait for your subordinates to do things. That way of doing things is courting death. You will either be sidelined or develop downward and collapse sooner or later. Qin Jin just left the office building. At the door, I saw someone who seemed to have been waiting there for a long time. The other party also saw him coming out. He hurriedly went up to him, and said carefully when they were nearly 2 meters apart, "Hello, Mr. Qin, I am Gao Chang, the person you came back with yesterday." When the other person came over, Qin Jin recognized who it was. He asked curiously, "I remember you. Tell me, is there anything you need from me?" Gao Chang sorted out his thoughts and spoke out the words he had prepared long ago. "It's like this. I came here to thank Mr. Qin for saving me, and I also want to see if Mr. Qin can use me." After a pause, he continued, "I said when I was rescued yesterday that my life is yours, Boss Qin. I will do whatever you tell me to do." Oh. Qin Jin saw that there was something behind his words. This guy was just rescued yesterday, and he came up to show off right away. He didn't believe that he had no idea. "I had plans for you, but I didn't expect you to be so proactive. So go help me raise the fish in the 2 ponds in the base. This shouldn't be a difficult task, right? Also, come on, do you have anything else to say?" Gao Chang didn't seem to expect Qin Jin to see through him. After hesitating for a while, he mustered up the courage to say, "Yes, Mr. Qin, I'll take over the fish farming. It's not difficult. I just need to look after it occasionally. Also, I hope to join the combat team here." "Can you tell me the reason?" Qin Jin asked curiously. Gao Chang gritted his teeth and spoke out what was in his heart. "I hope to have more opportunities to go out, even if I have to face zombies. My brother and sister are still out there, and I want to find them if I have the chance. Boss Qin, do you think there is still hope of finding my brother and sister? My brother used to open a store selling mobile phones in the suburbs of Shenzhen, and my sister is also a doctor in a hospital in Shenzhen. Will they be okay?" he asked hopefully. Today he has a basic understanding of the situation outside. The more you understand, the more desperate you become. Most people here know that the humans outside have mutated into man-eating monsters. He himself witnessed that there were very few survivors. Even if his younger brothers and sisters luckily escaped the mutation, they still had to face the threat of zombies. It can be said that the possibility of survival is very small. This despair tormented him all day. At night, I couldn't help but look for the leader here, hoping to get some more accurate information and increase the chances of contacting the outside world. As the leader of the base, Qin Jin did no more, but Gao Chang didn't dare to hold out much hope. After all, this kind of disaster cannot be resisted by human power. What he didn't expect was that after he asked this, Mr. Qin gave him an unexpected answer. "Your brother and sister may indeed still be alive." End of this chapter. Your brother and sister may still be alive. Under Gao Chang's expression of disbelief, Qin Jin gave such an answer. "I'm not just trying to comfort you. There is a good chance that your brother and sister are still alive. Of course it's just a possibility. The outside world is so chaotic right now. No one dares to say they can survive in such an environment. This is my judgment based on some information I have learned. You can choose to believe it, or you can think that I am fooling you. It is your freedom. I have no objection to you joining the combat team. You can go to the conference room in the office building later. The combat team members are having a meeting now. You can go in and say hello and learn a little bit. Qin Jin continued to speak to Gao Chang, whose expression had become delighted. Come on, when you go out in the future, you may have a chance to meet your brother and sister. I am not lying to you. This is just my guess from a certain perspective. Patted Gao Chang on the shoulder. Then continue walking outside. Even though the other person was older than them, neither of them felt anything was wrong. Gao Chang was filled with intense excitement. He didn't chase after her to ask the reason. Because even if we continue to ask for the reason, there is still the question of whether to believe it or not. If you want to believe it, what Mr. Qin said now is enough. If you don't believe it, it's no use asking more questions. Perhaps this is the answer he most hopes to get. He didn't want to change that hope. He bowed deeply to Qin Jin's figure. Turned around and walked into the office building. He wants to join the combat team. Qin Jin seemed to have sensed something and looked back at his back. He took out the walkie-talkie and told Zhong Yu that Gao Chang should join the combat team. What Gao Chang didn't know was that Qin Jin had not lied to him just now. As far as he knew in his previous life, many survivors survived as families or bloodlines. Many of the survivors have parents, brothers, and children, which seemed incredible to many people at first. Later, someone put forward a hypothesis, which was also recognized by most people. That is, there is a pattern in the virus mutation. The mist rising from the ground in the corpse fog. During the mutation night, most of the human beings were mutated into zombies. However, there are many survivors with their relatives left behind, most likely because these survivors have certain special characteristics in their bodies. The genes of the same bloodline will be closer. It shows that many of the survivors have relatives. The virus is carrying out the survival of the fittest on humans. In the past, no one has figured out what qualities the survivors possess that allow them to survive. What are the genetic advantages of these survivors over the dead? No one has reached a conclusion yet. But this does not prevent this speculation from being supported by the vast majority of people. Who doesn't want to be the chosen one? Some people take the appearance of the evolvers as evidence. Humans have never imagined that they could become so strong in a certain field. But the proportion of evolvers is too small. This makes the situation in which the vast majority of people in reality are ordinary people and their logic is not self-consistent. Natural disasters also continued to occur in the later period of the previous life. It was a disaster beyond human imagination. It's not something that can be done by human power like meteorological weapons. Some people also say that the end of the world was caused by aliens. They released viruses and created disasters to kill all of humanity. This statement was also agreed by many people. There are many opinions. In the previous life, when people were not able to eat enough, the cheapest activity for living people was to chat and brag. The most common saying is that the end of the world is caused by the self-formatting mechanism of the blue planet. The blue planet is clearing out the human virus that is parasitic on its surface. Spontaneously formed fog that exterminated humanity, as well as various horrific disasters. It is a disaster for humans, but nothing for the planet. In peacetime, in order to develop, humans have been engaged in indiscriminate exploitation and logging, exploiting all kinds of resources, and even engaging in nuclear wars. Construct magnificent architectural wonders that change the landscape. Perhaps these actions angered the planet. If the blue planet really has consciousness, nobody knows. No one can verify it. As far as Qin Jin knows. Having lived for 6 years in his previous life, he had a broad vision and had been to many places. I've been to both the south and the north. Relying on his already good skills, decent IQ, and the ability of his legs as an evolver, he avoided disasters and zombies and had to wander around for food. I occasionally go to some survivor bases and deal with quite a few people. Others, knowing his identity as an evolver, dare not offend him easily and are happy to make friends with him. So he knows more information than many people. He is also the one who believes most that this doomsday is the self-formatting of the blue planet. Although his parents could not be found. But in his previous life, he found his cousin Qinjia and his family of 3 who were still alive. This ratio is incredible. So he thought that Gao Chang's brother and sister might still be alive somewhere. He didn't intentionally trick Gao Chang into working for him. As to whether they were eaten by zombies, it is hard to say. In this end times, it may be a blessing at first if your loved ones are still alive. But when you have no food to eat in the later stages, it becomes a tragedy. All he can do is build a good green source base so that his people can survive to the greatest extent possible. As for what the final outcome would be, no one could tell him. He is also looking for the answer. Night. Staff dormitory. After Dong Hui and Wang Bin entered the base. Under Wang Yang's arrangement. They have already become familiar with the rules and regulations here. We also had dinner together in the cafeteria in the evening and learned a lot about the situation here. At this time, the 2 of them were resting in the dormitory. Compared to before, when he stayed in Guoqing's office in the chemical factory, hiding from zombies, sleeping on the floor, and drinking water from the fish tank. The 2 of them ate a small amount of snacks that Guoqing gave them and that she had left in the office. The amount they eat a day is not enough for 1 meal, and they are already starving. In just a few days they had already experienced the anxiety and hunger. Now it is surrounded by high walls, we sleep in normal beds, and there are people patrolling outside all day long. It makes you feel safe. The death of former leader Guoqing was an established fact and no one mentioned it again. Right now, their only wish is to survive. It's incredible that a place of this size has appeared in just a few days. I suddenly see hope for my future life. Also, did you see that? Mr. Qin actually had the same meal as us in the evening. Wang Bin was lying on the bed, chatting with Dong Hui who was lying on the bed opposite him. Indeed, unless there were special circumstances, Qin Jin would usually eat with everyone in the cafeteria. Well, the leader of this base is indeed Mr. Qin. This is the first time I've seen such a person. I don't know how to evaluate him. I hope we can live well here. I don't dare to think about my family. All we can do now is to take care of ourselves first. Yes, Wang Bin also has a family, but after a few days of despair, he no longer dared to mention it. Take care of yourself first. All that's left is to pray. Just as the 2 of them were chatting. Suddenly there was a knock at the door, and someone shouted. Dong Hui, please come out for a moment. Mr. Qin wants to see you. The 2 of them quickly got up and opened the door, and met Wang Yang who was receiving them today. Without delay, Wang Yang took Dong Hui out of the dormitory and went to a warehouse. Only Wang Bin was left there, sighing, "Tsk tisk, boss is really on a roll. It's different when you have skills. I can't envy you enough." Wang Yang quickly led the confused Dong Hui to a warehouse on the edge of the base. There were already several people waiting inside, including Qin Jin, Qin's father and several other former factory employees. Seeing Dong Hui coming, Qin Jin didn't keep him in suspense and said directly. "Engineer Dong, I heard you say during the day that you would make a lot of explosives. Although the things in the chemical plant have not been moved back yet, we already have a lot of chemicals. Take a look at this list and see if you can help us prepare some explosives tonight. It doesn't need to be too powerful, just ensure safety and stability. I'll need it tomorrow." After saying that, he handed over a list. Dong Hui quickly took it, adjusted his glasses on his nose, and examined it carefully. After a while, he answered affirmatively. "No problem. There are quite a few things in here. We can configure at least a few relatively stable bombs. Give me some glass bottles or sealed boxes, and I'll make a list later. I'll also need some common materials, and I can make it tonight." Qin Jin was overjoyed. The biggest gain today should be this talent. He alone might be worth the weapons of an entire police station. He waved his hand. Several people who had learned some chemical knowledge and were brought by Qin's father and had been waiting nearby were assigned to Dong Hui to assist him in starting his work. This warehouse is located at the edge of the base, far away from residential and planting areas. As long as there is no major accident. Of course, he also specifically reminded Dong Hui and others to be careful not to blow themselves up. From now on, this place will be listed as a confidential unit of the base. After his explanation, Qin's father also understood the importance of Dong Hui. In the future, we will assign people to pay special attention to this place, to monitor and protect it at the same time. Even from tomorrow on, he doesn't need to repair the city walls, he just needs to concentrate on scientific research here. Later, he planned to bring back some scientific research tools from chemical plants or other places for Dong Hui. If used well, this person will become a powerful weapon. Of course, prevention is also essential. After dealing with Dong Hui's affairs, he also had to prepare for going out tomorrow. He prepared to split the combat teams. Currently the combat team has 5 squads, and after additional personnel additions, each squad has 5 people. Most of the people inside have already had the experience of going out. Several team leaders have been cultivated before the end of the world, and have made great progress after the baptism of these few days. Each of these captains can be called a little elite. Especially Zhong Yu, my childhood friend. Originally just an ordinary office worker. He was recruited by Qin Jin a few months ago. During this period, he did a lot of training with Li Bowen and others, and was instilled with a lot of ideas by him. It is not an exaggeration to describe it as a complete transformation at this point. No one could tell that he was just an ordinary worker before. We need to separate tomorrow. Qin Jin will lead 3 teams to continue searching for the remaining weapons in the police station. The other 2 teams will take other personnel from the base to the chemical plant to move things. The chemical plant has been cleaned up once, so it's not the first time it's been reclaimed. So the difficulty is not high and does not require so many combat personnel. Considering taking the rest of the base out for the first time. That's why we sent 2 teams of combat personnel to assist. Once they become familiar with the situation, perhaps 1 team will be enough. Even without the assistance of combat team members. The people in the base also need to exercise. It is impossible for the combat team members to escort them out all the time. In his opinion, everyone has the ability to kill zombies. As we grow and develop, we will need more supplies and materials. Currently, the base's wall is being built at a rate of 1 meter per day, and is now close to 8 or 9 meters high. It is estimated that it will take a few more days to reach the initial goal of 12 meters. Then we can free up manpower to do other things. End of this chapter. Early morning. Inside the green source base. Everyone has become familiar with the new life. It was past 6 and the sky was just getting light. Most people are already up. The combat team made preparations early. Qin Jin led the 3 teams of Li Bowen, Zhang Tiankai and Zhong Yu to continue searching other police stations. Chen Junqi and Lu Wenhao's team took another 10 people, including Wang Bin, and a total of 7 trucks to the chemical plant to transport goods. The troops were divided into 2 groups. There is no relaxation inside the base either. Qin's father and other managers are stepping up the construction of walls and other facilities. The heightening of the wall must be completed as soon as possible, as this involves everyone's safety. A group of people were assigned today to move materials from the chemical plant, but it did not affect the speed of wall construction. After many days of construction, everyone has begun to adapt to this kind of physical labor. I learned a lot about techniques and essentials. In disguise, the construction speed has also been accelerated, so the overall construction speed has not slowed down. The base was bustling with activity everywhere. Still developing according to plan. 3 kilometers away from the green source base. It's in the same industrial area. A large factory building. An office building. A room on the 7th floor. Several people were gathered around the window, their eyes looking into the distance. That was the green source combat team that just drove past on the road. One of the tall, thin, bearded men said, "Boss, that convoy is out again, and it's been 3 days." One of them was a burly man with a missing eyebrow and gloomy eyes. He stared at the departing convoy and said without turning his head, "They came back this afternoon and I asked them to keep a close eye on them to see where their lair is and where they are from. Yes, boss. The room is large and a bit dark inside. Light from several flashlights illuminated the interior area. Look inside. There are a lot of sofas and tables placed in a circle, but it doesn't seem harmonious in the room. It seemed to have been dragged here temporarily. In addition to the people by the window, there were some other people sitting on the sofa inside. Some of them were sitting on the sofa, smoking cigarettes and drinking what appeared to be alcoholic beverages. The air was filled with smoke and murky. The table in the middle was littered with leftover snack packaging bags, wine bottles, and beverage bottles, with various food scraps scattered everywhere. Some of them seemed to have just woken up, with sleepy eyes and muttering something. In the darker corners, there were figures dancing around, and upon closer inspection, there were actually several men and women. Two of the men had disheveled clothes, bruised faces, and blood all over their bodies, as if they had been beaten up. Their hands were tied behind their backs, and they all fell to the ground without making a sound, and it was unknown whether they were dead or alive. Next to it, there was a mattress thrown on the ground, covered with stains, and on it were three women of relatively young age, hugging each other woodenly. The strange thing is that several of them were not wearing any clothes. Only a few thin and dirty underwear were hanging on her body, revealing her private parts. At this moment, their hair was disheveled and their expressions were terrified. Some blue and red scars and stains can be vaguely seen on the snow-white carcass, which also exudes a strange smell. They didn't dare look directly at the men in the middle of the room. Occasionally, I would secretly glance over there and quickly lower my head as if I had been electrocuted. It seems that if you attract the attention of those people, something terrible will happen. The tall and thin men at the beginning and the men called the boss seemed to have finished looking at the situation outside and walked from the window to the sofa in the middle. The boss came to the sofa and kicked a sleeping man lying on it. The latter was about to get angry when he woke up, but his anger disappeared after he saw the other person clearly. He immediately greeted him with a smile and helped him to take a seat. The boss took the lead and sat down with his legs crossed. He stretched out his legs and placed them on the table, his leather shoes pressing down on some leftover snacks. He held onto the edge of the sofa with his hands outstretched. Like a boss. No one present was dissatisfied because everyone knew that things were different now. They are enjoying it now. Lawlessness. Things that they never dared to think about before, they can now do as they please. For example, the women in the corner were people they could only stare at and imagine with their heads before. Now you can enjoy it at will. The boss's name is Zhao Chang. He was originally the security captain of this factory. The night of mutation. This factory's production line did not arrange overtime, and there were only a few people in the factory. In the end, only one person was lucky enough to mutate. It took Zhao Chang and several security guards and employees in the factory to resolve the situation with great effort. They have all watched zombie movies, so they certainly know the weaknesses of these monsters, which is to attack their heads. What happened that night was combined with what I saw on the internet later. They know the world may have changed. With fear and excitement hidden deep inside. They closed and sealed all the entrances and exits of the factory and easily gained a safe and spacious base. They have also been paying attention to the news on the internet in the past few days. Final confirmation. The end of the world has really come. Order outside collapsed and official organization disappeared. No one will come back to take charge of this factory, so theoretically they are the new owners here. As the security team leader and the one with the highest fighting power, Zhao Chang naturally became the boss here. There were only 7 people in the factory at the time, 6 men and 1 woman, all of whom were employees who had to stay behind to work overtime at night. After confirming that peace was no longer there, he quickly consolidated his rule. In addition to closing all entrances and exits of the factory before the zombies arrived, he also collected all the food inside and put it on the roof of the tallest office building, in the originally spacious office on the 7th floor. Several people piled up all the supplies in this room and also pulled in a lot of sofas and tables. It was planned that if the factory was breached, the invasion of zombies could be resisted here. Live as long as you can. Very natural. Being surrounded by several men of low quality and with dark desires growing inside, the only woman among them would inevitably not be spared. The mutation night was violated the next day. The next 2 days were even more horrific than hell. She lost her life in the endless torture and her body was abandoned outside the factory. These men released the darkness within themselves and watched the body fall into the crazed zombies outside, their moral consciences completely shattered. They became even more wanton and did some outrageous things to vent their inner despair. Until 2 days ago, the fog disappeared and the zombies outside calmed down. Perhaps because they were few in number and the meat smell was not strong, there were almost no zombies surrounding their factory. They saw new hope. A kind of crazy bestiality is rising. The day before yesterday, they began to muster up the courage to walk out of the factory and go out to look for prey. They also know some tricks, such as making noises to distract the zombies and attacking their weak points on the head. Fortunately, they hardly encountered large groups of zombies. They just drove out for a while and were killed by a few zombies, but they didn't encounter any major danger at all. They became bolder. Later he ran to a place a few kilometers away from the factory to look for supplies and prey. It was a residential area. Several survivors who were hiding in a nearby building discovered them and actually thought they were a rescue team. They were happy. They had just killed someone and done something worse than beasts, but now they were mistaken for good people. They calmly lured the small group of 5 survivors down and discovered that there were 3 young women among them. Zhao Chang and his companions were overjoyed. The small group was tricked by them into returning to the factory. Then their true colors were revealed. Under the threat of iron bars and machetes, they first subdued a few women. The 2 men resisted for a while and then surrendered obediently. Needless to say, what happened next? Naturally, the men tortured and beat the women in order to extract more information about resources and prey, and the women became their tools for venting their desires. They never dared to imagine that life could be so happy. In the past they could only rely on traditional skills. The kind who doesn't even dare to spend money to buy flowers in a brothel. In the past, they were like stray dogs on the roadside, and no woman would show any affection to them. They all know that they are losers at the bottom of society and can only take a meager salary and breathe quietly. It's different now. The days of the new world are a bit dangerous. But it's so comfortable. In the past 2 days, they have had several crazy outputs. Last night we had a crazy party which ended only at dawn. If they didn't have a new goal, they would have planned to play for longer. Yes, the night before yesterday and yesterday morning they discovered people entering and leaving the green source base. They discovered that there were other forces active outside. A few cars go out in the morning and more cars are added in the evening. It can be guessed that these people must be returning with full loads. They were envious. Prepare to find out the bottom line of this force. If you are a soft persimmon, then just kill them and grab the supplies. If it's harder, you can also consider joining or avoiding it. They believe that others will be like them. When desires can be expressed without restraint, no one can resist. Zhao Chang was not stupid. He saw that this group of people had more than 10 vehicles and there must be more people. He is no match for the other party now. So if you want to expand your team, if you take down this group of forces if you have the chance, then you will definitely have more food and women to enjoy. Today he is taking people out to search for supplies. By the way, see if we can find some like-minded people to join us and enhance our strength. He's a little obsessed with power. Even if it was only a tiny bit now, his heart was filled with joy just by imagining how majestic he would be when he had a group of subordinates in the future. Unfortunately, the 2 men in the small group of survivors they had found earlier refused to work with them. It made him furious. A group of people beat and kicked them. It's the end of the world, and these 2 people are still pretending to be noble in front of them. This made them extremely angry. They have tortured these 2 men to death in the past 2 days, but they still refuse to join. They gave up too. I plan to throw them into a room to let them die. If there is a chance, I can use them as bait for zombies someday. He stared at his companions with a sinister look, spat on the floor, and shouted. Everyone get up, let's go out to work. All they know is eating and having sex. The people around just laughed and didn't take it seriously. They were used to such rudeness. One person was left to guard the house, and the women were tied up again so that only one person was needed to watch over it. Others drove their vehicles out to hunt. Green Source Base. We don't know that someone has already started to plan to attack this place. We are still working hard to build the wall. The combat team came back yesterday, and they all heard about yesterday's fight against the zombies. The combat team was trapped in a chemical plant, using a 2-meter-high wall to defend themselves and killed hundreds of zombies. The process was full of crises, but fortunately it was resolved in the end. The 8-meter-high wall of my house is almost as high as a 3-story building. But no one thought it was too high and continued to build it diligently. I dare not be lazy or cut corners, as I will be scolded if someone around me sees me. This is not taking everyone's lives seriously. Everyone now regards the base's wall as the wall of their own life. On a section of the wall, Father Chin was wearing a safety helmet and directing some people to assemble some equipment. He was still writing and drawing on the paper in his hand, not knowing what he was recording. At this point, the device has basically taken shape. There is a movable base with wheels at the bottom, with a ladder-like staircase extending out and fixed on the wall. At the top there is an iron hanging basket that can accommodate more than 5 people. The whole thing looks like an extended ladder on a fire truck. There is also a conveyor belt for transporting materials. By manually pulling the pulley, things below can be transported up. This equipment is very useful. It is specially designed to attack zombies directly on the wall. Qin Jin had previously paid someone to design and customize more than a dozen of these things, and now he was pulling them out for official use. Yes. Military training at the Green Source base has begun. Today, the on-duty personnel who stay at the base will be arranged to kill the zombies. Currently, there are not many people defending the base, only a dozen or 20 people. Qin Jin has discussed with some managers including Qin's father that it is necessary to train these people first. At least when facing zombies, you can use knives and guns to chop them away instead of being scared away when you see them. After this group of people have gained a certain amount of experience and overcome their fear of zombies, everyone in the base has to do this. To survive in the apocalypse, you need to overcome the fear of zombies. At this time, 5 such devices have been pulled out and placed next to the nearly 9-meter-high wall. On each ladder, a person climbed up to the iron basket at the top, tied a rope around his waist, and handcuffed it to the basket with a lock on it. Be careful not to use too much force or the spear may be grabbed by zombies and dragged away. As the leader of the base, Qin's father was the first to go up. He didn't plan to stay behind and be protected forever. As one of the base managers, he has to lead by example. Each person on the hanging basket held a specially made retractable spear in his hand. The gun weighs 6 kilograms and is adjusted to a length of nearly 10 meters, which is fully capable of attacking below. More than a dozen zombies have appeared under the wall one after another. They were attracted by the sounds of construction inside the base. Even a wall nearly 10 meters high could not completely block the sound. Not to mention that the more people there are, the stronger the meat smell will be. Even if the zombie sense of smell has not reached its strongest state, they can still detect it to some extent. At this time, the 5 people in the hanging basket looked a little nervous. This was their first time killing zombies. In the eyes of many people, zombies were the same as humans. Having the same appearance, killing zombies will give an illusion, just like killing people. Therefore, in the early days of the end of the world, many people were unable to bring themselves to eat and were eaten. The goal now is to overcome this mentality. Father Qin above took a deep breath and shouted, "They are no longer human." For themselves and their families. Get started. Kill. End of this chapter. Get started. Father Qin shouted. He pressed the steel spear in his hand down hard. He stabbed hard at the head of a middle-aged zombie below. Phew. The accuracy is average. Although the gun hit the zombie's head, it did not hit the vital parts. It only took away a large piece of flesh on its face. I saw that the zombie's right face was torn open, with rotten flesh hanging out and even his gums exposed. But he still seemed unaware, roaring, and reaching out to pull Qin's father down from the wall. Father Qin quickly retracted his spear to prevent himself from being caught by the zombies. This is the key point discussed in the previous training. After the attack, no matter what the outcome, you must immediately retract your gun. The gun was not fully pulled back and was still hanging 3 to 4 meters above the zombie's head. Father Chin took aim again, as if he had seized an opportunity. He pressed down with both hands again and stabbed hard into the zombie's head. This time the aim was much better, and it hit the zombie's eye socket directly. Soon the zombie seemed to lose its power and went limp. Father Chin quickly pulled out his gun and raised it. This was the first zombie to fall at his hands. Father Chin breathed a sigh of relief. His hands were still shaking slightly. Seeing what Chin's father did, the people nearby adjusted their spirits and launched their own attacks. All of a sudden, the zombies below began to suffer attacks from the green source base. Those who are lucky will have their skin torn apart, while those who are unlucky will be hit in the vitals and fall down, and be trampled by other zombies. Nearly 3 minutes passed. The dozen or so zombies surrounding below were finally killed by Chin's father and his men. Not efficient. Considering that this was the first kill and it tested everyone's psychology, the result was acceptable. The 5 people who completed the task climbed down the ladder to rest. Then another group of 5 people came in. This time Wang Yang also went up, and even the female manager Zhao Ling went up. You have just killed a group of zombies, but as long as you turn on the speaker and make a sound of a certain volume, new zombies will gather around you. Less than 2 minutes after Wang Yang climbed up the ladder and played the loudspeaker, nearly 20 zombies gathered under the wall. This time there was no need for anyone to encourage them. They all gritted their teeth and silently told the other party that they were man-eating monsters. He stabbed the zombie hard with the steel gun in his hand, smashing the zombie into pieces. Zhao Ling, the female manager, turned pale. You have to know that she was a normal white-collar woman a week ago. I never thought that it would happen in just a few days. She turned into a female warrior who killed humanoid monsters. At this time, she ignored the sweat and sore palms. He fired one shot after another at the target zombie until his entire face was covered in blood and flesh, leaving no trace of his original appearance. She fought the urge to vomit. Finally, he stabbed the female zombie in the eye socket and ended her action. She finally couldn't bear it anymore and bent over and vomited. But he quickly regained his composure. Ignoring the dirt around her, she wiped away her tears and the water stains from the corners of her mouth with her hands. His eyes became firm again, and he stabbed at the new target with the gun. Others who saw her behavior couldn't help but give her a thumbs up in their hearts. It's great for a woman to be able to do this. You know, among the group of people fighting just now and the group of people fighting now, many men also vomited. 2 of them couldn't even hold the gun steadily, and after stabbing for a long time they only hit the zombie's body. Occasionally, the steel gun was grabbed by zombies, and it took a lot of effort to snatch it back. Zhao Ling's performance was above average. Wang Yang, the male manager, performed better, only slightly worse than the best Chin's father. Although his face looked bad, he continued to attack without saying a word, and soon killed 2 zombies. As a result, the second group of people took nearly 5 minutes to kill the nearly 20 newly attracted zombies. A little worse than Chin's father's group. The people who climbed down the ladder all looked pale, and their hands and feet were weak. But no one will laugh at or look down on it. Because this is already pretty good, after all, each of them has killed zombies with their own hands. In this way, groups of people took turns going up. Including Tang Jinming, Qin Jin's uncle, aunt, eldest uncle, and other relatives. As long as they are the base defenders and some management personnel, they all go up and get the first kill and first blood of the zombies. I was busy all morning. Some people have gone up 2 or 3 times before finally stopping attracting new zombies. The training and combat were very successful. At this time, there were nearly 200 zombies fallen under the wall, which were probably all the zombies in the surrounding area. If no new zombies wander around this area in a short period of time, it will be difficult to lure them over and kill them. Qin's father, Uncle Qin Jin, and Wang Yang and his team had no appetite for lunch. The main reason was that I had been killing zombies for the whole morning, and my mind was full of bloody images, which affected my appetite. Everyone quickly took a few bites of food and finished lunch. They ordered as much as they ate, so there was no waste. After a short rest at noon, they felt much better. Afternoon. Standing at the sentry post, looking at the pile of zombie corpses under the wall. Qin's father and other managers discussed the matter and felt that letting the bodies pile up under the wall was not a solution. After all, they are all corpses and will rot sooner or later. The stench after it rots and the possible viruses and bacteria it may emit are also a problem. Several people discussed that the zombie corpses around them needed to be cleaned up. Soon a plan was made. Select a group of people from among the defenders and have them drive out with excavators and bulldozers. The bulldozer dug deep pits 500 meters outside the base, and slowly shoveled the dead zombie bodies into the pits and piled them up. If there is time, we can cover it with a thin layer of mud. Even if it rots, it will not cause any impact on the green source base. The plan was agreed upon by all staff. During this morning's killing spree, everyone had largely overcome their fear of zombies. As long as there is a safe space and weapons, it is not difficult to kill zombies. Before driving out, a layer of wire mesh will be simply welded on the glass to reserve an attack hole. There has always been a base for forklifts and excavators, and Qin Jin would not miss out on such infrastructure necessities. The modification was also very simple and only took an hour. We simply welded the protective armor. The materials were readily available, and we have been modifying the vehicle every day over the past few days. 2 excavators, 2 bulldozers, and an off-road vehicle for rescue and emergency use were quickly modified. The few defensive players who could drive got into the car without being urged. First, drive into the isolation area behind the gate. After the person guarding the gate sees that it is safe outside and there are no zombies, he opens the gate with the consent of Qin's father. Several cars started up with a rumble and drove out. The off-road vehicle protected the excavator and slowly drove towards a wasteland outside. 2 bulldozers also drove towards the pile of corpses. The bucket shoveled at the corpses on the ground, capable of holding nearly 10 bodies, and then moved towards the excavator. The burial pit hasn't been dug yet, but we can pile the bodies there first and then push them in when it's done. The 2 team members driving the bulldozer had to hold back the urge to vomit at first, and their faces turned pale. After several trips back and forth, I slowly got used to it. This kind of dirty work is really hard to handle. But there is no way, someone has to do it. For now, they are the only ones who can drive this kind of car, and more people will be trained in the future. Qin's father would also record their contributions in a book, which might be the achievements that distinguish them from others at some point in the future. Including every task in the future, their managers will record it. Normally they would keep a record of what everyone did. There are records of who has done what and who is unwilling to do it. Everyone knows something about it, so there are many people who are brave enough and willing to work hard. The world is different now. But people will always be divided into classes. Smart people will make decisions immediately. Qin's father and other managers who were watching all this proceeding in an orderly manner at the outpost nodded secretly. Just 1 week. Their base has begun to adapt to the new world. Now we have simply cleared out a wave of zombies around the base, increasing the safety of the combat team's return. It also provided some training for the personnel staying at the base. Otherwise, one day when you are surrounded by a larger number of zombies, you won't even be able to fight back. It was a busy afternoon. It was past 4 o'clock. During this time, 2 zombies appeared, probably attracted by the sound of the machine, and were easily killed. The process was uneventful. Finally, the nearly 200 bodies under the base wall were dealt with. The bulldozer that returned to the quarantine area was covered in blood and had to be washed clean with a hose. Since they had no problem with it, they were allowed to return to the base. The bloodstains under the wall were also covered up by a mixture of lime and mud, so at least people in the base would not smell blood or any other bad smell. The few people who returned to the base were also verbally commended by a group of managers, and their contributions will be recorded. The meal in the evening will be larger in size, and if you can't finish it yourself, you can share it with your relatives and friends. Managers are still improving the reward mechanism, and it will get better and better in the future. It was around 5 o'clock in the afternoon. A long convoy appeared on the road outside the base. Leading the way was the striking saber-toothed tiger. The combat team, which had already communicated with the base defenders via walkie-talkie, headed straight for the gate. Qin Jin was still sitting in the passenger seat of the saber-toothed tiger. At this time, he leaned back in his seat, put his hands behind his head, and lay comfortably in the seat. The upturned corners of his mouth showed that he was in a good mood. He sat up straight only when he saw the distant gate of the base open. Ah! There isn't a single zombie around the base. He felt strange. But he didn't say it out loud, planning to talk about it when he returned to the base, although he already had a vague guess in his mind. The convoy drove smoothly into the isolation area of the base. Their team was separate from the people who were moving things at the chemical plant, and when they went out there were only 3 combat teams and 6 vehicles. At this time, the total number of vehicles increased to 13. The new additions are trucks and heavy-duty trucks, and even 2 tanker trucks. It seems like a good harvest. After staying in the quarantine area for a while, I washed off some of the flesh and blood left on the car when it hit the zombies. After checking that everything was fine, everyone drove all the cars to the designated unloading warehouse. Qin Jin entered the base and met his father, uncle, Wang Yang, and others who were already waiting. He curiously asked the people opposite him, "When I came back, there was not a single zombie outside. Did you take the initiative to eliminate the zombies today?" Wang Yang glanced at Qin's father and saw that the other party was ready to let him explain, so he did not delay. He smiled and replied, "Yes, Mr. Qin, today we climbed up the wall with a ladder and stabbed the zombies with the prepared steel guns. We killed nearly 200 zombies in one morning. Then in the afternoon, we modified some tool vehicles and went out to dig pits and bury the bodies we killed. So now we can say that we have cleared out all the zombies around us, and they should not appear again for the time being." Clap, clap, clap. Okay, you guys did a great job." Qin Jin was delighted and clapped his hands, cheering for the people in the base. I didn't expect that these people could do these things without him being present. Even though he had guessed it, he didn't expect it to actually happen. And he did better than he thought. He had mentioned this before. No, it's all because of old Qin's wise command. We are just doing our job according to his command. Wang Yang said modestly, still smiling. It's none of my business. This is everyone's credit. We all contributed to killing zombies. They are all great. Especially the few comrades who risked their lives to go out and collect the corpses in the afternoon. They are the ones who deserve the credit. Father Qin declined with a smile. As the leader's father, he didn't want to take all the credit for himself. It was of no use to him, so he might as well share it with others. That's right. We will reward these people well in the future. Our base needs to have both punishment and reward to motivate everyone. Qin Jin echoed. End of this chapter. Inside the base. Qin Jin was very satisfied after listening to how the zombies were dealt with today. It further strengthened his original intention to build up his power. This will be his solid backing in the future. Afterwards, he briefly introduced to Qin's father and others what happened and what they gained today. We had a pretty good harvest today. We didn't encounter any danger on the way to the police station we went to this morning. We arrived in an hour and successfully obtained all the weapons inside. We then moved on to another police station, which also went smoothly. We collected weapons from 2 police stations in just one morning. Then in the afternoon we headed straight to the next police station, and got what we needed without any trouble. So far, we have searched all the larger police stations within a radius of 50 miles. The rest are just some village and town police stations. They will be divided into teams again, with each team having fewer people, to search for not only weapons, but also medicines, food, fuel, and other supplies. Our team members also got a lot of training today. In the afternoon, our vehicle was surrounded by dozens of zombies. Our team members used the vehicle's defense to successfully kill them all. It can be said that they are all warriors who have seen blood. In the future, under the leadership of each team leader, they should be able to survive better. Really. Qin Jin's combat team had pretty good luck today. Not only did we obtain the weapons within the intended target. When surrounded by zombies, he successfully resisted and killed them. It was only when he saw that no more zombies appeared that he came up with the idea of training his troops at the same time. Otherwise they would have simply stepped on the accelerator and rushed out of the zombie encirclement and escaped. These were all planned kills. The total amount of guns and ammunition obtained today has almost caught up with the total amount of guns and ammunition obtained at the Guangyuan Municipal Bureau that day. No wonder Qin Jin was in such a good mood on his way back. It's only been a week since the end of the world, and we've already obtained a certain amount of weapons. This will be the guarantee for survival in the future. After counting the numbers in the evening, he will start arranging personnel to do shooting practice. We strive to ensure that anyone who carries a gun in the future can have a certain level of accuracy. This way, you have a better chance of survival whether facing humans or zombies. Check the time. The other team that went to the chemical plant to move supplies today should be back soon. Let's go back a little bit in time. When Qin Jin and his team returned to the vicinity of the base, they didn't notice that there was an electric car following them in the distance behind the convoy. The exterior of this electric car was covered in dust, as if it had been left there for a long time. So they passed by without noticing. After the last of their cars passed by, the electric car started and followed, hanging at a distance. Sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Without looking carefully, you can't tell that he is following them. There are 4 people in this car. It was Zhao Chang and his gang who saw them in the morning. At this time, they followed the combat convoy, but did not dare to get close, and could only follow from a distance. Zhao Chang was still chewing a beetle nut that he had found from somewhere. He said vaguely, "This group of people has a few more cars. I wonder what good things they found. We are all survivors, so shouldn't they share some with us?" He said this, but he didn't dare to actually chase after him. Until we saw the Green Source combat team's convoy approaching the base and driving into the open gate. Wait until the door closes. They all kept their eyes wide open, and their mouths were open for who knows how long. From afar, I could see the wall that was more than 3 stories high. Zhao Chang and the others were shocked. These guys are really good at finding places, aren't they? There's a place with such a high wall here. Why didn't I notice it before? There is such a place. I can live till I die without having to fear zombies. We must grab it. At the very least, we must join in. Zhao Chang and his companions all had red eyes. Yes. In their opinion, the nearly 10-meter-high wall is a barrier that zombies can never break through. As long as there is enough food and supplies, we can also capture some women. They will be able to live an unimaginably happy life. No need to live one day at a time like we do now. You may enjoy today, but be killed by zombies tomorrow. They made the decision the moment they saw the Green Source base. Must get here. Boss. Boss. Quick. Hide first. There's another convoy coming from behind. Just when Zhao Chang was making his ambition, the tall and thin man in the morning quickly pulled his sleeve and asked him to lower his head. It was as if some ferocious beast had come from outside. Zhao Chang's head was pressed down, his fantasy was interrupted, and he was about to get angry. At this time, he heard the rumbling sound of a car and he held back from making a sound. He quickly lowered his body again and moved away from the car window. He even covered himself with the clothes he had used before to increase concealment, and then he dared to glance outside the car out of the corner of his eye. Another convoy drove over. There are more than a dozen large heavy trucks and large trucks. Luckily they pulled over to the side of the road when they were following us just now. The leading vehicle in the convoy drove past theirs without stopping. Maybe they thought it was just an ordinary abandoned vehicle. There was a waterproof canvas tied to the back of each vehicle in the convoy, making it impossible to see what was inside. Even so, Zhao Chang and others were surprised. They guessed that there were some things they coveted inside. Really? This convoy belongs to the forces within the high walls. It was Wang Bin, Chen Junqi, Lu Haowen, and others who were returning from moving things from the chemical factory. Wait until they are all inside the high wall. The gate is closed. Only then did Zhao Chang and the others dare to stand up again. Zhao Chang uttered his catchphrase again. Boss, this group of people is so damn powerful. The tall and thin man next to him looked at the tall Green Source base in the distance with his eyes wide open, and groaned unconsciously. Knock. Zhao Chang knocked the tall and thin man's head hard, and shouted with spit flying. Do I need to tell you? Do you think I don't have eyes? Let's go home first. Boss, are we just going to give in and let them go? The tall and thin man said carefully, covering his head. Let him go. How is that possible? Let's go back and make some plans, and then observe for a few days to see if the other side has any flaws, and by the way, strengthen our strength. Didn't we find 4 new partners today? Once we find more people, maybe we can take over this place. If it really doesn't work, there are so many of us, we can discuss joining in. If we can get a leader, everyone will enjoy the good life, wouldn't it be great? Boss, you are wise. We will go back now. The people we found today have not tasted the new world yet. Once they have tasted it, they will definitely work hard for you, boss. Zhao Chang nodded. Really? 4 more survivors were found today in surrounding buildings. They hid in buildings near the factory. When they got close, they only had to say, "Rescue has arrived. Please come out quickly." No more waiting. Basically, as long as there are survivors, they will rush out with great joy to join them. Occasionally, a few zombies would be attracted, and they could rely on cars for defense and kill the zombies with machetes. If you encounter a large number of them, just drive away. Using this method, I found 4 more men today. Too bad there wasn't a single woman. Zhao Chang has also worked as a security guard for many years and has some skills in observing people's expressions. He could see that these people were ordinary people. He believed that as long as he used threats and inducements and let them taste the power of lawlessness, they would soon be at his disposal. Men like those 2 who refused to cooperate at all costs were only a minority. It was beginning to get dark. If we don't go back, night will fall and the danger will increase greatly. They determined the location of the green source base and drove back without stopping. Chen Junqi and his group. They didn't know that they had missed another group of people who were coveting their base. No one cares too much about a car parked on the side of the road. Especially in such an apocalypse, we see too much of it during the day. The joy of returning home with a full load dilutes the sorrow of the end of the world. Qin Jin and his team also received the news of their return through the intercom in advance and opened the door in advance. Looking at the large vehicles parked in the quarantine area, with bulging canvas on the back. You know the task should be completed well. The quarantine time is up. Chen Junqi and Wang Bin were already walking quickly towards Qin Jin, who was waiting there. He took the initiative to report the situation of moving goods to the chemical plant. Boss Qin, we were lucky today. When we got to the chemical plant, there were basically no zombies there, and the car parked at the gate didn't change. After we drove in, we redeployed our defenses, and then sent people to check if there was any danger in the chemical plant. At the same time, we started moving some important items. We moved out the necessary chemical storage equipment as planned, and then loaded the truck after filling it up. At the same time, we also disassembled some of the scientific research equipment that Engineer Dong needed and moved it back. He can conduct experimental tests at our base in the future. The chemicals we brought back this time should be enough to make several tons of explosives. Including liquid bombs and solid bombs, whether we are out fighting or defending, we can upgrade several levels. There is also the storage environment. Many chemicals require specific conditions for safe storage. We have followed Wang Bin's advice and Engineer Dong's requirements to dismantle the necessary materials. We will build another chemical storage warehouse on the base specifically for these dangerous goods. We only moved 1/5 of the ready-made materials in the chemical plant this time. There are still many that have not been transported back. Today we spent too much time dismantling the equipment. We have dismantled most of it today, and we can speed up the transportation tomorrow. It is estimated that all the chemicals needed over there can be moved back to the base within a week. Qin Jin listened to Chen Junqi's report and nodded continuously. The situation was almost as he imagined, or even better. The main thing was to find Wang Bin and Dong Hui, 2 people from the chemical plant. With a knowledgeable guide, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. Otherwise, if we just let them do it, it would probably take 10 days or half a month to get it done. It may not be as safe as it is now. Something went wrong by accident. Maybe many people will go to heaven. Now that it's okay, with professionals handling it, he can feel much more at ease. Let Chen Junqi and others take the supplies into a specific warehouse, and then prepare to rest and have dinner. Today is another busy day. But the overall gain was huge. The people in the base gained a lot of combat experience. Those who went out also made a lot of money. He plans to ask the canteen to add more dishes tonight to reward everyone. The green source base is growing slowly according to his plan. Thinking of the more disasters that will be faced in the future, he suddenly felt a surge of pride. Come if you want. We at Lu Yuan will all step over it. End of this chapter. Night. Green Source Canteen. Everyone in the base was having dinner. I added some meat dishes today. Everyone can enjoy a feast after a long absence. Among them, several personnel who ventured out of the base today to carry out cleanup tasks also received extra meals. Like the combat team members, their food portions are increased and they also have the right to choose a bottle of drink. Of course, it's just this meal. Coke, coffee, tea, beer, everything you need. Some of these things were prepared before the end of the world. It's nice to take it out now and then as a reward. After meal, most of the people who had no tasks left with satisfaction and went back to rest. Those who had tasks would also take a break with a toothpick in their mouth before going back to their busy work. The green source base did not stop at night. Inspect and refit vehicles, count and store new materials, and count the progress of base construction. Each task requires a lot of effort. Do everything you can before this golden search period. In the base office building, standing in front of his office window, Qin Jin reached out and opened the window. A cool breeze blew by. The temperature is already less than 20 degrees Celsius. He won't forget how sad the first winter in my previous life was. The temperature in the south is surprisingly low. Therefore, we must collect as much supplies as possible during this period of time. When winter comes, you can go out less frequently. The base's perimeter wall has been built to a height of more than 9 meters, and it is expected that the first goal of 12 meters will be completed in a few days. At that time, the personnel will be assigned to do other work. The defense inside the bases was also very good today. Everyone completed the first kill of the zombie. At least in the future, when they face zombies, they won't be unable to hold their weapons steadily. We will continue later when we have time. All the other people in the base who haven't gone up yet should be arranged to go up and hunt zombies. Except for the elderly who are too old to do such things. There are currently no children on the base. The youngest is Qin Jin's 19-year-old cousin Zhang Jingchu. I had just finished my senior high school entrance exam and had been enrolled in university for less than a month when I arrived at the end of the world. In his plan, even if my cousin is less than 20 years old, sooner or later she will have to learn to kill zombies on her own. In this era, we cannot still hold on to the idea of relying on others for protection. The only way is to protect yourself. There are 3 elderly people over 60 years old in the base, all of whom are family members of the base team members, including Qin Jin's own grandmother. At that time, Qin Jin arranged for the employees' families to attend the opening ceremony without any restrictions, only giving them places. It's up to the employees to decide who they want to approach. This leads to the current situation. The green source base is mostly populated by young and middle-aged people. He does not reject children or the elderly, as he can afford to support them with his current financial situation. If he meets the right person in the future, he wouldn't mind letting that person bring his family in, as long as that person has the abilities their base needs. Night. He went to Dong Hui's place. I confirmed with him again that the materials from the chemical plant brought back today can be used to make a lot of explosives. It just takes some time. Because he needs to consider the stability and power of the bomb, Dong Hui still needs to make some adjustments and experiments in order to take both into account. After all, he had never really made a bomb before. This kind of thing cannot be produced in peacetime. To this end, he also asked Qin Jin to build another simple building on the edge of the base tomorrow. It doesn't take too much time, just surround it with sturdy steel plates and sandbags. Here he would test the stability and power of the explosives he had prepared. See if it meets the production requirements. Qin Jin certainly had no objection to this. With a wave of his hand, find Wang Yang, the housekeeper of this base. Ask him to take note of Dong Hui's request and send people to speed up construction tonight. After dealing with Dong Hui, He went to the warehouse again and checked the weapons that had been put into storage today. Zhong Yu and Qin's father were still busy with this, and when they saw him coming over they asked about the situation. Father Qin said, "We are still doing the final statistics. The approximate number has been counted. Dandan is checking it now. I'll ask her to come over." Father Qin shouted inside. Not long after, a tall figure with beautiful face walked over. It was Qin Jin's cousin Luo Dandan. Qin Jin explained the reason to him, and the latter reported. Including the weapons and ammunition obtained today, our base now has 77 machine guns and submachine guns of various types. 212 pistols of various types. 24 shotguns. 11 sniper rifles. 1,230 grenades of various types. 90,000 bullets. We also collected 3 heavy machine guns today, equipped with 3,500 rounds of ammunition. There are also various knives, protective gear, and a number of replacement accessories available. Dry. Hear the report. Qin Jin suddenly felt his back straighten a little. These will be their future reliance. I was extremely lucky today and actually found 3 heavy machine guns in a police station. Although the style is a bit old. I don't know why the city police station didn't find it at that time, but instead found it in this smaller police station. I'm too lazy to think about the reason. Anyway, these are all his now. Even heavy weapons are available. It makes me feel good just thinking about it. We will start preparing later. Let the combat team members and base defenders practice their firearms accuracy. We have a lot of guns now, but the bullets are not unlimited. It seems like 90,000 rounds seems like a lot. But after a few high-intensity battles, it may be exhausted. For example, it can be used to kill zombies, unless a shot hits the head. Hitting them on the body is almost completely useless. A man who has never used a gun. At a distance of 10 meters, you may not be able to hit the target with one bullet after firing a whole magazine. Not to mention hitting the head. Only through training can you improve your hit rate. But now bullets cannot withstand unlimited training, so we can only use a part of them to learn both theory and practice. Improve everyone's strength at the lowest cost. Once we finish the wall and other necessary things at the base, we will have to consider the issue of bullets. He had some stock of brass and gunpowder, and he had purchased the production technology in advance. Just wait for the staff to be free and start arranging production. His cousin Luo Dandan is 1 year older than him. She used to be a strong woman working in a Fortune 500 company in China and had outstanding work ability. He called him to assist Qin's father in doing some important material statistics work. My cousin grew up with him and they have a good relationship. She is also a relatively trustworthy person. Learn about the weapons situation. Qin Jin asked them to keep all the weapons well and maintain them well. He took Zhong Yu back to the office building. On the second floor, there is a large special office, which has become the venue for combat team members to hold regular meetings. There is also a larger training room in the warehouse next door, where they can do some physical training and skill-based battles. 9 p.m. The combat team members have not yet disbanded to rest. They are reviewing the operation process during today's outing. Point out the shortcomings and then correct and optimize them. After the 2 outings today and yesterday, it can be said that every member of the combat team has killed multiple zombies. They wouldn't be too nervous even if they encountered zombies alone now. Greatly improved their survival rate when searching for supplies outside. After all, walking through various buildings. You never know if a zombie will pop out the next time you open the door. Several team leaders were former soldiers, and with the training over the past 6 months, they have already surpassed the others by a lot. With full equipment, they can easily deal with 1 or 2 zombies alone. Of course, if there are more people, they will definitely run away first. We only have 1 life. Everyone will respond to danger in the best way possible. See Qin Jin coming over. They all stopped discussing. The team leader sitting in the front quickly stood up and made room for the boss to take his seat. All the combat team members know how powerful their boss is. I have seen several amazing displays of skill in the past 2 days. The zombies were like clay dolls in front of him. They often just blink their eyes and the zombies lose their heads one by one. The teammates around him shouted in their hearts, "Look, Superman." Qin Jin was used to this. In his previous life, he was often a lone ranger and had killed too many zombies to count. Now my body's various strengths are still continuing to increase, and I am feeling and getting familiar with the new strengths when I fight every day. It has completely surpassed the previous life. I really don't know how far I can go in the future. We don't intend to delay the combat team members for too long. He came here to arrange new tasks for tomorrow. All the large police stations around the base have been visited by them. The remaining small police stations probably don't have many weapons. If the troops make a special trip there, the cost-effectiveness is too low. So he had to adjust his outbound objectives and formation. Starting tomorrow, we will no longer go to the police station as a group. We have already searched all the places nearby. It is too dangerous to go to a place farther away. There is a possibility that we may not be able to return on the same day. So we will start operating in small teams tomorrow. Each team will have 5 people and 2 vehicles. We will drive away if we see a suitable vehicle on the road. Each team leader will come to my office to get a list later. It will include some search points and priorities for supplies. Not limited to weapons, medicines, food, tools, etc. will all be our goals when we go out in the future. Starting tomorrow, we will expand the search area. Each team must continue to ensure their own safety. If they encounter something they cannot handle, they should give up first and transport the things they have obtained back first. Team Li Bowen and Team Zhong, you will each drive a tanker truck out tomorrow. When you pass by a gas station, pump out all the oil inside and bring it back. Lu Wenhao's team will continue to assist Wang Bin in transporting chemicals to the chemical plant tomorrow. Teams Chen Junqi and Zhang Tiankai searched according to the list, with medicines, food, and some important electronic products as the top priorities. I won't go out with you guys tomorrow. You have to take care of yourselves. The size of the combat team needs to be expanded. I will select some more people at the base to join your team. You can also recruit some people based on the situation while you are outside. The standards should be based on what I told you before. I will do another round of screening after you come back. Do you understand? If there is no objection, it will be carried out tomorrow. He said a lot. But everyone below heard it clearly. Everyone in the combat team had no objection. In fact, we have already heard our respective captains mention the idea of grouping together today, so we were prepared. When you go out with fewer companions in the future, you will need to be more vigilant. Several team leaders followed Qin Jin into his office and each received a list. There are resource points that have been prepared long ago. Even the route is roughly planned. He said to several captains. You are the captains of our base's outbound battles, and you have performed very well these days. You are all my brothers. I will remember all your contributions to the base and will never treat you unfairly in the future. I also hope that everyone takes good care of themselves. Please put life first when you go out. If you die, you will have nothing. He patted several people on the shoulders in turn and then saw them out. He was once again the only one left in the office. Lying in the boss chair. He stretched comfortably. Finally, we brought out a combat team that can go out and work independently. Then just let them continue to grow. With winter coming, he also has a lot to do. He would not forget that once the zombies' growth period, which lasts for about a month, is over, a disaster will soon come. In early to mid-November, there will be an extremely terrible acid rain. No one in the world will be spared. I heard this from someone else in my previous life. After the acid rain ends, there is still acid mist evaporating. By then, most of the country's grain storage warehouses will be corroded and destroyed, exposing the grain. The special acid mist causes many electronic products to be damaged and food to become moldy and spoil. Acid rain causes the soil to become compacted, making subsequent planting difficult. Except for some strong plants, most plants and animals will die around the time winter comes. In the short term, the survivors could only find food left in the buildings to fill their stomachs. Of course, it becomes harder to find in the later stages because they have been used up. In the days that follow with constant disasters, it will be even more difficult to grow crops. Only a few hardy, edible plants that can adapt to the new environment can barely fill their stomachs. Qin Jin needs to be prepared before the first disaster, acid rain, comes. End of this chapter. A new day. It's 6:30 in the morning. It was just dawn. The gate of Green Source Base. The team members who are going to go out to fight and the people who are going to move things to the chemical plant are all ready. The weather is even colder today, having dropped below 20 degrees, and the team members all put on their coats. Everyone lamented that the temperature dropped particularly quickly this year. Except Qin Jin, no one knew that this was just the beginning. More than a dozen cars drove out of the gate one after another, and most of them were going to the chemical plant. The other combat team members went in different directions in small teams and soon disappeared at various intersections. They will fight on their own. Qin Jin saw them off at the gate and returned to his office. He called Wang Yang, Zhao Ling, Tang Jinming, and others through the intercom. Now that there is no internet, our daily communication mainly relies on walkie-talkies. There are only necessary positions and some management personnel in the Green Source Base. Soon. Except for some defense personnel such as Qin's father who were still supervising the construction of the wall, other managers came to his office. Without wasting anyone's time, he stood in front of a mobile whiteboard in the corner of the office and said directly, "You are the managers of the base. In the past few days, everyone should have collected data on our base's daily water and electricity consumption, as well as construction material consumption. Please write down the data for the areas you are responsible for. We need to make a consumption statistics." Everyone should agree. President Qin had already greeted them last night and would report on recent work in his office today, so everyone was prepared. They went up to the whiteboard one by one and wrote down the data for the area they were responsible for. Before long, the whiteboard was filled with content. The first is the daily electricity consumption of the factory. Every day, there is the internal circulation system, storage room, cold storage in the basement, construction and production on the ground, security monitoring, cooking and living lighting, etc. The total electricity consumption is around 700 kilowatt-hours per day. This is while trying to save as much as possible. Power generation situation. Solar photovoltaic panels are used and laid on the roofs of all buildings and some open spaces within the base. Thanks to our early preparation and advance purchases, we have so much. The roof of a normal household is paved with 80 square meters and has 8 hours of sunshine. 1 kW*8 is 8 kilowatt-hours of electricity. After passing through the battery and inverter circuit, the efficiency is only 80%. That is to say, a household normally generates about 6.4 degrees of electricity per day in sunny weather. The Green Source Base is large, with 5,000 square meters of solar panels laid out. On a sunny day, the power generation is about 640 degrees. It is close to the power consumption, and the expenditure is slightly insufficient. The main reason is that there has been a lot of construction work recently, and in order to meet the deadline, some electrical appliances cannot be saved. Even so, it can also be seen that there is indeed a problem with the base's electricity consumption. Because there is no guarantee that it will be sunny every day. If it rains continuously or it is cloudy one day, the power generation will drop sharply. The power supply to the supplies in the underground warehouse cannot be cut off. Managers already knew that the base had an underground warehouse with an unknown amount of supplies. Countless weapons and food were transported back every day and stored away, so it was impossible to conceal it. Qin Jin had informed all managers 2 days ago. Of course, he couldn't tell the exact number. He only said that when the factory was built, a number of warehouses and cold storages for storing grain were also built. There will be no worries about food at the base in the short term, and this is also a move to reassure people. He looked at the electricity usage, said nothing for the time being, and continued to look down. Water usage. The base has been using about 25 tons of water for production and living every day these days, with construction accounting for the bulk of the water, and other domestic water usage not being too much. However, it is important to understand that planting has not yet begun. Once the follow-up starts, the water consumption will increase a lot. Now the tap water has been stopped and there is only 2 ground ponds to support it. When it rains normally, the rainwater can be stored in ponds, but when acid rain hits next month, we definitely need to take precautions. The 2 ponds have a combined water volume of nearly 130,000 tons. As long as they are not polluted, they can be used as an unlimited water source by storing water during rainfall. The water pool on the underground floor is only 300 square meters. It is the ultimate guarantee for drinking water and will not be used unless in an emergency. Next on the whiteboard, you can see the consumption of various building materials. Cement, lime, steel bars, etc. Recently, materials have been consumed rapidly every day. After all, a lot of materials are needed to meet the standards for the wall, and various buildings, isolation areas, etc. need to be built. Jean looked at the data on the whiteboard and had a rough idea in his mind. The electricity problem will be dealt with later. If it really doesn't work, use coal or oil to generate electricity first. If the subsequent plans go well, the electricity pressure problem should be greatly alleviated. As for water, just take good care of it. What immediately comes to our attention now is the issue of building materials. Once the wall is built, all the stockpiled construction materials will probably be used up. It wasn't that he didn't want to stock up more before, but there were multiple reasons. For example, money, floor space, fire approval, etc. The materials used for the recent height increase alone would cost several million according to the market price. If he wants to hoard more, he will have to reduce his investment in other areas, because his money is not unlimited. Unlike now, as long as you find it and pull it back, it's yours. It seems that once the materials from the chemical plant are processed, we will have to start looking for some building materials. He dismissed the managers and told them to get on with their work. He stared at the whiteboard and planned the next steps. He had already considered some things before the end of the world, but they were definitely not as accurate as reviewing them now. He will seize this time to make the base better. A closed factory a few kilometers away from the green source base. A large room on the 7th floor of an office building. It was Zhao Chang and his gang. At this time, sunlight was pouring into the room. One could vaguely see a group of people lying all over the sofa and floor, some of them without any clothes on. They are not dead, but most of them are still sleeping. Zhao Chang had woken up and was smoking a cigarette. He puffed out smoke and looked at everything in the room with an expressionless face, especially the few newcomers. Last night they held another crazy party to welcome the 4 new men. One of the 3 women died because she couldn't stand the repeated humiliation and was thrown out of the factory. The remaining 2 were on the verge of death. They were lying naked and bruised on the tattered mattress in the corner. Only the occasional rise and fall of their chests proved that they were still alive. They were no different from dead. Maybe the heart died before the body. My tears have dried up, my throat has been sore from shouting, and my whole body aches. They didn't know what they had done wrong and why they had to suffer such hellish torture. Perhaps it would have been better for the sister who passed away first last night, who could have died sooner and been freed. But they are unwilling. They wanted to kill these men even if they had to transform into the most ferocious ghosts. Deep in their wooden eyes is deep hatred. I wish I could eat the flesh and blood of these people. It was already daybreak, and the group of men who had gone crazy all night last night woke up one after another. A few new men saw Zhao Chang smoking, put on a smile, and quickly greeted him. "Hello Mr. Zhao X4. Zhao Chang enjoyed it very much. I didn't expect that there would be a time when he would be called Mr. Zhao. He nodded slightly at the newcomers in response and continued smoking his cigarette. Yesterday went smoothly. After finding these 4 men and bringing them back, I simply used threats and inducements. In the evening, they enjoyed several of our own women together. They have become friends with the others and are on good terms with each other. This is indeed what a normal person is. In this world, it is normal to have people who think like him. The gene that allows humans to do whatever they want cannot be concealed. He just needs to keep finding more people, and their team will expand infinitely, and will soon surpass their neighbor behind the high wall. When the time comes. Hey. Everything will belong to him, Mr. Zhao. Just when Zhao Chang was still in YY. Suddenly, the door of the room was pushed open, and his tall and thin man hurried in and called out to him anxiously. Boss, this is bad. The 2 men who were locked up in the warehouse on the first floor last night have escaped. What should we do? Should we go out and catch them? After hearing this, Zhao Chong hit the tall and thin man's head hard, glared at him, and said with foam at the mouth. Xiao Ma, how can you do anything like this? You can't even take care of 2 people. All you can do is eat shit and XX. Huh. Why don't you all get up quickly? Let's go to work. If we meet those 2 people, we will kill them. If we don't meet them, we will continue to look for new partners to join us. It's just a small matter, but you're making a fuss about it. How disgraceful. You're following me, Brother Chong, to accomplish great things, so be smarter in the future. Don't panic, stay calm, understand? Stay calm. Everyone responded quickly. The tall and thin man called Xiao Ma quickly covered his forehead and apologized. The group simply packed up their things, tied up the 2 women again, and set off. Today, in addition to killing the 2 escaped people, they also have to continue looking for partners and prey. They killed another one last night and urgently need replenishment. In their eyes, humans are also prey. The more disordered the environment is, the more human desires will be magnified. A group of people drove out of the factory in several cars. They went in the opposite direction of the green source base. Perhaps in their minds, that place was not a place they could afford to offend at the moment, so they subconsciously avoided that direction. What they didn't know was that because of this, they missed the 2 people who escaped. Sun Xiaolong, Sun Xiaohu. These were the names of the 2 men who escaped from the factory. They are 2 brothers, real brothers. Sun Xiaolong is 1 year older than Sun Xiaohu. During the day on the night of the mutation, they were processing employment formalities at a factory in the Mentong Town industrial zone. They had just returned from the National Day holiday and had come here together to work. I plan to earn some money before the new year so I can go home and celebrate the new year. They joined the army for a few years after graduating from high school, and have been in society for a long time since they were discharged. Sun Xiaolong is already in his 30s, but unfortunately both brothers are too honest and have never had a girlfriend. They are too shy and don't know how to make girls happy, so they miss a lot of opportunities. Otherwise, with their military temperament, they could attract some factory girls. Over the years, the money I earned from working was just sent back home to my parents so that they could save it so that they could get married in the future. Unfortunately, the money could never keep up with the rising housing prices and dowries. The bride price in their hometown village has even risen to 280,000. This does not include various other fees for changing one's name, hardware, and banquet expenses. It makes people despair. Therefore, they would rather leave their hometown and go to Guangnan province to work. At least they don't have to be pointed at and criticized by their superior relatives or neighbors. Here the 2 brothers are more free. Over the years, I have worked in factories and worked as a security guard, waiter, etc. There is no relationship and no eloquence. The 2 of them just live silently and rely on each other. As a result, on the night of the mutation, they had just finished dinner and were taking a walk in the new company when they suddenly heard all kinds of noises and screams everywhere, and then the end of the world came. They followed some of the survivors and fled for their lives. Some mutated on the road, some were bitten by the pursuing zombies and fell behind, and in the end only a small number of people were left. The 3 women were inside. Well, they remembered that 2 of them were colleagues who joined the company today. Because the girls ran slowly, they were soon left behind by the other men who were fleeing. The 2 brothers couldn't bear to see this, so they ran behind to protect the 3 girls. Relying on his skills as a soldier, he took a few girls and avoided the initial chaos and hid in a private house. Maybe the homeowner has turned into a zombie and ran away, which is a good thing for them. There was still a little food in the house, so they hid there for several days. During this period, they also used the mobile phones they still carried with them to keep an eye on the situation outside. Knowing that everything outside was in chaos, they did not dare to go out. Originally, the 2 brothers planned to go out alone to seek support, but considering the safety of the 3 girls, they never took action. Then 2 days ago, I heard someone shouting outside, and it seemed like the rescue team was coming. Ignoring their advice, several girls made noises in response. I was also planning to follow that group of people. They have also been in society for several years and have some ability to judge people. They know that Zhao Chang and his gang don't look like they are out for rescue. Forced by a few hopeful women who wanted to seek refuge there, they had no choice but to follow them. After all, staying in the house was not an option. Even though I was feeling a little uneasy in my heart. At that time, they didn't know that the morals of the rest of the world were collapsing so quickly. Soon they were taken to Zhao Chang's factory. After the other party revealed their intentions, they both resisted. Unfortunately, Zhao Chang restricted their performance by using the girls as hostages. They were tied up and severely beaten. What happened later made them collapse. They and several girls were taken to a large room. That night, they saw what hell was like. A horrible scene that they had never imagined was playing out before their eyes. Several girls who had previously been protected by them were abused by these beasts. They wanted to resist, to use words to stop the violence, and their hands were covered with blood. Unfortunately, the other party did not stop at all, and even treated them more cruelly because of their dissuasion. They were also beaten badly. The body aches in the feeling of having your worldview shattered. Later, from the conversation between the group of beasts, they learned that a woman had been raped to death and her body thrown outside. This is a group of absolute scum. It's a pity that they didn't fight back with all their might at the beginning. It was too late now, they were exhausted and covered in wounds. Even so, in the face of those people's invitations and threats, they never wavered in their determination to join. Even though they have always been at the bottom of society and have been frustrated. But the honor of being a soldier tells them that they would never do such a thing even if they die. Later they were locked in a dark room, and from what they heard, death was waiting for them. What Zhao Chang and his group didn't know was that they did not give up in that room, and successfully broke free from the ropes through some tricks and gadgets. He even escaped from the room and the factory while they were sleeping. They walked on the road outside, their bodies were already very weak, but they were unwilling to give up and had to find a safe place to rest and recover. Then they are going to kill all of Zhao Chang's gang. Since order and laws have collapsed and bad guys are committing crimes, they will not give up. Tooth for tooth. Blood debt must be paid with blood. Revenge for myself and for those girls who have been bullied. End of this chapter.